Chapter 1193. Hearing Gao Shuebua's words, Yin Zhaoge's gaze turned solemn. As the eldest son of the profound sovereign and the spring emperor, a figure of the same generation as the sword sovereign Yu Jinbei and the earth exalt, Wang Jingqing, and managing many affairs of the roving jade heavens on behalf of his parents, Gao Shuebua's knowledge naturally far surpassed that of ordinary people. This particular reminder of his was very subtle. The attitude of the sword sovereign and the astro sovereign amongst the sovereigns of the world beyond worlds was self-evident. And Gao Shuebua's words seemed to not only refer to the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign. Senior apprentice Uncle Gao, you mean? Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes and pointed upwards. Gao Shuebua said slowly, "This is what the old Grand Master said in the past. This old man can't be sure, but you have to be careful." "Thank you for your reminder, Senior apprentice Uncle Gao." Yin Zhaoge nodded thoughtfully. He then asked, "I was busy looking for the Astro Sovereign earlier and couldn't get in touch with him. Is there any news from the Immortal Court? Also, has the Earthly Sovereign returned to the world beyond worlds?" "I haven't heard of it." Gao Shuebua also revealed a puzzled expression. Logically speaking, some time had passed since the Earth Exalt Wang Jingqing had been killed. If the Earthly Sovereign had rushed back immediately upon receiving the news, he would probably have already returned to the world beyond worlds. Similarly, Wang Pu and the others had tried to contact the Sword Sovereign Yu Jinbei immediately. However, there had been no reply before Yin Zhaoge had left the world beyond worlds. News from the roving jade heavens is not as smooth as that from the world beyond worlds. Gao Shuebua shook his head. This old man can't be sure about the current situation of the Immortal Court. The relationship between the roving jade heavens and the Immortal Court was even more tense. When the peak experts of the prime clear lineage met with the bigwigs of the Immortal Court, most of them directly fought. However, there was some unconfirmed news recently that the Immortal Court seems to be in some chaos, but the reason for this is unknown. Hearing this, Yin Zhaoge became interested. "Oh? Is there a conflict with the blessed lands of Buddhism again?" Gao Shuebua answered cautiously, "As for the specifics, there is no news yet." "Is that so?" Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before cupping his hands towards Gao Shuebua. "Since that is so, I will first return to the world beyond worlds. I hope that I will be able to see the profound sovereign and senior apprentice granduncle Long the next time I come." After taking his leave of Gao Shuebua and leaving the Spirit Leaf Cave, Yin Zhaoge immediately saw Gao Qing. Gao Qing currently had a panicked expression on her face. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, she hurriedly asked, little apprentice uncle, you've already met my grandfather? Do you know about Granny Li?" Looking at the anxious Gao Qing, Yin Zhaoge sighed inwardly, nodding, "I know." He consoled Gao Qing, saying, "Don't be anxious. Senior Chu should be fine for now. It's just that he has left the roving jade heavens." "Why is it like this?" Gao Qing did feel a little more at ease, but her face was still filled with worry. "He's been fine all these years." Yin Zhaoge's gaze was deep and distant as he thought, "This is because Chu Lily herself might not be aware that her being able to leave the world beyond worlds safely that year and hide in the roving jade heavens might have been the result of someone's deliberate ploy." Looking at the troubled and worried Gao Qing, Yin Zhaoge sighed, consoling her for a bit before sending her off to look for Gao Shuebua before leaving. After leaving the roving jade heavens and returning to the world beyond worlds, Yin Zhaoge pondered as he walked. He had finally returned to the world beyond worlds through a wound of the sky. As soon as he had returned and interacted with others, Yin Zhaoge could feel that the atmosphere of the world beyond worlds was clearly different from when he had left. Back when he had just slain the Earth Exalt Wang Jingqing, the entire world beyond worlds had been panic-stricken as winds and rains had vaguely appeared. When Broad Creed Mountain had relocated to the eastern vast heaven territory and officially established its name as the East Peak of Taoism, this momentum had instead intensified. Most people were watching on, wanting to see how Broad Creed Mountain would face the pressure brought about by the earthly sovereign. Those who knew about the relationship between the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion and Yin Zhaoge all felt uneasy. The business of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had plummeted as a result. At the end of the day, no one thought well of Broad Creed Mountain. While Kunlun Mountain's northern high peaks Jade Capital Crag seemed to be on the same side as Broad Creed Mountain, advancing and retreating together. Still, the Sword Sovereign alone still appeared weak in comparison to the pressure brought about by the Earthly Sovereign and the Concealed Sovereign. This was especially so as compared to the Earthly Sovereign and the Concealed Sovereign, the Sword Sovereign had risen to prominence much later after all. Although the Sword Sovereign's prestige had become more and more powerful due to Yin Zhaoge's efforts, he was still in the stage of accumulating power. He was not like the Earthly Sovereign and the Concealed Sovereign, who were both legendary existences who had established the world beyond worlds. If the concealed sovereign hadn't been in seclusion and hadn't declared his position yet, which made things a little suspenseful, the public's opinion would probably be more one-sided. However, something happened not long ago which changed the situation of the entire world beyond worlds greatly. Before the Sword Sovereign, he had been one of the original 3 sovereigns of the world beyond worlds alongside the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign. Out of everyone's expectation, the Astro Sovereign who had disappeared for many years had returned. The younger martial artists with lower cultivation might have even forgotten the existence of the Astro Sovereign. However, how could they forget the high-level figures? The exalted water luminary, the original ruler of the world beyond worlds, Qin Xuanzong, was also one of the new 9 luminaries of Kunlun. The concealed sovereign had always been low-key. When the Astro Sovereign was still in power, his influence was even greater than that of the concealed sovereign. Maybe the Sword Sovereign, who was active in the current era, had a more direct and deep influence in people's hearts. However, when the opponents were the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign, the Astro Sovereign who was in the same era as them could give people more confidence. Now, few people knew that the exalted gold luminary and the exalted water luminary were very close friends. However, after the Astro Sovereign returned to the world beyond worlds, he didn't return to the Kunlun Mountain in the central June Heaven territory, but stayed in the Broad Creed Mountain in the eastern Vast Heaven territory. Therefore, people immediately understood the attitude of the Astro Sovereign. Like the Sword Sovereign, he supported the Broad Creed Mountain without any doubt. In this way, the situation in the world beyond worlds became stable. The business of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion started to get better. It wasn't that people chose sides. In most people's opinion, the 2 sides were evenly matched and had reached a balance. The final result was likely to be a compromise to avoid further conflicts and wars. After staying in the Broad Creed Mountain as a guest for a while, Astro Sovereign left for the Kunlun Mountain. His destination wasn't the Jade Sky Peak where he used to live, but the restful Immortal Valley where the concealed sovereign lived. This became the most concerned thing in the world beyond worlds recently. Everyone was eager to know the result of the Astro Sovereign's trip. Only Yen Zhaoge vaguely guessed that the Astro Sovereign didn't go there for peace talks, but to find trouble. It's almost time. The Astro Sovereign will go back to the world beyond worlds to stabilize his body and further suppress the restlessness of the demons. After resting, he will go to the Kunlun Mountain to settle the score. Yen Zhaoge immediately turned around and went straight to the Kunlun Mountain. The one he is looking for is indeed the concealed sovereign. Chapter 1194. Concealed Sovereign Yang Su, one of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, the exalted concealed luminary. He had always been one of the 3 sovereigns of the world beyond worlds after the Great Calamity. However, for most people, including Yen Zhaoge, they were still stuck at the level where they had heard about him for a long time. Most of the time, the presence of this sovereign wasn't even as strong as the 5 emperors. If one were to seriously recall the past and present, they would be shocked to find that they couldn't remember any shocking deeds that this profound immortal expert had done. The reverence towards him seemed to only be due to the influence of his cultivation realm. Whether it was the era when the Kunlun 9 luminaries shone in the world thousands of years ago or the era when the 3 sovereigns of the world beyond worlds stood side by side, the concealed sovereign was like a shadow that silently hid behind others. It was as if only when the Kunlun 9 luminaries or the 3 sovereigns of the world beyond worlds were mentioned would people think of the existence of such an expert. Other than that, people couldn't remember any dazzling battle achievements or any glorious deeds that he had done. There was an old saying that those who were good at fighting had no outstanding achievements. However, for the concealed sovereign to remain unknown for thousands of years, he was really too low-key. People's impression of him seemed to be that he lived in seclusion and went along with the earthly sovereign's opinion. However, Yen Zhaoge had never ignored this sovereign whose existence was weak. Not to mention that he was a profound immortal. Just by standing there, he didn't need to say anything and he already had a huge deterrent force. Instead, looking at the concealed sovereign, Yen Zhaoge vaguely recalled the past. Back in the 8 Extremities world, when they were fighting against the Sacred Sun clan, their core experts were called the 7 Reigning Suns. Among the 7 Reigning Suns, the World Illuminating Lord was the head of the 7 and had the strongest cultivation. However, the person ranked second was the most low-key and unknown Twilight Lord. The reason why the Twilight Lord was low-key was that he was in charge of all kinds of dirty work in the dark. He was the person in charge of the dark world under the Sacred Sun clan's rule. Therefore, on the surface he was the most low-key. However, to be able to handle all kinds of dirty work, his strength was naturally not bad. Yen Zhaoge wasn't sure if the concealed sovereign was the same type of person as the Twilight Lord. As far as he knew, the person who was most proficient in such shady matters as assassination was the exalted Rahu luminary Yu Jianshanhua. However, there was no doubt that the exalted concealed luminary Jiangsu was not a simple person. If one really thought that he was only there to make up the numbers in the 9 luminaries, it was not looking down on him, but on Gao Han, Jiang Shen, Yan Xintong and the other 8. Yan Zhaoge sped through Kunlun Mountain, traversing lofty mountains and lofty peaks. From afar, a valley gradually appeared in the midst of the mountains. From the outside it didn't look like much, but one could feel the abundant spiritual energy in the valley. It was like a tide gushing out endlessly. That was precisely the location of the concealed sovereign's Tao Arena, one of the 3 core regions of the world beyond worlds where authority had once reigned supreme, the restful immortal valley. The concealed sovereign didn't have any disciples, and the restful immortal valley was just like him. It was quiet and there were only a few attendants managing the place. But today it was very difficult for this place to remain peaceful. A white-haired youth was standing at the entrance of the valley, looking at the valley in front of him. It was the Astro Sovereign Qin Xuanzong. A boy was standing at the entrance of the valley. He showed an awkward expression on his face. He bowed and said, "My master is in seclusion and he can't meet you. Dear guest, he's in seclusion. He can come out now." The Astro Sovereign said calmly, "It's fine if fellow Taoist Yang doesn't meet other people. But since I'm here today, fellow Taoist Yang should show his face. He has made us wait for thousands of years. Fellow Taoist Yang will know that I'm here without your notice." The boy's vision blurred. Then he saw the valley, which was like spring all year round, had suddenly turned into a world of ice and snow. Being in this world of ice and snow, the boy didn't feel cold at all. However, all the plants had turned into ice sculptures, which was definitely not an illusion. The ice and snow didn't emit any cold air. It didn't mean that all of these were illusions. Instead, it was because the temperature of the entire world around the restful immortal valley suddenly dropped, and the coldness was piercing to the bone. Except for a few attendants in the valley, all the signs of life were instantly extinguished, and the whole place turned into a dead silence. Even the sunlight in the sky seemed to become cold and gloomy. At this moment, the most famous sacred place in the world beyond worlds was like a fragile ice crystal which could be broken at any time. Fellow Taoist Yang, even if you were in a life or death seclusion, you should come back to your senses now. The Astro Sovereign said calmly, "I'm deeply sorry if you got hurt because of the disturbance. However, what happened in the past has been bothering me for thousands of years. Today I have to figure it out." Today he was here to make trouble, so he wouldn't care whether the other party was in seclusion or not. As soon as the Astro Sovereign finished his words, the ice and snow that covered the valley suddenly started to dissipate silently. The ice and snow didn't melt, but evaporated and disappeared in the air. A light black and blue light took over and covered the whole restful immortal valley. The power of corrosion. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge understood, it's different from the Rahu's power of corrosion. This is the power of corrosion of Jidu, which is also the power of destroying the sun and the moon. The Astro Sovereign watched all this calmly and didn't do anything. After a while, a voice came from the restful immortal valley under the black and blue light. "Fellow Taoist Qin, long time no see. How are you?" "Not really." The Astro Sovereign answered indifferently. The black and blue light faded away, and the restful immortal valley appeared in front of everyone again. Because of the previous freezing, the life in the valley, which was like spring all year round, had withered. It seemed that winter had suddenly come. A figure walked out of the entrance of the valley step by step. As he walked, the life was revived. Wherever he passed by, the green grass and the mountain flowers bloomed again. Yan Zhaoge looked at the man and found that he was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had an ordinary face and a medium build, which was nothing special. To put it bluntly, if you only looked at his appearance, you would immediately be unable to find him in a crowd. Even if you stared at his face for a long time, you might forget what he looked like when you turned around. However, this man who looked so ordinary was the owner of the restful immortal valley. Concealed Sovereign Jiangsu. He was the exalted concealed luminary who was one of the new 9 luminaries of Kunlun with Chen Xuanzong, Yan Xintong and Xiao Junhuang, and created the current situation in the world beyond worlds. He was one of the most powerful people in the world beyond worlds. "Since you have been waiting for 1,000 years, why are you in such a hurry?" The concealed sovereign smiled kindly and said in a calm tone. The Astro Sovereign looked at the man in front of him quietly as if he had met him for the first time. After a while, the Astro Sovereign opened his mouth and said slowly, "Because I didn't want to wait for 1,000 years. A moment is too long, let alone 1,000 years. Chapter 1195. Asking for monthly votes and subscriptions. Thank you. Concealed Sovereign and Astro Sovereign looked at each other and smiled after a while. Daoist Qin, you already know the answer, don't you? The Concealed Sovereign nodded his head. Your guess is correct. I was indeed the one who told your disciple about her father, Chu Hang. Astro Sovereign stared at Concealed Sovereign for a long time in silence. Yen Zhaoge heard them and thought, your disciple's father? Daoist Chu, must be Chu Lily's father. He didn't know much about what had happened in the past, so he could only understand it from the conversation between Astro Sovereign and female monarch. Listening to the conversation between the Concealed Sovereign and the Astro Sovereign, although the clues revealed were fragmented, they were like a string piercing a pearl. Gradually, the scattered information was connected. Is this the descendant of Daoist Yen? And his name is Yen Zhaoge? Concealed Sovereign turned to look at Yen Zhaoge. Your Majesty Concealed Sovereign, this junior pays his respects. Yen Zhaoge cupped his hands to Concealed Sovereign in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. I've been wanting to meet you and your father for a long time, but I didn't have time until today. Concealed Sovereign said calmly. Yen Zhaoge shook his head. I didn't expect to meet your Majesty in this situation either. His eyes moved between Astro Sovereign and Concealed Sovereign, and I didn't expect that it was you who caused Astro Sovereign to be frozen outside for 1,000 years. This directly caused the world beyond worlds to lose an expert in the profound immortal realm. It was a great loss for Taoism, which had been revived after the Great Calamity. If Sword Sovereign Yu Jinbei hadn't risen up and filled the gap, the situation of 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in the world beyond worlds might not be maintained. Although Concealed Sovereign rarely expressed his views, he had always been committed to the stable development of the 3 clear lineage, just like earthly sovereign. What he did back then seemed to be in conflict with his usual policies. Being frozen outside for 1,000 years doesn't mean that he has fallen or become a demon. Concealed Sovereign said calmly, when the situation calls for it, I can help Daoist Qin at any time. Astro Sovereign said coldly, Minkong's ritual was indeed learned from you. In the past, Astro Sovereign and Astro Sovereign were mainly responsible for the study of the demon suppression method. Although the female monarch was a disciple of Astro Sovereign, she didn't know much about it. The ritual he performed before was exquisite. Astro Sovereign was distracted by the demons, so he could only let him do whatever he wanted. If Astro Sovereign didn't secretly ask Yen Zhaoge to stay, Chu Lily of the roving Jade Heavens would definitely bear the devilish seal alone. Judging from your expression, it seems that things are not going as planned. At this moment, the Concealed Sovereign revealed a pondering look. Is it because little friend Chu bore the devil seal by himself and didn't become a devil? I don't think so. Although she has pushed open the immortal gate, she is not strong enough to stop the water demon's return. If she became a demon and escaped from the roving Jade Heavens, fellow Daoist Qin, I'm afraid you wouldn't be so relaxed. Concealed Sovereign noticed the scar on Astro Sovereign's forehead and said, your scar. Astro Sovereign said indifferently, now that things have come to this, your original plan doesn't exist anymore. However, the confusion in my heart has yet to be solved. Although you and I are not close friends, we are still on the same path. There was no enmity between us back then, so why did you plot against me? You want me to kill Chu Lily and stop the water demon's rebirth? Concealed Sovereign smiled. If you just want to kill little friend Chu, I can do it myself. It's not like I don't have a chance. I can see that you want to protect Chu Heng's daughter. According to our speculation and research at that time, if she becomes a demon, you will definitely choose to sacrifice yourself and bear the burden for her. After all, you are more suitable to be the reincarnation of the water demon than her. So, I have been your target since the beginning. Astro Sovereign raised his eyes and stared at him quietly. After a long time, Astro Sovereign suddenly said, you were really weird back then. I was right. After a short silence, Concealed Sovereign smiled and said, fellow Daoist Qin, you are really sharp. So, I have to ask you to leave the world beyond worlds for some time. Hearing this, Yen Zhaoge squinted his eyes. He looked at Astro Sovereign. Astro Sovereign said slowly, I already know what happened to Fu Jinxiu of the ingenious Flying Peak, the grand disciple of Taoist Xuanzhong. At that time I only suspected it. But now I know that you have already planned to harm the Grand Clear lineage. Fu Jinxiu's current tribulation must be your doing. Although Taoist Xuanzhong's lineage is not from the Jade Clear lineage like us, but from the Grand Clear lineage, they are also from the 3 Clear lineage. Fu Jinxiu is the most outstanding talent in their lineage. Why did you plot against him? Hearing this, Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath. The mystery that had been in his heart for a long time was finally solved. Brocade Emperor was really cheated. At that time, Yin Zhaoge had been wondering how could Brocade Emperor make such a big mistake in his cultivation. In the process of changing from being a womanizer to being devoted to one person, besides Fu Ting, Brocade Emperor also had a daughter, Meng Wan, which almost destroyed the foundation of his cultivation. What was more strange was that Brocade Emperor didn't seem to realize this before he met Meng Wan. Not only did he go the wrong way, but he also didn't realize it. This was even more unbelievable than a simple mistake in cultivation. How could a true immortal emperor who had pushed open the immortal door and had a leakless body, have a daughter without knowing it? Not to mention Brocade Emperor, any martial artist who had made great achievements in martial arts could control whether they wanted to have children or not, unless they were forced to do so. But it was even more ridiculous to say that Lu Xianting, Meng Wan's mother, could do that. However, if Concealed Sovereign was behind this, it would be hard to say. Fu Jinxiu is indeed a rare talent. Unfortunately, he went the wrong way at the beginning. Concealed Sovereign answered calmly, because of the pressure from Mars Halberd, he was so eager to push open the immortal door that he gave others a chance to take advantage of his weakness. We all know that Fu Jinxiu became an immortal by luck. There is a secret in it? Concealed Sovereign said with a smile. Take advantage of his weakness? Astro Sovereign frowned. You mean? Concealed Sovereign took a look at Yin Zhaoge and said with a smile, no need to hide it. This little friend Yin and Fu Jinxiu's eldest daughter have been to the immortal court together. So he has already heard of the name of immeasurable heavenly lord. Hearing this, Astro Sovereign's face changed slightly. Don't worry, your majesty. I will tell you the details later. Yin Zhaoge gave him a look to calm down. The Concealed Sovereign looked at the scene with interest and continued, Daoist Chen, you guessed it right. It was the immortal court that helped Fu Jinxiu to push open the immortal door so early. It was all because of their help. Fu Jinxiu himself was still ignorant at that time. He thought that he had a lot of good fortune. However, after this cultivation deviation, he reflected on every corner of his spirit like never before. So he should know that there was something wrong with that fortune. Chapter 1196. Compared to the roving Jade Heavens and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's faction, the relationship between the world beyond worlds and the immortal court was much better. However, they weren't on the same side. They had always been spying and probing in the dark. The Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunqi's incident was a rather prominent example. However, everything was done in the dark. Other than the person involved, no one else knew about it. Although Fu Jinxiu was split into two, it was still out of my expectation. Concealed Sovereign smiled and looked at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge's expression didn't change at all. The incident happened when Concealed Sovereign was in seclusion. However, seclusion didn't mean that he was completely cut off from the outside world. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge wasn't surprised that Concealed Sovereign knew about it. Moreover, most of this incident was within Concealed Sovereign's expectations. He was the one who caused it. However, even if he was split into two, there's no need to worry. Concealed Sovereign said with a smile, after this tribulation, Fu Jinxiu might be able to avoid any future troubles. As for the possibility of them improving further, there's no need to worry. Concealed Sovereign looked at Yin Zhaoge. You don't have to explain how the Heartless One can improve. As for the one who walks the sentimental path, I've already prepared a plan. After all, when Fu Jinxiu gave birth to his second daughter, I didn't know where to find the Tai Fist and Tai Splendor Cloud. There's no hope for him to improve if he walks the Heartless path. Therefore, I've prepared the sentimental path for him after eliminating the hidden dangers. Yin Zhaoge squinted his eyes. Concealed Sovereign, you're really meticulous. Just like what Daoist Chen said, although the Grand Clear and Jade Clear lineage are different, we're all from the Three Clear lineage. We're not like the Prime Clear lineage. Naturally, I don't want to lose a talent like Fu Jinxiu. Concealed Sovereign said with a smile. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. He didn't want to lose people who didn't have the same goals. In other words, if they didn't have the same goals, then there was nothing to cherish. Chu Lily going to the roving Jade Heavens to seek refuge was something that no one needed to guess. Concealed Sovereign looked at Yin Zhaoge and said after a while, to be fair, compared to Fu Jinxiu, I pity you more. Thank you, Concealed Sovereign. Yin Zhaoge looked at Concealed Sovereign's face and replied indifferently. The Concealed Sovereign said with some curiosity, Daoist Chen managed to escape, but the final result seems to be a little out of my expectations. Could it be your doing? Yin Zhaoge said, it is not something that I alone can do. I just happened to be here at the right time and did my part. Fellow Daoist Chen is happy that young friend Chu won't bear the devil mark alone, but I'm afraid that his other disciple, young friend Xie, will be disappointed. The concealed sovereign looked at Yan Zhaoge and said with a smile, with your and the Broad Creed Mountain's current situation in the world beyond worlds, the most beneficial thing to do is to not do anything, right? Not doing anything and stopping or helping were two different things. King Sovereign Yen Sovereign Sovereign Saint Emperor Emperor Yen Qin Emperor Didn't Sovereign Qin Xing Sovereign Yen Sovereign King. Sovereign Qin Sovereign Emperor Nobody. No. Extreme Sovereign Sovereign King Li, God. Sovereign Sovereign, Sovereign Sovereign had Emperor as. Sovereign Yang Emperor, Emperor, Extreme Yen Sovereign Star. If Yan Zhaoge didn't do anything, Female Emperor's plan would succeed. Roving Jade Heavens might be stirred up. The worst result would be that Profound Sovereign and Vine Sovereign would be forced to come out of seclusion. However, if Chu Lily became a devil on the spot, she would only be killed. Similarly, they wouldn't blame Yan Zhaoge for not being able to stop everything because of his helplessness. After all, Astro Sovereign couldn't do it. How could a martial saint be able to solve the problem? If Yan Zhaoge didn't do it himself, who knew what he could do? Even though he had communicated with Astro Sovereign about the devilish seal before, only Yan Zhaoge himself knew how powerful it was when it came to the actual operation. Moreover, Yan Zhaoge didn't have full confidence at that time. He wouldn't be blamed if he didn't do anything. He might make more mistakes if he did more, and he might make less mistakes if he didn't do anything. Even if Chu Lily became a devil and Astro Sovereign escaped, he wouldn't blame Yan Zhaoge. Because of his friendship with Exalted Gold Luminary, he would still help Yan Zhaoge and the Broad Creed Mountain. Female Emperor was speechless. Facing Astro Sovereign, the rift between them couldn't be mended. That was a matter between them and wouldn't affect Yan Zhaoge. Roving Jade Heavens wouldn't blame Yan Zhaoge either. Everything was perfect. He was worried about Astro Sovereign's inability to help. But the next moment, the problem was solved without any effort on his part. It was like a blessing from the heavens. However, that wasn't what Yan Zhaoge wanted to see. At least he wouldn't do it unless he had to. I admit that I'm a man who pursues profits. Yan Zhaoge looked at Concealed Sovereign and spread his hands, but some things don't necessarily have to be done just because it seems to be the most beneficial. Concealed Sovereign smiled, you're right. Otherwise, why do people always say that people's hearts are unpredictable? Astro Sovereign stared at Concealed Sovereign and shook his head slowly. Fellow Taoist Yang, don't play along with my words. You're just trying to fool me. At that time, you were not only spying on the grand clear lineage of the ingenious Flying Peak. But that was the most obvious one. I saw it. If what you said is true and there's really something wrong with Fu Jinxiu, then what you did is still debatable. But do you really need to use such an extreme way to stop me from talking? Astro Sovereign's eyes became sharp. Do you really need to put me and my two disciples in danger just for that? At that time it wasn't dangerous. I fully believed in your ability. Concealed Sovereign said with a smile, as for now, although it's out of my expectation, it doesn't seem to be dangerous. Astro Sovereign stared at Concealed Sovereign coldly. Concealed Sovereign said calmly, this is the whole cause and effect of the matter. It's not that I'm trying to avoid the important things. If you still want to keep asking. He looked at Astro Sovereign and suddenly smiled, I've disliked you for a long time and wanted you to disappear. Out of sight, out of mind. Do you think this reason is acceptable to you? Astro Sovereign nodded calmly, since you said so, I don't need to say more. He waved his sleeves and took out a 2-foot broken saber. You have the heaven covering fan and I have the broken cold wave. Let's fight. Astro Sovereign raised his saber calmly and pointed at Concealed Sovereign. As soon as the saber was raised, the whole restful Immortal Valley was shrouded in extreme coldness again. Concealed Sovereign didn't intend to fight. Fellow Daoist Chen has just got out of trouble, so you must be angry. I can understand that. But it's your fate. The situation in the world beyond worlds has changed. Now is not the time for us to fight. He looked at Astro Sovereign with a smile and then stepped back. In the restful Immortal Valley, layers of black and blue lights appeared again, which turned into a sky curtain and covered the whole world. Chapter 1197. The blue and black light curtain was dim like an endless abyss on the ground. The cold air got into the light curtain like a stone sinking into the sea without any echo. Although the terrain here is shabby, it's still a good location. As you said, you have the broken cold wave and I have the heaven covering fan. Concealed Sovereign's voice came, I'm staying here and don't want to go out. Even if you want to come in, you can't. The outside world is so big. You can do whatever you want. I'll just stay here. Concealed Sovereign's reaction surprised Yen Zhaoge and Astro Sovereign. Yang Su. Astro Sovereign frowned and didn't want to fight anymore. He put away the white jade broken saber and stared at the restful immortal valley. What on earth are you planning? Concealed Sovereign smiled and said, Don't worry. I don't want to wait for help. Even if Taoist Jiang comes back, he won't interfere in our fight. I owe you this fight and I'll pay you back in the future. But there will be a fight between you and me. At that time I'll fight with you. Astro Sovereign stared at the restful immortal valley and frowned without saying anything. However, I can only guarantee that no one will interfere in the battle between me and you. The Concealed Sovereign said indifferently, I can't guarantee anything about other people. Your Majesty. Yen Zhaoge suddenly asked, now that Astro Sovereign has returned to the world beyond worlds, do you still want Earthly Sovereign to come back? After a short silence, Concealed Sovereign smiled and said, Of course. Why not? Astro Sovereign looked at the restful immortal valley in the distance, and his expression gradually became calm. I've been away from the world beyond worlds for many years. Now I finally come back. Things are still the same but people have changed. I'll stay here with you, Taoist Yang. Please don't mind if I disturb you. After saying that, he flew up to the sky above the restful immortal valley. Then a water curtain spread out with Astro Sovereign as the center. Then it fell on the ground and turned into a bigger curtain, covering the restful immortal valley. The water curtain quickly turned into ice and turned into a huge glacier, which completely froze the world around the restful immortal valley. Astro Sovereign was also sitting in the ice calmly with his legs crossed. In the Kunlun Mountains, the flow of spiritual energy in the earth veins changed greatly. The restful immortal valley, which was located in the central area, changed from spring to winter all year round. Since Brother Qin is interested, there's nothing I can't do. The Concealed Sovereign's voice came from the valley. After that, the restful immortal valley quieted down. Thank you, Astro Sovereign. Yen Zhaoge came to the ice cap and bowed to Astro Sovereign in the glacier. As such, the Concealed Sovereign was truly left behind in the restful immortal valley. Yen Zhaoge deeply suspected that the Concealed Sovereign's previous seclusion was just a pretense. In any case, with his cultivation, it was not difficult for him to sneak out without being detected. Even the Earthly Sovereign, the Astro Sovereign, and the Sword Sovereign would not be able to detect it if they stayed on the Kirin Cliff, the Jade Sky Peak, and the Jade Capital Crag. But now, Astro Sovereign was directly blocking the entrance of the restful immortal valley. It would be impossible for Concealed Sovereign to sneak out through him. Astro Sovereign's meaning was clear. You said that it was enough for you to guard this small world and not go out, but I don't trust you. It's better to believe in myself than to believe in you. If you want to hide, then stay there obediently. Don't try to play tricks like you did in the past. Otherwise, I'd be happy to have a fight with you right now. The Concealed Sovereign's story of tricking the Astro Sovereign because he didn't like the Astro Sovereign was just a cover-up. Neither Yen Zhaoge nor Astro Sovereign took it seriously. Concealed Sovereign must have done a lot of shady things in these years. But he was caught by Astro Sovereign in the act of coveting the inheritance of the Grand Clear lineage. Now that the Astro Sovereign was suspicious, he might find out more things by following the clues back then. That was why Concealed Sovereign tried to kill him. Therefore, a question was naturally involved. Who was Concealed Sovereign trying to hide from by doing things secretly? Astro Sovereign might be one. But what concerned Yen Zhaoge more was that Concealed Sovereign might also be hiding some secrets from Earthly Sovereign Jianghu. For Yen Zhaoge and the Broad Creed Mountain, there were many things that needed to be planned before Earthly Sovereign came back. Maybe it was the same for Concealed Sovereign? No matter whether he did or not, Astro Sovereign would stop him here first. In this way, Yen Zhaoge and the Broad Creed Mountain could act without worries and make more preparations. I'll stay here from now on. If there's no big change, I shouldn't leave. Astro Sovereign was in the ice, so it didn't affect his conversation. If you meet Ming Kong and Lily in the future, please give them a hand. He sent a sound transmission to Yen Zhaoge, so he could avoid Concealed Sovereign's eyes and ears. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll try my best. Yen Zhaoge nodded. I've already met your juniors, the mother and son. You can ask your father about the details when you return to the mountain. Astro Sovereign continued, besides, Yang Su's words are not true. Maybe he has other preparations. You should be careful. I understand. Yen Zhaoge nodded and then frowned slightly. It's hard to tell what Concealed Sovereign said is true. But from what he said just now, there seems to be another meaning. Yen Zhaoge looked at Astro Sovereign. It seems that Earthly Sovereign, No matter whether Concealed Sovereign was happy to see Earthly Sovereign coming back or not, it was not good news for Yanjiaoge and the Broad Creed Mountain. After a short silence, Astro Sovereign nodded and said, "I know what you mean. You're probably right. After so many years, fellow cultivator Jiang can make further progress at any time and step into a brand new world, reaching the level of 5 cheese collecting in mind. When he comes back this time, we may not face Earthly Sovereign, but a new generation of virtuous Earth Star Lord." Astro Sovereign said slowly, "You can also call him Earth Luminary Star Lord, Dominating Star Lord, or Central Virtuous Earth Marquis Dominating Star Lord." Hearing this, Yanjiaoge supported his forehead with his palm. "Grand Virtual Immortal, the position of Heavenly Lord." He looked at Astro Sovereign with a bitter smile. "Your Majesty, I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask it. Although I have the 4 cheese in my body, I haven't reached the realm of 5 cheese unification yet. If I try it rashly, I may die in the profound origin tribulation." Astro Sovereign obviously knew what Yanjiaoge wanted to ask, so he answered frankly. As he said this, Astro Sovereign looked down at the restful Immortal Valley which was frozen by ice. "Although we haven't fought with each other directly, I think Jiangsu will not be able to make that step in a short time. You can think about what I mentioned before and try to find Taoist Su'a," Astro Sovereign said. Taoist Su'a mentioned by Astro Sovereign was one of the new 9 luminaries of Kunlun. Exalted Fire Luminary Su'a Mingzhang. Chapter 1198. After talking about other things, Astro Sovereign looked at Yanjiaoge with a serious expression. "Have you been to the territory of the Immortal Court Heretics?" Yendi didn't mention this to Astro Sovereign when he stayed in the Broad Creed Mountain. Because of the uniqueness of the Immortal Court and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, other people on the Broad Creed Mountain didn't know about it, and they rarely had the chance to meet Astro Sovereign. Hearing that Astro Sovereign was back, the disciples of Jade Sky Peak all came to greet Astro Sovereign, although they were confused about why the female empress was missing. However, because their cultivation realms were all below the Exalt realm, no one knew that Yanjiaoge had been to the Immortal Court. Therefore, the Astro Sovereign didn't know about it until the Concealed Sovereign mentioned it. "Exactly." Yanjiaoge nodded. "Still, due to some special reasons, I am not like the daughter of the Brocade Emperor, Miss Fu Ting." Astro Sovereign frowned. "Special reason?" The dim radiant wheel appeared in the space above Yanjiaoge's head, blurry and indistinct as it illuminated with chaotic radiance. "Is this the leakless fairy weapon that Yin Tianxia intended to refine in the past?" Astro Sovereign glanced at it and sensed the realm of the dim radiant 12 methods. Yin Tianxia, the last art of the dim radiant 12 arts, touches the mystery of Wuji, but it's not enough to save you from the calamity of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Astro Sovereign pondered and said, "You mean?" Yanjiaoge nodded. "While this treasure was not refined by me, it currently seems to be one with me. Its power is compatible with the peerless infinity art of the dim radiant 12 arts as it seems to be effective. I've talked to Miss Fu about this before. I really don't have the feeling that she has planted an invisible seed deep in her heart." Astro Sovereign slightly relaxed his eyebrows. "But it still doesn't mean you're fine. Since we're already here, we might as well take things as they come." Yanjiaoge smiled. "At least for now, there are no abnormalities. You still have to be careful and avoid contact with the heretics of the Immortal Court." Astro Sovereign said, "Even if he is not the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, if there is a huge gap between our cultivation, the powerhouses of the heretics can still illuminate the 3 clear lineage by force." Yanjiaoge nodded lightly. "Thank you for your advice, Your Majesty. I will pay attention." After bidding farewell to Astro Sovereign, he left the restful Immortal Valley. Looking back, the boundless glacier that once froze the entire land of Tranquil Stream reappeared and froze a piece of Kunlun Mountain. Many thoughts flashed through Yanjiaoge's mind. Today's trip to the restful Immortal Valley had resolved many of Yanjiaoge's doubts, but also given rise to some new questions. As expected, the Concealed Sovereign wasn't someone who lived in seclusion and lived a simple life. What happened to Astro Sovereign back then had something to do with it. The fate of the Brocade Emperor that year had similarly arisen because of him. Yanjiaoge couldn't help but wonder if he could find the answers to many other inconceivable mysteries from the Concealed Sovereign. For example, he had previously mentioned to his mother, Xue Chuqing, that there were clearly fewer people like Xikong Qing in the world beyond worlds than they had expected, so few that it was abnormal. If Xue Chuqing hadn't made a mistake back then, there was only one explanation. Others knew of this as they secretly gathered those who resembled Xikong Qing in the world beyond worlds. He secretly collected the Tianyuan stone fragments without anyone knowing. Was this person the one in the restful immortal valley? This kind of thinking was, of course, a little hasty and groundless. He couldn't let the concealed sovereign take all the blame just because he did things in the dark. However, after thinking about it, Yan Zhaoge really felt that this expert in the world beyond worlds was very suspicious. I can't be too prejudiced. Otherwise, it's easy to be blinded by a leaf and affect my judgment. Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, shook his head and turned around to leave. Since he was in the Kunlun Mountain, Yan Zhaoge went all the way north to the northern high peaks Jade Capital Crag. Seeing Wang Pu couldn't help but say emotionally, "Junior apprentice brother Yan, I really don't know whether you have remarkable abilities or great fortune. You really found the Astro Sovereign and brought him back to the world beyond worlds." Senior apprentice brother Wang is overpraising me. I also feel that I'm quite lucky this time. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. However, it's not all good news. It's still far from being a worry-free time. Any news from senior apprentice Uncle Yu? Wang Pu answered seriously, I was just about to tell you. Master finally sent back some news not long ago. Yan Zhaoge's spirit rose. What did senior apprentice Uncle Yu say? Master didn't say much. He only said that he already knew about the earthly exalt. Wang Pu answered seriously, Master said that he had something to deal with and couldn't come back from the outer space in a short time. However, he also mentioned that the earthly sovereign might not be able to come back now. So we don't need to worry about the Qilin Cliff for the time being. What we need to do is to pay attention to the restful immortal valley. Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge's heart moved slightly. He remembered the news that he heard from Gao Shuebo when he was in the roving Jade Heavens. Although it hadn't been confirmed and the truth wasn't clear, there seemed to be some trouble in the immortal court. According to what Wang Pu said and the brief message sent back by the Sword Sovereign, maybe the news that the roving Jade Heavens got was true. Because Wang Pu hadn't become the supreme martial saint, the message sent by the Sword Sovereign to him was mostly vague. Yan Zhaoge speculated that the something to deal with, that the Sword Sovereign said might be related to the immortal court. Now, Yan Zhaoge had already heard a lot of secrets from Xue Chuqing and the Astro Sovereign. For example, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds didn't stay in the world beyond worlds most of the time. Moreover, they might stay for a long time every time they went out. It might be a few years or even a dozen years or even longer. Apart from exploring the outer realms, a considerable portion of his energy was actually used for something else. That was, when the immortal court and the blessed lands fought against each other, they would participate in the war from time to time and help the immortal court to fight against the blessed lands of Buddhism. The relationship between the world beyond worlds and the immortal court was much better than the relationship between the southern extremity longevity emperor and the roving Jade Heavens. It was said that the North Star Emperor had even fought against them personally. Of course, it was very rare. No matter how the relationship between them was better, the North Star Emperor still had to be on guard against the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Sometimes, Yan Zhaoge felt that this might be the deepest and darkest side of the world beyond worlds. However, he believed that the earthly sovereign and the others must have done something beneficial to the world beyond worlds in the process. Both sides had been on guard against each other, cooperating with each other, and spying and infiltrating each other all the way. For thousands of years, even a long epic wouldn't be able to describe all the soul-stirring things that had happened secretly. However, what happened in the territory of the immortal court that made senior apprentice Uncle Yu and the earthly sovereign temporarily stay there? Yan Zhaoge pondered. After all, the earthly sovereign and the sword sovereign didn't belong to the immortal court. According to their tacit understanding, it was normal for them to help each other, but they wouldn't be forced to stay by the immortal court to calm down the chaos. Unless. Yan Zhaoge touched his chin. This chaos isn't caused by the blessed lands of Buddhism, but related to our 3 clear lineage. Chapter 1199. If it was related to the 3 clear lineage, it would be fine if earthly sovereign and sword sovereign were not there. But if they were there, they would be gloating if they just left. This was not in line with the general style of the world beyond worlds. The Sword Emperor might not be willing to do so, but under different circumstances, different situations would have different ways of dealing with them. It was possible that she would not be able to leave. The same principle applied to earthly sovereign. Wang Jingqing's death allowed him to return to the world beyond worlds. Even the immortal court couldn't find fault with him. But earthly sovereign would rather put aside the matter of Wang Jingqing and the Broad Creed Mountain and stay in the outer space. So it must be a big deal. It might not be very critical, but it must be very troublesome. Because Yan Zhaoge didn't know what was going on in the immortal court, he couldn't make more speculations. Anyway, it was great news that earthly sovereign couldn't return to the world beyond worlds in a short time. It was an unexpected surprise. Concealed sovereign was blocked in the restful immortal valley by astro sovereign. Yin Zhaoge and the broad Creed Mountain had a lot of free time. At the same time they had more time to plan. Earthly sovereign went out, but heavenly monarch might come back. It was really bad news. Now the pressure was much less. Of course it was just a little less than before. Actually, it was still a big pressure. There was no other reason. Just like when a true immortal crossed the pure profound tribulation and reached the profound immortal realm, he would be reborn again. If a profound immortal successfully crossed the profound origin tribulation and reached the virtual immortal realm of five Chi's unification, it would be a whole new world. Although it was not certain that earthly sovereign would cross the profound origin tribulation in a short time, as astro sovereign said, the possibility was very high. Yin Zhaoge couldn't tell Wang Pu much about the situation of the immortal court. Wang Pu had vaguely sensed it. But he was a prudent person and didn't have such strong curiosity. So he wouldn't ask. I sent the letter to Master before Astro Sovereign returned. So Master didn't know about Astro Sovereign's matter at that time. Wang Pu said, after that I tried to contact Master for the second time and told him that Astro Sovereign had returned to the world beyond worlds. But Master didn't reply for the second time. The Astro Sovereign might stay in the restful immortal valley for a long time to seal the place. Yin Zhaoge briefly explained what he had seen in the restful immortal valley. Yin Zhaoge also roughly explained some of the things that the concealed sovereign had done. Wang Pu was dumbfounded. It took him a long time to recover his senses. This is really, this. He smiled bitterly and said, previously I thought that the reason why Master mentioned to pay attention to the movements in the restful immortal valley was because the concealed sovereign has always supported the earthly sovereign. Only now do I understand that Master probably meant something else. Although it was possible that Astro Sovereign might not have found any specific clues like he did. However, after so many years, the Sword Sovereign must have known that the concealed sovereign wasn't as low profile and indifferent as everyone thought. If it weren't for the return of the Astro Sovereign, we would have to pay attention to the restful immortal valley. A hint of a bitter smile appeared on Yin Zhaoge's face, although I had long suspected that the concealed sovereign was not simple, and that he definitely had something up his sleeves, I had not thought that he would actually have so much money to spare. As the old saying goes, those who bite. Before Yin Zhaoge finished his words, Wang Pu looked at him helplessly. Junior brother Yin? Yin Zhaoge shrugged and turned to say, anyway, since the return of the Astro Sovereign, we are much more relaxed and free. But it's still far from the time when the weapons are stored away. His expression became serious. The key is what will happen next. After saying goodbye to Wang Pu, Yin Zhaoge left the Jade Capital Crag in the Kunlun Mountain, and went all the way to the eastern vast heaven territory. On his way through the central June heaven territory, he passed by the Yuanzhou city on the Mai Plain and stopped at the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. At this moment, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had recovered its prosperity. The return of the Astro Sovereign to the broad Creed Mountain was undoubtedly a great news for the business of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. Recently, there was a rumor that the Astro Sovereign went to the Kunlun Mountain and directly froze the restful immortal valley where the concealed sovereign was. Such a strong performance made people more confident in the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. Of course, there were also many people who felt uneasy. The Astro Sovereign's performance was too strong. It seemed that he was no longer a neutral mediator, but a supporter of the broad Creed Mountain. In this way, the future situation and conflicts in the world beyond worlds were likely to become more intense. But it was unknown whether it would become a 2-on-2 battle between the four sovereigns, which would lead to the division and confrontation of the entire world beyond worlds. Having lived in peace for a long time, people were relatively more anxious to be at peace. However, as the two sides gradually became evenly matched, they would be more cautious in the end, and it would not be so easy for them to take action. People who were worried were comforting themselves like this. Yin Zhaoge felt the atmosphere of the crowd. Although he was not completely sure what they were thinking, he could guess something. He didn't say anything more. After inspecting the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, he continued his journey to the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory. The current Eastern Vast Heaven Territory had really changed a lot. Now, in the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory, the most feared and taboo person was no longer a man in cyan clothes with the pattern of the 9 branches of the ancient tree on his sleeve. Instead, it was a man in a white robe with a blue robe outside. If there was a black border on the robe besides the white robe and blue robe, then it would be more important to pay attention to it. The remote Cloud Mountain's clear light locale had become yesterday's story. The broad Creed Mountain was the current ruler of the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory. Moreover, even if they went out of the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory and went to other places, the local martial arts practitioners would not dare to underestimate the descendants of the broad Creed Mountain. Yan Zhaoge went all the way to the east, and passed by the remote Cloud Mountain where the clear light locale had been. There was no clear light locale here. As far as Yan Zhaoge knew, the broad Creed Mountain did not kill the clear light locale. His father Yan Di had only dealt with some people who had tried to hunt his mother Xue Chuqing. The broad Creed Mountain did not occupy the remote Cloud Mountain, but found another place to move its headquarters. However, his father Yan Di had moved part of the spiritual qi of the earth veins in the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory with his peerless magic power. Because of this, the remote Cloud Mountain was no longer the place with the richest spiritual qi in the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory. Its spiritual qi uncontrollably leaked along the earth veins to the new headquarters of the broad Creed Mountain. In this way the clear light locale naturally declined. They were too ashamed to continue staying in the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory. The remaining people of the clear light locale had already moved their headquarters away from the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory. Although the remote Cloud Mountain in front of them was no longer outstanding, it was still one of the few blessed lands in the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory. However, in a short period of time, no other forces came to occupy it, so it was rarely left vacant. Yan Zhaoge did not stop at the remote Cloud Mountain. Instead, he continued to the east and went straight to the coast of the East Sea. As soon as he arrived at the seaside, he saw a beautiful spirit mountain on the horizon. The east peak of the Taoism, the broad Creed Mountain. Chapter 1200. Just like on the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea back then, broad Creed Mountain was also on the sea at this moment, resembling both an island and a mountain. Looking from afar, it was shrouded in multicolored light, and white smoke was rising. Yan Zhaoge traversed the sea and arrived before the clan. He first raised his head and gazed upwards. Within the sky, numerous streaks of light were indistinctly visible, blanketing the sky above broad Creed Mountain as they extended into the surrounding horizon. That was precisely broad Creed Mountain's grand formation. Currently, it had not activated its full power, so ordinary people would not be able to see anything abnormal about it. However, when an enemy came to attack, the formation would come into play and cause the enemy to bleed. If someone tried to sneak in while the formation was not operating at full power, the mountain guarding formation would be triggered and teach them a lesson. Of course, if the enemy's strength was too great, that would be a different matter altogether. However, if it really was someone who could ignore broad Creed Mountain's guardian grand formation, that person would naturally not be an ordinary enemy. It was just that there were only so few people in the current world beyond worlds who possessed such domineering strength. With Yan Di personally guarding over the clan, he would naturally make a move to deal with them when the time came. Oh, there are some changes. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and looked for a moment, looking thoughtful. It should be Mother's doing. When broad Creed Mountain had first established itself in the world beyond worlds and re-established itself in the Royal Reed Sea, Yan Zhaoge had already modified its guardian grand formation. Under the environmental conditions at that time, it could be said to be close to perfection. Even an expert who had already pushed open the immortal door would be limited by the local conditions and couldn't do better than Yan Zhaoge. After coming to the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory and rebuilding the cave manor, the grand formation that Yan Zhaoge had modified back then was naturally moved over. With Yan Zhaoge's discernment ability, he very quickly saw that the grand formation had been upgraded once more on the basis of adapting to the local conditions. This was related to the fact that the current conditions of this place were better than in the Spirit Inheritance region of the Royal Reed Sea. However, to be able to make further improvements on the basis of Yan Zhaoge's improvements would undoubtedly require extremely high attainments and formations. Of the current martial saints of the world beyond worlds including the Exalts, besides the upper Exalt Qin Shanhua whose cultivation was hard to fathom, Yan Zhaoge could only think of his mother, Xue Chuqing, who possessed a similar level of attainment and formations to him. One could see this just by looking at Xiao Ai's outstanding skills in this area. While Xue Chuqing's current cultivation base had already been surpassed by Yan Zhaoge's, she was one of the rare few whose attainments and formations were comparable to his at the same cultivation level. The relocation of Broad Creed Mountain and the reconstruction of its guardian grand formation had naturally been a result of Xue Chuqing's efforts. "Young master, you've returned." Hu, who had long since received the news that Yan Zhaoge was returning, now came out to welcome him. Yan Zhaoge smiled upon seeing her. "I did not see Xiao Ai in the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. Did she sneak back here?" Ahu gave a silly smile. Madam is finally back. It's inevitable that Xiao Ai will return to the mountain more frequently. Madam has scolded her, but the patriarch said that the matters of the Qinji pavilion have not been delayed. It's fine if she wants to come back and visit Madam more often. This girl? Yin Zhaoge could not help but laugh as he shook his head. When he saw his parents, he saw that Xiao Ai was trying to sneak away. Xiao Ai, Yin Zhaoge called out slowly. Yes. Xiao Ai stood at attention with a whoosh and turned around. She smiled so widely that only her eyebrows could be seen. Young master, I haven't seen you for a while. You look even more elegant than before. Tape. Definitely Tape. Yin Zhaoge and Xue Chuqing both looked at her with an amused expression on their faces. Xiao Ai's eyeballs kept darting around. She just dared not to look at Yin Zhaoge in the eyes. I didn't say that I would blame you. Yin Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, Why are you feeling guilty? Xiao Ai smiled embarrassedly. Yin Zhaoge looked her up and down. Instead, you're getting more and more lazy. Why do you have to learn from Pan Pan? Pan Pan, who was in Xue Chuqing's arms, turned around and blinked innocently. After chatting for a while, Yin Di said seriously, I have already met the Astro Sovereign and talked a lot about the current world beyond worlds. Now I'm going to set off again. Yin Zhaoge nodded. According to the Astro Sovereign's instructions, I'm going to look for the exalted fire and the exalted wood. He looked at Xue Chuqing. Xue Chuqing nodded with a calm expression. My great-Grand Master was seriously injured and went into seclusion. Granny Grand Master also knows about this, but she has been missing ever since. If my great-Grand Master is still alive, it'll be a great fortune. If not, it's also fate. Yin Zhaoge said, Don't be too pessimistic. After all, it's still uncertain. I think we should try to find the exalted fire first. If what the Astro Sovereign said is true, the exalted fire has been looking for the exalted wood all these years. He might have more clues. Now that we have the clues provided by the Astro Sovereign, let's act according to it. Xue Chuqing nodded. I'll leave the area latitude formation aside for now. Has the Astro Sovereign seen Juner and sister-in-law Yuzhen? Yin Zhaoge asked again. Yin Di let out a breath slowly. According to the Astro Sovereign, they are two devils with extremely high cultivation. After being killed, they were reborn. They want to use Jun-Er and his mother as their bodies to seek a chance of resurrection. Now we can't completely cut off their hope. It's not the right time to cut off their roots. After a pause, Yin Di said slowly, Great destruction is also the time of great establishment. The most dangerous time is the time when we have the biggest chance. Just as I expected. Yin Zhaoge raised his head slightly and murmured. Xue Chuqing sighed softly. She had never met Shi Jun and his mother before. However, Shi Tai and Shi Songtao were acquainted with each other. Especially Shi Songtao, who was just a teenager at that time, had attended the wedding banquet of her and Yin Di and acted as the usher. I'll go to see Jun-Er and his mother later. Yin Zhaoge came back to reality and changed the topic. He talked about what he had seen and heard in the restful Immortal Valley. Hearing that, Yin Di and Xue Chuqing looked at each other and felt it was unbelievable. I've known that the concealed sovereign is not simple. But now it seems that he is even more surprising than I expected. Xue Chuqing came back to reality and said with a bitter smile. Yin Di frowned. It's hard not to suspect that he is the one behind many things. Exactly. Yin Zhaoge shrugged his shoulders. Xue Chuqing thought for a while and reminded, maybe he is trying to drive a wedge between us. But we need to reconsider the position of the Brocade Emperor. No matter the one in black or the one in white. Compared to the Brocade Emperor in black, the Brocade Emperor in white seemed to be swayed by his emotions. However, if what the concealed sovereign said was true, he had the method to help the Brocade Emperor in white who had turned to the sentimental path to advance to the profound immortal realm. There was no doubt about the value of this method. If the Brocade Emperor in white owed the concealed sovereign a favor, the worst possibility was that he would not help either side. We still need to work hard to improve ourselves. That's the most important thing. Yin Di said calmly. Yin Zhaoge nodded. So, there's a bad news and a good news. Chapter 1201. Please give me your monthly votes. Thank you. The bad news was that earthly sovereign Jianghu might reach the realm of five Qis unification at any time and become a heavenly lord. If it was just a guess because he had been a sovereign for many years, now it was confirmed by concealed sovereign's words and astro sovereign's words. Although it was not certain, the possibility was more than 99%, which was infinitely close to 100%. With Earthly Sovereign's usual power, if he succeeded, even Astro Sovereign and Sword Sovereign together couldn't resist the pressure brought by him. The good news was that Earthly Sovereign still couldn't return to the world beyond worlds. Since Sword Sovereign Yu Jinbei didn't give a clear answer in his letter, it meant that it would take a long time. This gave Yan Zhaoge and the Broad Creed Mountain a chance. When Yan Zhaoge killed Wang Jingqing, his prediction of the future situation was much more serious than this. The current situation was already a surprise. Speaking of Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu and Earthly Sovereign both staying in the outer space, I have a guess. While touching his chin, Yan Zhaoge said, I think it might be related to the exalted fire that I'm going to find. After sending Xiao Ai and Ah Hu out, there were only 3 of them in the room, so they didn't have to worry about mentioning the Immortal Court. Yan Di had the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud before, and now he had already reached the Supreme Martial Saint realm. Xue Chuqing had half of the river diagram to protect herself, so she was fine. As for Yan Zhaoge, no matter whether his parents believed him or not, he had already gone to the Immortal Court. Even if there was something wrong with him, he didn't need to worry about it anymore. Exalted fire. Yan Di and Xue Chuqing both started to ponder. Their eyes lit up and they said at the same time, You mean Mars Halberd? As Astro Sovereign said, there were many people looking for Exalted Wood Luminary. Among them, Exalted Fire Luminary Sua Mingzhang was the most dedicated one. He had been searching for it for many years. At the same time, there were also many people looking for him. Exalted Solar Luminary Yi Gao Han and other Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's followers were looking for him. The world beyond worlds was also paying attention, and so was the Immortal Court. For this reason, they had actually considered looking for a leakless immortal weapon refined by Sua Mingzhang in the past, which was the Mars Halberd. This weapon stood out from the masses, its circumstances special. Even when compared to other immortal armaments, it was still extremely special. Because it had its own independent thoughts and memories, it was almost an independent life. Yan Di and Xue Chuqing both thought of something that Yan Zhaoge had told them in the past. This had happened when Yan Zhaoge, the Brocade Emperor, the Encompassing Emperor and Meng Wan had first entered the 9 underworlds in search of Feng Yunxing. It was also at that time that the Brocade Emperor's cultivation deviation had intensified due to Yan Zhaoge and Chen Qianhua as he had split into 2, the black-clothed one and the white-clothed one. Before this, the Brocade Emperor had contacted Mars Halberd to come to the 9 underworlds with the excuse of having another showdown with him. Actually, he had secretly informed the people of the Immortal Court. In the end, the 2 sovereigns of the Immortal Court came together to capture and subdue Mars Halberd. In the end, Mars Halberd escaped from the 9 Nether with the help of the complicated local environment and a group of demons. After that, Mars Halberd's whereabouts were unknown, and Yan Zhaoge was not sure whether he had fallen into the hands of the Immortal Court. However, this might lead to the appearance of Exalted Fire Luminary. Exalted Fire Luminary might not agree with Mars Halberd's slaughter of dragons, but he didn't stop it either. Later, Mars Halberd had been sealed in the ancient cold abyss by the dragon race. Exalted Fire Luminary might not have been in any real danger. Therefore, Exalted Fire Luminary might not have asked about it. However, it would be a totally different matter if the Immortal Court took action. If Exalted Fire Luminary had gotten the news, he would not have been so indifferent. But if Exalted Fire Luminary had gotten the news, he would not have remained indifferent. It was said that he had a bad temper. It was not impossible for him to make trouble in the territory of the Immortal Court, whether he wanted to take revenge or rescue. Since it involved the people of the 3 clear lineage and the new 9 luminaries of Kunlun, it was understandable that Earthly Sovereign attached great importance to it and didn't even have time to return to the world beyond worlds. Maybe Sword Sovereign didn't want to agitate Earthly Sovereign and also wanted to know the situation in time so that he could come up with a plan. Although it might involve other important figures of the Taoist sects, your guess is not without reason. Xue Chuqing nodded in agreement. It is said that Exalted Fire Luminary's temper is a little, well, wild. Therefore he was an unstable factor for all parties. Otherwise they wouldn't pay so much attention to his whereabouts. It's just a possibility. God knows what is going on. Yan Zhaoge said, Before I get enough information, I will still act according to the original plan. Yan Di and Xue Chuqing both nodded, of course. After talking about business, the topic of the family of 3 gradually became relaxed and they started talking and laughing again. In the end, Yan Zhaoge suddenly glanced at Xue Chuqing with a sneaky look. Mother, I once asked my father a question. I asked him at the same level who is stronger, him or you. Guess how he answered? Xue Chuqing glanced at Yan Di smilingly. Yendi didn't feel embarrassed and also smiled slightly. With his personality, he definitely wouldn't help me in front of you. Xue Chuqing curled her lips. He naturally said that he was stronger. However, it was also the truth. After a short pause, Xue Chuqing added, however, when we were in the Eight Extremities world, he cultivated in Broad Creed Mountains martial arts, which were slightly inferior to mine. At that time, his saber intent also hadn't reached major accomplishment. Yendi's expression didn't change. What Xue Chuqing said was true. Broad Creed Mountains martial arts at that time were indeed inferior to Xue Chuqing's top-notch martial arts of the world beyond worlds. Saying that it was slightly inferior was because Xue Chuqing had been lenient with her words. At that time, the profundities of Yendi's creation saber hadn't been fully revealed yet. It was just the tip of the iceberg. As his cultivation base grew higher and higher, the sharpness of it grew stronger and stronger. Right now, he's definitely more than a little stronger than me at the same level. Xue Chuqing sighed exaggeratedly. Moreover, he is already a human exalt while I am only an early immortal bridge martial saint. You have been wandering about for so many years, your cultivation environment probably even worse than that of a lower world. You have unknowingly wasted much of your time. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be like this. Yendi lightly grabbed her hand. There's no need for you to run around in the future. Xue Chuqing turned, the couple smiling as they exchanged glances. Cough, 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 cough. As Yendi and Xue Chuqing turned, they saw Yan Zhaoge glaring furiously at them. This is too much, you too. Yan Zhaoge's face was filled with grief and indignation. Now that you have reunited as husband and wife, shouldn't you show some consideration for those who have yet to find a wife? Chapter 1202. Xue Chuqing looked at her and Yendi's hands and then looked at Yan Zhaoge. She couldn't help smiling. Yes, I should understand, she said with a smile. But Yan Zhaoge clearly saw that she held Yendi's hand tighter. I can't live like this anymore. Yan Zhaoge cried and left immediately to protest. He didn't want to be hurt anymore. Xue Chuqing turned to look at Yendi. Did I go too far? Yendi smiled. You underestimate him. He did it on purpose. I don't know how to get along with him. Besides, I feel sorry for Zhaoge. Xue Chuqing murmured. I have never been by his side since he was a child. Yendi held her hand and squeezed it gently. It'll be fine. I was a new father. I didn't know how to take care of a child. Xue Chuqing nodded and cheered up. Zhaoge is always busy. You don't need to guard me in the mountain gate. Astro Sovereign blocked the restful immortal valley, not only to keep an eye on Concealed Sovereign, but also to intimidate the entire world beyond worlds. Astro Sovereign blocked the Dao Arena and cave residence of Concealed Sovereign. But it seemed that Concealed Sovereign didn't have any temper at all. Of course, this made Astro Sovereign and the Broad Creed Mountain much more powerful. Before Concealed Sovereign came out again or Earthly Sovereign returned to the world beyond worlds, anyone who wanted to do harm to the Broad Creed Mountain would have to think twice. Astro Sovereign blocked the Concealed Sovereign, which meant that Astro Sovereign had the upper hand. He could leave the restful immortal valley at any time. As a profound immortal emperor, the world beyond worlds wasn't that big even though it was vast. Although it could not be said that they could arrive in an instant, it did not take too long to arrive. That was why Xue Chuqing said that Astro Sovereign could intimidate the entire world beyond worlds now. Not to mention that Heaven Emperor and Upper Exalt Qin Shenhua were not in the world beyond worlds now. Even if they were, Astro Sovereign could do whatever they wanted. Of course, it meant that Concealed Sovereign could move freely. But Astro Sovereign was still a great deterrent. Female Emperor had never shown up, and few people in the world beyond worlds knew her exact whereabouts, let alone what had happened in the land of Tranquil Stream. In everyone's opinion, Female Empress was on the same side as Astro Sovereign. This was also an invisible deterrent. Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain naturally had no interest in correcting everyone's misconceptions in this area. Therefore, without Earthly Sovereign, Concealed Sovereign and Astro Sovereign, Yan Zhaoge and the Broad Creed Mountain had a lot of freedom. Not only was Yan Zhaoge able to move about freely, Yendi and Ye Jingxin were also much more relaxed, able to enter secluded cultivation whenever they wanted, and go out whenever they wanted. With Broad Creed Mountain having relocated to the eastern Vast Heaven Territory, the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea appeared rather empty. Before the return of the Astro Sovereign, the southern Exalt Nye Jingxin had been stationed at the border of the Royal Reed Sea, around Circumference Mountain in the southern Blazing Heaven Territory, in case the Heaven Emperor made a comeback and coveted the later Earth text in the Royal Reed Sea. With the current situation, it would be fine even if Yan Di and Ye Jingshan both left. Before the earthly sovereign returned to the world beyond worlds, it would be very difficult for the Heaven Emperor to act rashly. Yes, it is indeed much easier. I can start preparing for many things. Yendi's gaze was calm. I can't go on like this, I really can't go on like this. Yin Zhaoge came out with a depressed look on his face. Seeing this, Ahu asked curiously, "Young master, what's wrong with you?" Yin Zhaoge stopped and looked at Ahu up and down for a long time. Then he suddenly smiled, "Not bad, there is someone who is even more miserable than me." Ahu looked puzzled. Yin Zhaoge said smilingly, "Well done, Ahu. Keep it up. I have high hopes for you." So Ahu was even more puzzled. "Young master, I will naturally do my best to do whatever you ask me to do. But which thing are you talking about?" Yin Zhaoge smiled without answering. Then he put his hands behind his back and walked away. Sure enough, seeing someone who is even more miserable than me, my mood instantly improved a lot. Old friends really don't deceive me. Yin Zhaoge touched his lips. Although I am also a bachelor now, I'm not really a bachelor. I'm just a fake bachelor. Yeah, that's it. After emphasizing it again in his heart, Yin Zhaoge became a little resentful. "Wastrel wife, when I catch you, I will make you pay." He walked along the mountain path while letting his imagination run wild. The broad Creed mountain was built by Yan Di with his great magical ability to move mountains and move seas. With his intention, the layout of this place was the same as the broad Creed mountain in the Eight Extremities world and the Spirit Inheritance region in the Royal Reed Sea. So Yin Zhaoge walked all the way to Shi Jun's residence with familiarity. Shi Jun and his mother had already returned to the broad Creed mountain from Kunlun Mountain's jade capital crag. "Junior Uncle Yin?" Seeing Yin Zhaoge coming, Shi Jun, who was about to go out, was slightly stunned, and then he was overjoyed. Yin Zhaoge looked at Shi Jun carefully. According to what Yin Zhaoge mentioned to his parents, Astro Sovereign had checked the situation of Shi Jun and his mother. He also mentioned the situation of the big demon who intended to use them to be reincarnated. The result was really shocking. The big demon who threatened Jun, or might be equivalent to our Taoism's heavenly lord before he perished. As for the big demon who threatened Yuzhen, even Astro Sovereign couldn't be sure about his background. Which was already an important clue, because there were only a limited number of such demons. It's not easy for me to come back to the mountain, and I'm going to leave the mountain soon. So I want to take a walk and see everyone. Yin Zhaoge didn't show any abnormality on his face. He asked Shi Jun with a smile, "I see you are going out. Where are you going?" "Speaking of which, it has something to do with you, Junior Uncle." Shi Jun answered, "Junior Uncle, you brought back the treasure tree from the Heaven Emperor's cave residence, the illusory coming peak. Now it is planted on the Gen Mountain peak. But after that treasure tree was transplanted here, it didn't grow well. Although it didn't wither, it looked listless. Everyone is having a headache." As Shi Jun said, he held a porcelain pot in his hand. "I remembered that I brought back some spiritual spring water when I went out to travel, so I want to try watering the tree. That ginseng fruit tree grafted." Yin Zhaoge touched his chin. Shi Jun nodded, "Yes. Although it is not a real ginseng fruit tree, it is full of spiritual qi. If it can bear fruit, it must be extraordinary. It would be a pity if it withered." Don't worry. After thinking for a while, Yin Zhaoge suddenly smiled. "I also have an idea. Maybe we can try." Shi Jun's eyes suddenly lit up. Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, "Come with me. Bring the spring water you collected. Let's have a try." Chapter 1203. Yin Zhaoge led Shi Jun to the Gen Peak of the Broad Creed Mountain's 8 peaks. Of Broad Creed Mountain's 8 peaks, the highest was the main peak, the Heaven Rising Peak. But at this moment, Heaven Rising Peak did not seem outstanding. There was a towering tree on top of Mount General. The branches and leaves of the giant tree flickered with a faint green light. The trunk was straight and tall, appearing extremely majestic. In fact, its true size should be even bigger than what was seen now. It was truly a giant tree that could support the heavens and the earth. Because Yan Di had adjusted the distance of the space around the Gen Mountain peak, the huge tree didn't look so out of place. Even so, it was still incomparably huge and unforgettable. However, this towering tree didn't seem to be flourishing at all. Although it did not wither, it seemed to have very little vitality. It was not difficult to see that if this continued, there would come a day when it would wither. The Heaven Emperor possesses a secret technique passed down by the 5 manor locale of pre-Great Calamity times. It would not be hard for him to plant this tree. As for others, they would have to put in more effort. Yan Zhaoge appraised the great tree. At the moment, it could be confirmed that Yendi's compression of space was not the reason why the treasured tree could not grow normally. It was the same as a transplant. Even if the environment was changed, it did not matter much. The Broad Creed Mountain specifically searched and captured a disciple of the Heaven Emperor who had fled from the illusory coming peak when Yan Zhaoge broke through the gate. From him, they learned that they didn't understand the cultivation method of the treasure tree either. He had always done whatever the Big Dry Emperor instructed him to do. At that time, the Qin Emperor would give them some spring water to water the treasured tree. However, they did not know where to find the spring water. Chief has summoned senior apprentice Uncle Feng from the Eight Extremities world to specially research on the cultivation of this treasured tree. Looking at that massive tree that towered into the heavens, Shijun revealed a pained expression. Still, there have been no results so far. I just guessed that father would call junior apprentice brother Feng up. Yan Zhaoge could not help but laugh. He glanced over the peak of Mount Zhen and saw a familiar figure under the treasured tree. It was Yan Zhaoge's good friend Feng Moyang. While he was young, he was rather accomplished in the Tao of alchemy, second only to Yan Zhaoge amongst Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation. If one didn't look at his cultivation level and only looked at his skill in alchemy, he would be one of the top alchemy experts in the entire sect. In addition, in order to collect herbs, he had also done a lot of research on the cultivation of plants. He was already talented in this aspect and he became even more adept at it. Although his cultivation was not high and he was not famous in the world beyond worlds, Feng Moyang was already a famous expert elder in the Broad Creed Mountain. At this moment he was focused on the grafted ginseng fruit tree. Yan Zhaoge patted Feng Moyang's shoulder. Feng Moyang was startled and turned around. The next moment, Feng Moyang came to himself and said, "You're back? I came back to the mountain to take a look. I'll be leaving soon." Yan Zhaoge smiled. Hearing that something had happened to this tree, I naturally had to make a trip here. What I brought back, I can't just let it be left to waste. Hearing this, Feng Moyang said helplessly, "You still remember that it was you who sent the tree back to the mountain." He turned to look at the towering tree in front of him and said, "Our sect has made several trips to Kunlun Mountain and collected all the water sources near the former site of the illusory coming peak, but none of them worked. I don't know where the great Emperor of Heaven got the spring water. If the range is too large, there will be too many water sources. Even if I have the energy to find them one by one, I'm afraid there won't be enough time." Some disciples of the Broad Creed Mountain gathered around, but dared not to approach. They whispered, Is that fallen deity senior brother Yin?" "I think so. I've seen the image before." "What do you mean by seems so?" "It's true. Who else has such a bearing?" "Looks like it's very ordinary. What do you know? That's the image of returning to the natural state. If an ordinary mortal approaches the tree and is illuminated by the treasured light on the leaves, he will directly faint. Even for us, if we don't operate our martial arts to resist, who can approach it? If you operate your martial arts, can you be like an ordinary person?" "That's true. So, senior brother Yen is really powerful." "That's nonsense. That's the fallen deity. In the 9th level of the martial saint realm, even the real immortals can't defeat senior brother Yen." "What is senior uncle Yen doing here? Is he also here for the tree?" "Senior Uncle Yen can't do anything about it. How is it possible? How come Senior Uncle Yen can't do anything about it?" "No, senior brother, don't worry. I have always admired Senior Uncle Yen very much. But today's matter has nothing to do with the level of cultivation. Having a high cultivation doesn't mean that you can know what kind of spring water to use to water the tree. You little brat, you're really itching for a beating. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of my master." The group of people was talking about it, but they didn't dare to approach. According to seniority, Yan Zhaoge was also a third-generation disciple of the Broad Creed Mountain. But in the current Broad Creed Mountain, who would really treat him as a junior disciple, let alone these juniors? For this group of juniors, especially the new disciples of the Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Zhaoge was simply like a totem god, who was on a completely different level from them. Everyone was looking at Feng Moyang and Shijun with envy. They were envious that they could talk and laugh with Yan Zhaoge. Although they yearned for it, no one dared to take a step forward. "I have an idea. Let's try it," said Yan Zhaoge to Feng Moyang. Feng Moyang looked at him curiously. Yan Zhaoge took out a small jade pot. "What is this?" Feng Moyang and Shijun looked at the jade pot curiously. Yan Zhaoge casually threw the jade pot into the air and caught it when it was about to fall. during the first opening ceremony in the Royal Reed Sea, when the Heaven Emperor invaded, I heavily injured him with the sword light of Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu of the Jade Capital Rock, and the Heaven Emperor dropped it at that time. Feng Moyang's eyes suddenly flickered. Could it be? Why don't you try it? You don't need to use the water of the Kunlun Mountain, said Yan Zhaoge to Shi Jun. Little Jun, give me that pot of spring water. Shi Jun's expression also became excited, and he handed over the porcelain pot. Yan Zhaoge took it and poured the water in the porcelain pot into the jade pot. Shi Jun's porcelain pot was specially made, and it had the effect of the shadow shrinking pouch. Although it didn't look big, it contained a huge amount of water, as if all the lakes and seas had been poured into it. And the jade pot in Yan Zhaoge's hand was obviously the same. No matter how much water was poured into it, it didn't overflow at all. Yan Zhaoge didn't empty the porcelain pot. After filling a part of the water into the jade pot, he stopped, closed the lid, shook it, and then let it rest for a while. Everyone held their breath in concentration. After a while, Yan Zhaoge threw it out. Under his control, the jade pot flew straight up to the top of the treasured tree, and then sprinkled down the sweet rain. The spring water seemed to be pouring down, hitting the branches and leaves, and then falling into the soil of the roots below. Chapter 1204. Water droplets hung on the branches and leaves of the tree, refracting the green light of the leaves, forming a hazy scene. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the towering tree curiously. After a while, Feng Moyang's expression changed first. Among the people present, those with relatively high cultivation also had their eyes lit up. Those with low cultivation didn't notice anything. However, they didn't blindly doubt it, so they all looked at their fellow disciples who had changed their expressions. Finally, after a long time, the rest of the people also changed their expressions. Is it my illusion? They looked at each other. I feel that the vitality of this tree seems to be a little stronger. Is it a psychological effect? Because I worship and trust Senior Apprentice Uncle Yen so much that I'm a little blind? Everyone was a little unconfident. Because the change of the tree in front of them was not obvious. However, it was really changing. It's this tree. Feng Moyang first clapped his hands and exclaimed. He looked at the jade pot in Yan Zhaoge's hand. It seems that after filling the water we should leave it for a long time, and then use it to water the tree. Hearing this, everyone was suddenly enlightened. Senior Apprentice Uncle Yen really has a solution. Someone exclaimed. Don't make a big fuss about it. All along, Senior Apprentice Brother Yen has always been proficient in solving various difficult problems. There haven't been many things that can stump him. A slightly older broad-creed mountain martial practitioner beside him said with pride. In the crowd, a beautiful girl turned a blind eye to the people and things around her. She just stared at Yan Zhaoge with blazing eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. However, she was not the only one. The female disciples around her age all looked the same. Most of them just secretly looked at Yan Zhaoge, but didn't dare to stare at him directly. Yan Zhaoge had long been used to being stared at by others. He didn't change his expression, instead he felt quite good. He calmly and indifferently let everyone stare at him. He weighed the jade pot in his hand and said with a smile, I was thinking about the function of this jade pot before, and it turned out to be here. The ginseng fruit tree is the legendary treasure of the Five Manor Temple. If you want to cultivate it, you really need to pay attention to it. Feng Moyang nodded. Raising his head to look at that towering tree, Yan Zhaoge smiled. The ginseng fruit is a good thing. While this tree is not pure, having been grafted over, if it really bears fruit, it will also be worth us looking forward to. The legendary ginseng fruit takes 3,000 years to bloom, 3,000 years to bear fruit, and 3,000 years to mature. I wonder if I can live to see it? Shi Jun said with yearning. Feng Moyang said, grafted fruit trees don't have as much spiritual qi, so they might bloom and bear fruit faster. From the looks of it, it has already bloomed and is just waiting for the fruits to ripen. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. As the three of them were chatting, Ahu came from afar. His expression was somewhat solemn. Young master, I just received a piece of news. How so? Yan Zhaoge asked. There is news that the upper exalt Qin Xianhua has recently crossed the boundary between immortal and mortal, Ahu said in a heavy tone. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows lightly. Oh? He safely passed the immortal mortal tribulation and pushed open the gate of immortality? The news hasn't been verified yet. Ahu shook his head and answered, however, the news didn't come from the Qilin Cliff, but from the ingenious flying peak. I heard it was from the encompassing emperor. Yan Zhaoge wasn't very surprised. He just rubbed his temples lightly and muttered to himself, "Did that guy get the heaven-opening scripture?" Seeing Ah Hu and the others looking at him curiously, Yan Zhaoge explained, "Regardless of whether Upper Chin is reliable or not, his talent in martial arts is worthy of recognition. I've seen him fight with others and even fought with him personally. So it's not strange that he has the strength to push open the gate of immortality. It's also not surprising that he could do it in such a short period of time. This kind of thing depends on the individual. Everyone's situation is different. At the same juncture, I might be walking on flat ground while you might be stuck for 1,000 years. It's very normal." Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, "I'm just curious. Did he push open the gate of immortality after gathering all the earlier Heaven 3 scriptures and later Heaven 6 scriptures? Or did he ignore the lack of the heaven-opening scripture and directly go through the tribulation? Because Qin Qianhua first cultivated the origin heavenly scripture and used it as his foundation, he was very convenient in some aspects. His accumulation of various exquisite supreme martial arts was very abundant. Of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures, except for the peerless heavenly scripture and the heaven-opening scripture, Qin Qianhua already had all of them. The peerless heavenly scripture was too special, so it could be ignored. The heaven-opening scripture's inheritance in the world beyond worlds had actually not stopped. However, because of some reasons, Qin Qianhua still hadn't obtained the heaven-opening scripture. Although they were happy to see a peerless genius and a new expert's rise, Qin Qianhua's character was still very troublesome. They couldn't help but feel a bit afraid of him and restrict him either openly or secretly. It wasn't that they wanted to suppress Qin Qianhua. It was just that in the eyes of the earthly sovereign and the other experts of the world beyond worlds, they still held back their attitude towards Qin Qianhua and needed to continue observing him. However, the current situation might not be so. Because a few people had emerged in the world beyond worlds, and they had become the best reins or even shackles for Qin Qianhua. On the other hand, Qin Qianhua might also restrict them. That's right, they were talking about Yan Zhaoge and his father as well as Nie Jingshan, who stood firmly on their side. Under such circumstances, some people would instead relax their restrictions on Qin Qianhua and even support him. It was not surprising that Qin Qianhua might obtain the heaven-opening scripture. Wang Jingqing had perished, and the earthly sovereign hadn't returned yet. However, don't forget that there was still such a person in the restful Immortal Valley. After going to the restful Immortal Valley and seeing the concealed sovereign himself, Yan Zhaoge didn't doubt that this seemingly low-key sovereign must have many other arrangements secretly. It wouldn't be surprising that Qin Qianhua obtained the heaven-opening scripture at a suitable time. This person's strength is already extraordinary. Once he ascends to the immortal realm, we can't treat him as an ordinary true immortal expert. Although Feng Moyang had just come to the world beyond worlds, he had naturally heard of Qin Qianhua and knew that this upper exalt didn't have a good relationship with the Broad Creed Mountain. If he gathers all the 9 heavenly scriptures, his strength will be even more extraordinary. As a core disciple of the Broad Creed Mountain, Feng Moyang was also cultivating the life creation heavenly scripture. Ah Hu looked at Yan Zhaoge and asked, "Young master, is it possible for him to reverse that legendary primordial first scripture with the 9 heavenly scriptures? It's possible for him to understand some of its profundities, but it's impossible for him to reverse it." Yan Zhaoge said calmly. It was useless to reverse it. There was no place for him to do so. However, if Qin Qianhua has really pushed open the immortal door, he really can't be underestimated. Yan Zhaoge stroked his chin and said, "That guy has an immortal artifact." Another important thing was that when Qin Qianhua crossed the human immortal realm, his strength would undergo a tremendous change. His ability to observe the past and present with the primordial heavenly scripture would also have a qualitative leap. Chapter 1205. Please support us with your monthly votes. Thank you. Ah Hu, Feng Moyang and Shi Jun all looked serious. Yan Zhaoge came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Upper Qin is unpredictable and unreliable. However, his target is always me, my father and senior apprentice brother Nie. Besides, he probably won't do harm to other people of our sect. Yan Zhaoge and the other 2 might not do that. However, if they all left the world beyond worlds, Qin Qianhua would be busy looking for them, and wouldn't do harm to the Broad Creed Mountain. Even if there was a possibility of attacking the enemy to save the besieged, Qin Qianhua would never consider it. It was not because he disdained to do that. He didn't have such a high moral principle. It was just that he wasn't interested in that method. In his opinion, searching like a cat chasing a mouse was a very interesting thing. How could he waste it? But his younger brother, the earthly young master Qin Qianhua. Yan Zhaoge said, Although I don't have much contact with him, he gives me a feeling that there's a dagger hidden in his smile. The sect needs to be on guard against him. Ahu and the other two nodded thoughtfully. Yen Zhaoge waved his hand to Ahu. Help me prepare something. I'm going out soon. Yes, young master. A pitiful look appeared on Ahu's face. Young master, can't I go with you this time? Yen Zhaoge shook his head. You could have gone with me last time. But you couldn't make it in time because of the tight time. But you can't this time. It had nothing to do with cultivation. Yen Zhaoge was looking for exalted fire luminary this time, and might contact the immortal court. The reason why earthly sovereign and sword sovereign stayed in the outer space was just Yen Zhaoge's guess. However, it was not entirely impossible. If exalted fire luminary had really made a mess in the immortal court, the situation would be more complicated than Yen Zhaoge had expected. Fortunately, to Yen Zhaoge, it was fine as long as he could get in touch with the other party. However, even so, there was still a possibility to contact the immortal court. Ahu didn't have any special treasure to protect himself. Yen Zhaoge didn't want Ahu to follow Fu Ting's example. Yes, young master, I understand. Seeing this, Ahu stopped playing dumb and answered seriously. After bidding farewell to Feng Moyang and Shi Jun, they went down the Mount Zhen together. Ahu, in a little while I will ask the clan to help me gather and prepare some things. After everything is gathered, do as I say, Yen Zhaoge said as he walked. Ahu answered, yes, young master. He rubbed his palms together. Young master, who are we going to use it against this time? You can say that it's against Qin Shenhua, but you can also say that it's not. Yen Zhaoge answered. Ahu was a little stunned. After pondering for a while, he vaguely understood. Young master, are you trying to mislead us? While the origin heavenly scripture could not see through Yen Zhaoge, it could see through the various things happening to those around him. As who was Yen Zhaoge's personal attendant, observing him was naturally very useful. However, if Yen Zhaoge and who could realize it, Qin Shenhua and his allies would naturally think of it as well. They would have to be wary of Yen Zhaoge intentionally digging a trap for them. Therefore, should they believe the information they received? After all, they could only obtain indirect information related to Yen Zhaoge. They would not be able to obtain any useful information directly from Yen Zhaoge. Young master, you're really far-sighted. Just as who was about to flatter Yen Zhaoge, his expression suddenly changed. Young master, I remember you mentioning that Upper Qin knows the hearts will heavenly scripture. With his cultivation being so much higher than mine, wouldn't your plan be exposed? The hearts will heavenly scripture can only see through a person's thoughts, but not their memories. Yen Zhaoge waved his hand nonchalantly. Even if it can, he can only see through you and not me. How can he be sure that I'm not deceiving you as well? Therefore, rest assured and do what I ask you to do. However, you still have to keep a low profile. Like I said just now, the second son of the Qin family is not a kind person. Qin Shenhua might not be interested in finding trouble with you, but Qin Kuanhua might not be the same. Not only you, even our clan's disciples have to be wary of him. Who hurriedly nodded. Yes, young master. I'll remember that. Yen Zhaoge did not stay on the mountain for too long and immediately set off. In fact, if it wasn't for a special matter, he would only stay with his parents for a few days at most. This matter was quite meaningful to Yen Zhaoge. Comprehending the heaven-opening scripture. When the astro-sovereign Qin Xuanzong was staying on the broad Creed mountain, he passed down the second scripture of the earlier heaven 3 scriptures of the primordial heavenly scripture to Yen Di. For this, both Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di were very grateful. The reason was that arts were not easily passed down. In this world, the seriousness of the Tao tradition was even higher than the bloodline inheritance most of the time. No disciple dared to leak the supreme martial art of their sect to their own clan without the permission of their sect. Most of the time, gratitude, kinship, friendship, and even the love between husband and wife had to be avoided when it came to the Tao tradition. Yen Di protected Fu Ting from being taken advantage of by the black-clothed brocade emperor. No matter how grateful Fu Ting was, she would not easily give the supreme martial art of the ingenious flying peak as a gift. The reason why she exchanged the supreme martial art of the Grand Clear lineage with the broad Creed Mountain was because she had entered the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud and comprehended the Tai Fist. Otherwise, no matter how grateful he was, he would only try to repay the favor in other ways. If they didn't have the Tai Fist, Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di wouldn't have casually asked for someone else's secret martial art. Over at the Roving Jade Heavens, Di Qinglian was from the same sect as the Profound Sovereign and was taught by the same master. Therefore, it was easy for people to criticize her, but most people turned a blind eye to it. In terms of inheritance, Astro Sovereign had nothing to do with Broad Creed Mountain at all. Unlike the hidden sovereign who might have given the heaven-opening book to Chen Qianhua for some other purpose, the Astro Sovereign gave the heaven-opening book to the Yan clan for the sake of their old friendship. Now that Yan Zhaoge had returned to the mountain, Yan Di taught him as well. Among the primordial heavenly scriptures, the heaven-opening scripture was ranked second among the 3 earlier scriptures. However, when it came to actual combat, it possessed the greatest destructive power, surpassing even the origin heavenly scriptures and the flipping heavenly scriptures. However, not everyone could cultivate the heaven-opening book. The vast majority of people would not be able to withstand the concept of creation, and their souls would be torn apart. Because it was related to one's own cultivation from the inside out, it had nothing to do with one's own strength. Even the experts who had pushed open the door to immortality might hurt themselves if they tried to cultivate it. Therefore, when the new 9 luminaries of Kunlun read the heaven-opening book together in the past, their respective successors inherited their legacies. However, only a few of them could learn the heaven-opening book. The same situation also applied to the immortal exterminating sword, the strongest of the 4 spirit treasures. Such martial arts were rare, but they were all top-notch supreme martial arts. However, the requirements to cultivate them were also extremely high. But for Yan Zhaoge, it was nothing difficult. Chapter 1206. The heaven-opening scripture had a significant and far-reaching impact on the world beyond worlds. In the past, the new Kunlun 9 luminaries had studied the heaven-opening scripture together and established the world beyond worlds together. Afterwards, it was precisely from the heaven-opening scripture that many renowned peak martial arts of the current world beyond worlds were born, establishing the flourishing age of the martial Tao in the world beyond worlds. Chilan Cliff's Yin-Yang Earth Heaven-Breaking Hammer, Jade Capital Crag's Jade Illusory Heaven-Opening Sword, Jade Sky Peak's Profound Cold Saber, Great Cold 7 Arts, and so on. All of them originated from the heaven-opening scripture. Because the heaven-opening scripture's concept was special, it couldn't be recorded in words. It could only be transmitted by word of mouth and comprehended by thought. Therefore, if one wanted to comprehend the principles within, it would be a test of one's talent and comprehension. If one failed, not only would it be a problem of not being able to comprehend it, one's soul might also be torn apart. However, this wasn't a problem for Yan Zhaoge. Not only because he possessed the peerless heavenly scripture, but also because his comprehension was sufficient. As Yan Zhaoge's comprehension abilities grew deeper and deeper along the path of simultaneously cultivating in the 3 purities, his advantage in this aspect grew. Of course, if one's foundation wasn't good, the path would be more and more difficult. In this world, since ancient times, there had been many geniuses who could challenge opponents of a higher level. Excluding the difference in combat power caused by the cultivation of supreme martial arts, there might be differences in strength even if everyone cultivated the same martial arts. The reason was that there were differences between people. For example, Nie Jingshan's earlier heaven nascent form, Ing Longtu's Big Dipper body, Xia Guang's Thunderbolt blood and so on. However, other than their unique physiques, Nie Jingshan and the others' comprehension was also outstanding. Cultivating the same martial arts, they could comprehend more than most people in the same realm. To a certain extent, their comprehension and application of the principles of martial arts had surpassed the level of their current physical realm. Thus, in their current realm they were exceptionally powerful. For example, Yan Zhaoge's comprehension of the cyclic heavenly scripture had already surpassed the theoretical level of the martial saint realm. Combining the principles of other supreme martial arts, Yan Zhaoge could comprehend the extreme changes of the cyclic heavenly scripture, such as earlier heaven returning and creation reversal. Under normal circumstances, many perfected immortals or even profound immortals who had already pushed open the gate of immortality might not have such a deep comprehension when cultivating the cyclic heavenly scripture. Therefore, although Yan Zhaoge didn't cultivate immortal chi or immortal aura, he could still defeat Chen Qianhua, who also cultivated the cyclic heavenly scripture with just his true essence. Even if Chen Qianhua's comprehension abilities were similarly shocking, and his comprehension of various martial arts had reached a shocking level, he still couldn't defeat Yan Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal at the same cultivation realm. Why was it that the higher a martial artist's realm was, the less likely it was for a martial artist to challenge someone of a higher realm, and in the end, it was almost completely extinct? On one hand, it was because the higher one's cultivation level was. None of the people who could reach such heights were simple. They were all peerless geniuses who left their names in the annals of history. The differences between people constantly decreased until there was no difference at all. Those who were too far behind others had already fallen behind in the process of climbing to the peak because of rounds of invisible eliminations. On one hand, it was because the principles and concepts of martial arts had their limits. When one reached a higher realm, everyone would reach the same goal by different means. Gradually, they would arrive at the same level, and the advantage of being one step ahead would no longer exist. At this time, even if there was still a gap between people's strength, it was more dependent on other factors, such as accumulation and accumulation. For Yin Zhaoge, it wasn't difficult to comprehend the heaven-opening scripture in the preliminary stage. What he needed to focus on was how to go deeper. After a short period of seclusion, Yin Zhaoge left the mountain again. This time he directly left the world beyond worlds. Not in the universe of the three clear lineage, not in the universe of the blessed land of Buddhism, and not in the universe of the immortal court. Yin Zhaoge was walking in the boundless void outside the domain, and he seemed to be thinking, the changes of the universe after the great calamity are more than I expected. Traveling in the boundless void, the distance was so far that it was hard to estimate. With Yin Zhaoge's current cultivation, the distance he had to travel was as far as thousands of mountains and rivers. He had to find some vortexes that connected different spaces in order to save time. Otherwise, even hundreds or thousands of years of traveling would be like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. However, Yin Zhaoge had the experience of traveling in the world of Buddhism and the world of the immortal court, so he was much more familiar with traveling now. Astro Sovereign pointed out the destination, and the location was quite accurate. Yin Zhaoge just needed to follow the map. Even so, he still had to go through a long journey. After passing through the barrier between two universes, Yin Zhaoge entered a brand new space. In front of him was still a vast expanse of darkness. In the silent and quiet void, stars could be seen from afar. In the boundless void, the spirit chi was thin. However, Yin Zhaoge could feel a slight discomfort. It wasn't discomfort. Instead, he was not used to it. The feeling was too different from the feeling he had when he was in the Tao universe. This place isn't suitable for humans to live in. It's more suitable for the legendary demon race. Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself. No matter in the Eight Extremities world or the world beyond worlds, there were many demonic beasts. In the starry sky of the universe, which was far away from the human world, there were a few great demons with extraordinary strength. However, they were too rare. Many of the active demon race before the Great Calamity had already gone extinct. However, the environment there was still similar to the universe before the Great Calamity. It was suitable for both humans and demons to live in. However, this place was obviously not suitable for humans to live in. Yin Zhaoge didn't care about that. After the chaotic chi mass within his body rotated for a while, he had already adapted to the environment here. However, the environment in front of him made him ponder. His figure shook slightly and a tall figure appeared beside Yin Zhaoge. It was the North Ocean clone. Yin Zhaoge took a deep breath. His body that could retract and release his chi and blood immediately shrunk. The North Ocean clone opened his palm and lights flickered on his palm. Yin Zhaoge jumped into it and disappeared. Meanwhile, the North Ocean clone's figure was faintly changing. Although his appearance was still in the human form, a faint bloody demonic chi was gushing out from his acupoints. After the muscles on his back moved a few times, a pair of wings extended out and spread open, covering the entire sky and covering the sun. This wasn't a simulated illusory form formed by condensing the martial intent. Instead, it was Yin Zhaoge's North Ocean clone transforming into his own flesh and blood. The wings of a Kunping grew out from his body. After fusing many kinds of demon race bloodlines, especially the Kunping bone, as the North Ocean clone's cultivation grew higher and higher, he could already transform his flesh and blood body to a certain extent, transforming into a demon body. Currently, the North Ocean clone looked like a Kunping that had transformed into a human form. However, his appearance still retained some demonic beast characteristics. After adapting to the changes, the North Ocean clone spread out his wings and instantly flew far away. Not long after he disappeared, a black shadow suddenly shrouded this area of the void. Human, disappeared again. Am I hallucinating? Chapter 1207. The North Ocean clone transformed into the shape of a Kunping, spreading his wings and flying. In this universe that he had never been to, he still had to travel a long way to reach his destination. However, it wasn't far. Yin Zhaoge's destination wasn't far from the space vortex that connected the two universes. Gradually, a red light spot appeared in the depths of the dark void. Yin Zhaoge approached the fiery red light spot. As he got closer, he saw a raging fire appearing in front of him. That was the boundary of a world. However, this world seemed to be burning from the inside out. Fire Dragon World. Exalted Fire, Sua Mingzhang and the expert Yi Yang, whose remnant soul had entered Mars Halberd, came from their hometown. Both of them were born in the demon race's paradise. However, they left one after another. Yi Yang died. After his remnant soul entered Mars Halberd's rebirth, he returned here and slaughtered the dragons of the Fire Dragon World. Because he blocked the way, the dragons of the Fire Dragon World couldn't escape to other places. In the end, they all passed through the space vortex and entered the Dao universe. Yi Yang chased after them all the way back. Numerous dragons of the Fire Dragon World died. In the end, with the help of the descendants of the Grand Clear, the dragons sealed Mars Halberd that Yi Yang had transformed into in the desolate ancient cold abyss. The desolate ancient cold abyss became the dragon tomb of the Dao universe. The dragons that migrated to the Dao universe tried to return to the old place of the Fire Dragon World. However, the Fire Dragon World had already been occupied by other demon races. Some of the dragons that suffered heavy casualties and lost their strength went to other places to seek refuge with other clans. Some even settled down in the Dao universe. A few years ago, Mars Halberd reappeared and slaughtered the dragons that still lived in the Dao universe. According to Fu Ting, the dragons that lived in the Dao universe were forced to migrate away. Yan Zhaoge now thought that they should have returned to the starry sky of the demon race's mountains and seas. Knowing that Mars Halberd was only sealed and didn't perish, you still dared to stay there. Should I say that you are brave or do you have other plans? Yan Zhaoge smiled. He spread his wings and continued descending. He passed through the space formed by layers of raging fire and entered the Fire Dragon World. In this world, the sky wasn't the usual azure blue. Instead, it was completely fiery red. The air was scorching hot, making people feel as if they were in flames. While Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean Clone's cultivation base was currently lower than his main bodies, he had already attained the 8th level of the Martial Saint Realm, the mid-immortal bridge stage. However, at this moment he was in the Fire Dragon World. Even with the strength of his body, he still felt a burning pain in his mouth and nose when he breathed. Standing amidst space, the Northern Ocean Clone slowly adjusted his breathing, adapting to the blazing hot spiritual chi environment here before moving once more. The current environment gave the Northern Ocean Clone in the form of the Kunping a very uncomfortable feeling. It was too dry. Not only was it scorching hot, but it was also a drought. Yan Zhaoge thought, I seem to know which demon race is occupying this place. Just as Xiao Chen was deep in thought, a sea of flames appeared in the distant sky. Then an exotic beast appeared in his vision. The other party had 6 legs and 4 wings. It looked like a strange snake and its body was incomparably huge. It was a Fei. According to the ancient records, the great demon Fei had 2 races. One of them had a single head and 2 bodies, while the other had 6 legs and 4 wings. Both of them looked like giant snakes. They could bring great droughts and spit out flames at the same time. The former was usually called the one-headed Fei, while the latter was called the 6-legged Fei. Now it seemed that the demon race occupying this place was probably a group of 6-legged Fei. The Fei looked at Yan Zhaoge with alertness in its eyes. However, it didn't launch an attack. Kunping, what are you doing here? Yan Zhaoge didn't have to use much effort to understand his words. The ancient language before the Great Calamity was commonly used by the human race and the demon race. Of course, different demon race had their own language. However, the great demon in front of him obviously didn't expect the Kunping to understand their unique language. Therefore, he naturally asked in the common language. I came here to visit my old friend. Yan Zhaoge's expression didn't change. An elder of my race had a friendship with an elder of the dragon race who used to live in this world. Since I was traveling here, I naturally wanted to visit him. But why did you 6-legged Fei appear here? The Fei's eyes were full of suspicion. Don't you know what happened here? This is the Fire Dragon World, right? Yan Zhaoge pretended to answer disdainfully. The Fei didn't get angry. Instead, it looked at him with a sneer and said, Yes, this is the Fire Dragon World. But that was thousands of years ago. Thousands of years ago? What happened here? Yan Zhaoge showed a surprised expression. He put away his arrogant attitude and said humbly, Because of special reasons, my race lived in seclusion and seldom communicated with the outside world. It was only recently that we reappeared. This time, I came here on the order of the elder of my race to visit the elder of the dragon race who lived here. What on earth happened here? Please tell me. Please forgive me for my impoliteness just now. Since ancient times, Kunping had been one of the strongest races among the demon race. Seeing Yin Zhaoge humbled himself, the Fei felt a lot more comfortable and didn't make things difficult for him. I'll let you know that the dragon race here had been exterminated thousands of years ago. Even if a few of them survived, I don't know where they are now. This world has been occupied by my race for a long time. Now it's not called the Fire Dragon World, but the Minor Grand Flower Immortal World. The Fei shook its big head. You came here in vain. Just leave now. Yin Zhaoge thought, generally speaking, the time here seems to flow faster than that in Taoism. As he thought of this, he pretended to be angry. Who did this? Staring at the Fei, Yin Zhaoge showed an unfriendly expression. Don't look at me. It's their own internal strife. The Fei laughed. It seems that in those years, there was a half-human half-dragon child in our race who was bullied badly. After they finished their studies and came back, of course they wanted to take revenge. However, this Fire Dragon world is really a good place. Wouldn't it be a pity if it was abandoned? So my race simply occupied it. Yin Zhaoge pretended to be angry. Where are the half-demons now? The Fei shook its head. That I don't know. In these years, I heard that other experts of the demon race have come here to search for the traces of the two half-demons. But they all returned in vain. You've also been here recently? Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as he followed up with a question. I heard that. The Fei's eyes bulged. He felt that there was something wrong with Yin Zhaoge's question. Suddenly, his eyes blurred, and Yin Zhaoge had already arrived in front of him. The North Ocean clone stretched out his hand and instantly grabbed the Fei's neck, almost suffocating him. Now, please tell me, are those experts of the demon race who have come here to look for people still here? Yin Zhaoge asked with a smile. Chapter 1208. The Fei's neck was pinched by Yin Zhaoge. Its 4 wings and 6 claws were fluttering together, trying to struggle. The Fei's realm was almost the same as that of the Fei. Although it was caught because of the Kunping's godly speed, it should still be able to struggle. However, Yin Zhaoge's strength was so strong that the Fei couldn't get rid of it. After Yin Zhaoge increased his strength, the Fei directly showed signs of rolling its eyes. Yin Zhaoge's figure shook. He grabbed the Fei and disappeared in the air. Then he landed on the ground. On the scorching earth, Yin Zhaoge found a cave and went in. He loosened his grip a little, and the Fei could finally breathe again. He wanted to struggle again or call for help. In this world of fire, the 6-legged Fei had stronger experts. But soon he was frightened to find that this mountain was covered by Yin Zhaoge's power. The Fei couldn't even call for help now. Cooperate with me and you will suffer less. Yin Zhaoge said quietly, answer my question. The Fei rolled its eyes and answered, they have left not long ago, about 10 days ago. Oh, it seems that the people who came here are not weak. Yin Zhaoge murmured to himself. Then he looked up at the Fei and smiled, otherwise you don't need to lie to me. You want them to come and kill me? No. The Fei was greatly shocked. Before he could say anything, Yin Zhaoge suddenly broke the Fei's neck with force. The people who came should still be in the Fire Dragon world, or the Minor Grand Flower Immortal world. However, the Fei didn't expect that Yin Zhaoge was going to find them. The appearance of these demons can prove 2 things. Yin Zhaoge went out of the cave and went far away. Recently, the experts of the demon race also paid attention to this place again, which meant that exalted fire luminary Sua Mingzhang got some news again. That was why the big demons came here again and tried to find more clues. On the other hand, it also proved that exalted fire luminary must have returned to his hometown, the Fire Dragon world. With his strength, the Fei in this place couldn't detect him. However, rumor has it that exalted fire luminary's temper isn't that good. Yin Zhaoge felt a little curious. Sua Mingzhang didn't hate the dragon tribe here like Yi Yang, who had turned into Mars Halberd, but he didn't like them either. However, his hometown had been occupied by another group of demons other than the dragon race. But Sua Mingzhang didn't show any reaction when he came back. This was a bit unusual for the exalted fire luminary who was rumored to have a bad temper. Of course, although the 6-legged Fei occupied the Fire Dragon world, they would not dare to offend the former residents of Sua Mingzhang and Yi Yang, unless they wanted to follow in the footsteps of the former owner of the Fire Dragon world. It wasn't difficult to find the place. After catching a few more Fei and interrogating them, Yin Zhaoge soon found something. He traversed through the scorching world and soon, a valley appeared in the distance. The spiritual qi here was not beneficial even to the demon race. It was barren. It was not hard to imagine what kind of living environment Sua Mingzhang had back then. Before he even got close, an intense, blazing and undisguised demonic qi had already spread out, enveloping the surrounding area. Demon King, isn't it demon immortal? Yan Zhaoge roughly felt it, and then he knew. There was a big difference between the 9 underworld's evil demons and the Buddhism martial artists and the Taoism martial artists. However, since ancient times, the demon race's cultivation realm division was very similar to that of the Taoism martial artists. There were even many similarities in their cultivation methods. In ancient times, many demon race would learn martial arts from the experts of the Taoism martial artists. They practiced the same martial arts as the human race. However, they would make appropriate adjustments with the help and guidance of the elders of the Taoism martial artists. Until later, this kind of situation became less and less. However, many cultivation methods had been passed down from generation to generation. However, all of them had their own unique features. Of course, there were also demon race who joined the 9 underworlds and the Buddhism martial artists. Those demon race could be divided into the territories of the 9 underworlds and the Buddhism martial artists respectively. The demon race's independent inheritance and the customary division rules were mostly similar to that of the Taoism martial artists. In the current Tao universe, the demon race was very rare. Especially the demon race that had gained intelligence. If they didn't gain intelligence, they should be called demon beasts. Most of the time, they could only rely on their own bloodline inheritance and slowly polish themselves. Great demons that had gained intelligence were very rare. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. However, such great demons could learn martial arts from others. For example, a certain lazy fatty in Yan Zhaoge's family, Pan Pan, hadn't fully opened up his spiritual aperture, but his intelligence was already very high. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge would guide him on many things during his cultivation. Among them, there were many top-notch martial arts like the cyclic heavenly scripture and the yin-yang heavenly scripture that were extremely suitable for him. Therefore, although this fatty looked stupid, his strength was so strong that it made people's hair stand on end. In the past, in the Buddhism martial world, he had beaten the white jade gem elephant that was being raised by the other party into a big white rabbit. Generally speaking, demon immortals were great demons that had pushed open the immortal door, while demon kings were equivalent to the martial saints of the human race. What a coincidence. If it's a demon immortal, I don't have many ways to deal with it. At least, I can't ask any questions. Yan Zhaoge swaggered towards the valley. It's fine if it's a demon king, even if it's a demon king 10th level realm. When he got closer, he saw a figure standing in the sky above the valley. The figure was wearing a gray Taoist robe. His cheeks were thin and his eyes were narrow and cold. There were 2 bumps on the forehead of the gray-robed Taoist. Seeing it, Yan Zhaoge suddenly understood. It's a gray flood dragon. If it can pass the immortal mortal tribulation, it can become a post-celestial dragon. A Kunpeng. Which race does it belong to? The gray-robed Taoist was a great demon at the peak of the 10th level realm of the Demon King. His senses were extremely sharp, and he had already noticed the approach of the North Ocean clone. He didn't intend to pay attention to it at first. Unexpectedly, this young Kunpeng got closer and came directly in front of him. The gray-robed Taoist turned his head and sized up the North Ocean clone with his gloomy eyes. What is a Kunpeng doing here? Whatever your purpose is, I also have the same purpose. Yan Zhaoge said casually while looking down at the valley below. On the surface, there seemed to be nothing special. Before he could continue thinking, the gray-robed Taoist said, "What does it have to do with you, Kunpeng?" Wait a minute. The gray-robed Taoist's narrow eyes narrowed into slits. Do you have any clues about the owner of this place? I don't. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and grinned at him. It's good that you do. After saying that, he raised his palm and directly grabbed the gray-robed Taoist. Chapter 1209. The Taoist in gray robe was telling the truth. The moment Yan Zhaoge attacked, he was more surprised than angry. Besides being surprised, he was also confused. Even if Yan Zhaoge came for Sua Mingzhang, why did the Kunpeng race care so much about Sua Mingzhang, who was half human and half dragon? After the surprise, he was angry. A little guy in the 8th level of the Demon King dared to attack him? Who gave him the courage to do that? He was indeed a flood dragon, but not a real dragon. However, he was still at the peak of the 10th level of the Demon King, only 1 step away from becoming a real dragon. No matter how talented and powerful the Kunpeng race was, it was not enough to help his opponent overcome such a huge gap. The gap between the 9th level of the Demon King and the 10th level of the Demon King, or the 9th level of the Martial Saint to the 10th level of the Martial Saint, was only 1 step. Even 10 experts in the 9th level of the Demon King couldn't defeat him. Let alone a Kunpeng who was only in the 8th level of the Demon King realm. How dare you? The Taoist in gray robe felt that he was being despised and humiliated. In his opinion, the young Kunping in front of him was relying on the fact that his opponent was a pure-blooded Kunping, while he was a mixed-blood dragon. Both of them had different backgrounds. The Taoist in gray robe sneered and waved his claw towards Yan Zhaoge. Young Kunping, have you forgotten that although I am a flood dragon, as long as I pass the immortal mortal tribulation, I will become a real dragon? An expert with great potential like him would be valued and supported by the real dragon race. Otherwise he wouldn't be sent to the fire dragon world. If he had a conflict with the natural dragon race as a stepmother, he would be at a disadvantage. However, the dragon clan would support him no matter what when he fought with the other clans. The Taoist in gray robe's face became ferocious. He almost lost his human form and showed the head of a flood dragon. But he was soon stunned. Light flashed in his opponent's palm. Then another palm stretched out from it. The Taoist in gray robe was unfamiliar with the aura on the palm. Is this the blood chi of a human? He had a bad feeling in his heart and wanted to retreat. But how could the palm that stretched out from the light stop him? He grabbed the Taoist's dragon claw, which had returned to its original form, and dragged him into the light. The Northern Ocean clone spread his wings behind his back, his figure changing as well as he gradually took the form of a true Kunping. The vigorous chi and blood of a great demon dispersed in all directions, concealing Yan Zhaoge's aura to a certain extent. The Taoist in gray robe could only let out a scream before he was dragged into the radiance of the North Ocean clone's palm. The Northern Ocean clone clenched his fist, the radiance naturally vanishing. While the gray-robed Taoist was dizzy, the scene in front of him changed into layers of light screens, and he entered an unstable independent space. Yan Zhaoge himself was standing in this space looking at him smilingly. There are still humans of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm whose acupoints have yet to see divinity? But why does it feel so scary? The gray-robed Taoist was shocked and confused. He still tried to break free from Yan Zhaoge's grasp. The force with which Yan Zhaoge had dragged him into this space just now had shocked him. At this moment he didn't care about his anger and shame, nor did he plan to attack Yan Zhaoge. He just wanted to get out of this space first. However, Yan Zhaoge's palm seemed to be hooked on the gray-robed Taoist's wrist. No matter how hard the Taoist tried to break free, he couldn't move at all. Did the Kunping collude with the humans? What do they want to do? Seeing that he couldn't break free, the gray-robed Taoist made up his mind and fiercely clawed at Yan Zhaoge's face. Yan Zhaoge's other left hand was behind his back, and he didn't intend to resist. He grabbed the Taoist's right hand and shook it in the air. The gray-robed Taoist's whole body was dragged into the air by Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge shook it so hard that all the bones in the Taoist's body seemed to fall apart. As he shook, the gray-robed Taoist lost his human form. As the gray smoke billowed, he directly showed his original form of a dragon. Under Yan Zhaoge's grasp, his huge body shrunk to the size of a grass rope. Yan Zhaoge shook his right hand in the air and directly shook all the chi, blood, and true essence of the gray-robed Taoist. His bones were dislocated and he became as soft as a dead snake. Only then did he slowly stretch out his left hand and pinch the neck of the gray-robed Taoist. He smiled and said, "Okay, now we can have a good talk. Why did you come here? What did the owner of this place leave behind?" The gray-robed Taoist rolled his eyes and looked at the space in front of him that was shaking with lights. He felt desperate. Being here, no one would know if he died. At least they wouldn't notice immediately. When the experts of his race found out, Yan Zhaoge would have already disappeared. "I'm just following orders. I'm here to see if the owner of this place left anything behind." The gray-robed Taoist answered helplessly, "I haven't found anything yet and I don't know if there's really anything. But I really don't have any other clues, so I can only come here again to try my luck." "Why did you come here recently instead of earlier?" Yan Zhaoge asked. The gray-robed Taoist answered, "It's hard to find the owner of this place. I heard that he finally appeared a while ago, but he's still elusive. So the clan asked me to come and take a look. The owner of this place has left for thousands of years. He only came back once about 1,000 years ago. There should be a reason for that. So the clan always suspected that he left something behind." Yan Zhaoge carefully asked about the time, and then roughly estimated the time. The time when the exalted fire luminary left the fire dragon world was not far from the time when he appeared in the Tao universe according to the rumors. In other words, he didn't return until 1,000 years ago. Then he left again very soon. In this way it seemed that he came back specially for something. Then what did he come back for? No wonder everyone cared about the fire dragon world. Yen Zhaoge temporarily scattered the qi and blood of the gray-robed Taoist. Then he suppressed it with the extreme Yang seal and let Pan Pan deal with it. As for whether to eat it or to play with it, it was up to Pan Pan. The Northern Ocean clone now descended, arriving within the valley as he surveyed his surroundings. With the cultivation of the exalted fire luminary, it's hard for others to find out if he wants to hide something. But I can't rule out the possibility that a top great demon expert would come here to investigate. Yen Zhaoge thought, if so, why didn't I find anything? The North Ocean clone walked slowly in the valley. As he walked, he saw a huge tomb in front of him. He was slightly moved. He walked forward and saw 2 names carved on the tombstone. Is this the place where the parents of the exalted fire luminary were buried together? The tomb didn't have any special protection. Some simple care to prevent wind and sun were arranged by the Fae who occupied the fire dragon world. However, no one wanted to touch the tomb. Take the gray-robed Taoist as an example. He could see through the ground and see if there was anything hidden. If the tomb was damaged, it would be a great enmity. It was not worth it. Yen Zhaoge also thought that the exalted fire luminary wouldn't hide anything in his parents' tomb according to the rumors. He turned his head and looked at the other side. There was a thatched cottage. Chapter 12:10. Yen Zhaoge entered the straw hut and sized it up. The straw hut was very simple and rough. However, in Yen Zhaoge's eyes, it naturally gave off the feeling of simplicity and returning to simplicity. Every beam, every pillar, every grass and every tree here were built with an almost perfect framework. A little more or a little less would cause the feeling of being completely natural to be lost. It didn't mean that this place was really perfect. But at least, there were very few people in the world who could make effective improvements on it. This place was built by exalted fire. While nodding slightly, Yen Zhaoge glanced around. Needless to say, this place must have been searched up and down, inside and out, countless times by others. Before the Grey Dragon, many people had come here to search for clues. The straw hut built by the owner of this place was naturally the top priority of everyone's search. However, it seemed that no one had found anything. Or perhaps there were individuals who had discovered the peculiarities but had concealed it. In short, there was no news outside. Everyone should have tried most of the possible methods. Yen Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. If there are methods that are still possible but that most people are unable to attempt, what could they be? He narrowed his eyes. Through Mars Halberd? No, after fighting with the Brocade Emperor, he should have time to return here before being besieged by the 2 sovereigns of the Immortal Court. If Mars Halberd had any gains, the demon race here would definitely pay attention and investigate. Now that there is no movement and that Grey Dragon was sent to investigate, it means that Mars Halberd didn't find anything useful at that time. Yen Zhaoge pondered. After a while, his eyes suddenly focused. Maybe I can try this? In his body, the heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys were shining with colorful lights. The 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire and earth, were operating and transforming each other, giving birth to a strong vitality. It was the life creation heavenly scripture of the later Heaven 6 scriptures of the jade clear lineage of the primordial heavenly scriptures. However, at the same time, the chaotic chi mass vaguely appeared in Yen Zhaoge's body. Under the limitless transformation, the life creation heavenly scriptures method vaguely changed. It was still the life creation heavenly tome, but it was different from before. The life creation heavenly scripture that Yen Zhaoge cultivated and had been obtained by his Grand Master Yuan Zhengfeng in a fortuitous encounter back when he had been stranded in the floating gate world. It had always been like this all along. And now, after being imitated by the peerless heavenly scripture, it had turned into another type of life creation heavenly scripture, which was the legacy of his mother, Xue Chuqing. It was the legacy of Shao Junhuang, the exalted wood luminary. For the same martial art, especially a profound martial art, different people would have their own understanding when comprehending it. Although they all cultivated the same ultimate art, it seemed like they were on the same path. However, there were bound to be many differences in the details. This sort of difference would only become more and more similar as one cultivated deeper and deeper until one arrived at the end of the peak. In the end, they would arrive at the same destination by different means. But before that, there was definitely a difference. While Yen Zhaoge cultivated in the life creation heavenly scripture and Xue Chuqing's life creation heavenly scripture were both of the jade clear direct lineage, they were still different at the end of the day. However, this wasn't a problem for Yen Zhaoge. He had seen Su Yun and Xiao Ai cultivating in the life creation heavenly scripture before. He had also talked about this with his mother and exchanged their experiences. Due to the lack of time and energy, Yan Zhaoge didn't change to cultivate in the life creation heavenly scripture of exalted wood luminaries lineage. However, with the knowledge in his heart, with the profundities of the peerless heavenly scripture which was the source of all arts of the jade clear, he could freely change the details of the foundation of the life creation heavenly scripture and imitate the path of exalted wood luminaries lineage. After the preparations were done, Yan Zhaoge raised his hand and 5 colored lights appeared in the center of his palm. As the 5 elements circulated and changed, rays of light spread to the surroundings and sprinkled all over the straw hut. However, under the illumination of the lights, there was nothing special about the straw hut, and no changes happened. Yan Zhaoge didn't get discouraged and he didn't deny his previous thoughts. After pondering for a while, he circulated his profound art continuously. He drew in the air with his fingers and wrote many talismans in the air. The talismans overlapped, and in the end, a not huge but profound and exquisite formation was formed. As the formation patterns circulated, the formation emitted rays of light, and then covered the straw hut. This was the secret formation of Shuechuqing's sect. It wasn't some powerful formation, but it was used to assist in daily cultivation. However, after this formation covered the straw hut, in the middle of the straw hut, in the air, a blurry shadow started to appear. "Found it?" Yan Zhaoge murmured. He cautiously reached out his hand and tried to touch the blurry shadow. During this process, Yan Zhaoge didn't forget to circulate the profound art of exalted wood luminaries lineage. In the end, he retracted his hand and there was a folding fan in his hand. The paper fan looked ordinary. If it wasn't for the restriction that exalted fire luminary had secretly left here, it would have already decayed into a pile of dust after so many years. Yan Zhaoge slowly opened the folding fan, and saw a vivid real dragon burning with raging fire on the fan's surface. The whole painting was simple and casual. If one looked at it from a professional's point of view, the painting could only be regarded as ordinary. However, there was a transcendent and vigorous aura in it, which attracted people unconsciously. Xiao Tsanghua to brother Sua Mingzhang. Looking at the inscription on the fan, Yan Zhaoge's expression changed. "What's the relationship between you two?" Tsanghua Emperor was the title of exalted wood luminary Xiao Junhuang. Obviously, this folding fan was a gift that Xiao Junhuang gave exalted fire luminary to Sua Mingzhang. Although it was ordinary at their level, most of the time the gifts they gave to each other were more about etiquette than the gift itself. It wasn't strange that Sua Mingzhang kept Xiao Junhuang's gift all the time. Now, even if they were like fire and water, there was still a gift that earthly sovereign gave to Yan Zhaoge's grandfather, exalted gold luminary Yan Xintong in the jade capital crag. Of course, it was also a simple gift. However, with the ability of the jade capital crag, it was easy for it to be preserved in good condition for thousands of years. However, this folding fan was left in this straw hut by exalted fire luminary, which showed that it was unusual. On the opposite side of the straw hut was the tomb of Sua Mingzhang's parents. Sua Mingzhang built this straw hut to guard his parents' mausoleum. When he returned to the fire dragon world, he lived in this straw hut, looking at his parents' mausoleum, remembering the immortals and also conveying his sorrow. The appearance of this folding fan made Yan Zhaoge's imagination run wild. Chapter 12:11. Exalted fire luminary had always been a loner, so he didn't have many friends. It was said that the only person he dealt with a lot was exalted wood luminary Xiao Junhuang. However, in many rumors, Sua Mingzhang and Xiao Junhuang were always in conflict, and it was hard to distinguish between them. However, when Yan Zhaoge arrived at Sua Mingzhang's old residence and saw the paper fan left in the grass hut, he felt that the relationship between the two legendary 9 luminaries bigwigs was much deeper and more complicated than he had expected. Yan Zhaoge couldn't be sure why Sua Mingzhang left the paper fan here. But he was sure that it was not hatred and hostility. That was good. At least there wouldn't be an embarrassing situation where he found an old enemy while looking for a helper. As for the story between Sua Mingzhang and Xiao Junhuang, Yan Zhaoge didn't care about it the most at the moment. Back to the original question. How could he find exalted fire luminary who was elusive? Should I go to the immortal court to try my luck? Yan Zhaoge murmured, "It's okay to go to the immortal court, but it's impossible to try my luck." He turned over the paper fan. As he did so, the fire dragon on the fan seemed to be alive. It was just an ordinary paper fan without any spiritual qi. However, a picture appeared in Yan Zhaoge's mind at the moment. In the dark void of the universe, A huge fire dragon which filled the whole universe was flying. His terrifying aura shook the surroundings, causing everyone to have the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. This power was not the dragon power of the normal dragon race. It didn't have the majesty of the royal family. Instead, it was more overbearing, more ruthless, and more unreasonable. It seemed that even the real dragon had to crawl under his feet. In the world, the bloodline was fake and the royal power was fake. Only the power was real. In front of the real strong, even the emperor who ruled over thousands of places had to lower his proud head. Just like the emperor of the human world, even if he was above all the people, he still had to worship the heaven and earth. That was a kind of arrogant arrogance. It was like standing in front of the mortals and never being able to reach the sky. The mountain was silent, but it might be stepped under people's feet, even if people were very small. But the sky was silent, but it was hard for mortals to go beyond its boundary. For people, the sky was always vast and high. Even if he ascended to the heavens for a while, in the end, he would only discover that there was a wider universe in front of him. Yan Zhaoge looked at the fire dragon coiling within the cosmos. Under the envelopment of the blazing fire, its figure alternated between a true dragon and a human figure. That figure was a tall man, but his face could not be seen clearly. However, Yan Zhaoge knew that it was the exalted fire luminary Sua Mingzhang. The painting made by Xiao Junhuang, the exalted wood luminary, was Sua Mingzhang himself. Yan Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted. There seemed to be a completely different world within this painting. The fire dragon hovering in his mind seemed to have merged with the will of Xiao Junhuang, exalted fire luminary, in addition to the complete power of exalted fire luminary Sua Mingzhang. Perhaps Xiao Junhuang didn't mean to join the battle, but it was a natural feeling. Carefully analyzing it, Yan Zhaoge gradually restored a unique talisman. This talisman might be something like the exalted wood luminary's personal seal or seal. I reckon that even Mother and the Bright Connection Emperor might not be able to grasp it. Yan Zhaoge couldn't fully understand the mysteries of the talisman in a short time, so he could only memorize it. He stood in silence for a while, closed the folding fan, and sent it back to the light shadow floating in the middle of the thatched cottage. After bowing to the light shadow, Yan Zhaoge put away the formation. Walking out of the thatched cottage, Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands to the grave not far away. Then he returned to the palm of the North Ocean clone. The North Ocean clone spread his wings and flew away instantly. He also went to the former residence of Mars Halberd, but he didn't get anything. Compared to Sua Mingzhang, Yi Yang, the predecessor of Mars Halberd, didn't have a good impression of the fire dragon world. On the contrary, he might hate it very much. He even didn't have such a deep affection for his parents. Now Yan Zhaoge somewhat understood why most people were used to treating Mars Halberd as an independent true immortal emperor, but Mars Halberd's consciousness was more like a weapon. Mars Halberd, or Yi Yang, seemed to reject his original body, including his bloodline, origin, fate, and experience. As a result, after being reborn as Mars Halberd, he had a strong tendency of self-denial and rejected everything about himself. Becoming an immortal weapon might be a brand new beginning for him, a brand new life. Thinking of this, Yan Zhaoge also sighed a little. After having contact with Mars Halberd, Yan Zhaoge could tell that Yi Yang was a very generous and tolerant person. Facing Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, and Fu Ting, who were far weaker than him, he didn't act so arrogantly. On the contrary, he even tolerated them. However, his hatred for the dragon race was so strong that it couldn't be any more. His original origin might be the only thing that he, who had always been generous and generous, couldn't let go of. The North Ocean clone flew up to the sky, out of the fire dragon world, and stepped into the boundless void. Although Yan Zhaoge had been to the immortal court, the outer space was so vast that it wasn't easy to locate it. After spending some time, he changed his target to the immortal court. After a long journey, Yan Zhaoge finally came to the Loathing Square immortal realm, near the lofty towering world. Now that he was in the immortal court, Yan Zhaoge was much more careful than last time. He had a strong suspicion that he might have already been marked by the immortal court. As the descendant of the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia, he could also be said to be the descendant of the bright connection emperor Hu Yuexin to some extent. Naturally, he would be noticed by the immortal court. If his whereabouts were exposed, he would probably be surrounded and hunted immediately. Let's inquire about the news first. While thinking, Yan Zhaoge didn't go to the lofty towering world. Instead, he went somewhere else. The immortal court martial artists of the Loathing Square world had limited strength. They might not be able to receive the news and know the relevant information about the experts at the level of exalted fire luminary. Even the experts stationed in the Loathing Square Immortal Realm might not know about it except those who had pushed open the immortal door. Yin Zhaoge caught many people along the way and interrogated them. Finally, he even got out of the Loathing Square Immortal Realm. While traveling between the immortal realms of the Immortal Court, Yin Zhaoge was also constantly observing the situation of the Immortal Court. Last time, his cultivation was low, and he only wanted to protect himself and leave. Now he finally had a chance to know more about it. However, when Yin Zhaoge finally got the news he wanted, he was inevitably shocked. First of all, the good news was that Mars' halberd didn't fall into the hands of the Immortal Court. It was just that he was heavily wounded and almost shattered. Then, Exalted Fire Luminary, Sua Mingzhang really appeared in the universe ruled by the Immortal Court. He stood up for Mars' halberd and took revenge, rampaged through many immortal realms, and caused a great chaos in the Immortal Court. But in the end, Sua Mingzhang suddenly left. When he left, he captured an expert of the Immortal Court. Yin Zhaoge raised his eyebrows slightly. Chapter 12:12. No wonder Earthly Sovereign and Sword Sovereign stayed in the extraterritorial void together in the Immortal Court. Exalted Fire Luminary, who was one of the new 9 luminaries of Kunlun and established the world beyond worlds together with Earthly Sovereign, attacked the universe of the Immortal Court, which could be a big deal. Before Sua Mingzhang made a big deal out of it, Earthly Sovereign had to find a way to deal with it. Maybe it was because of his efforts that the situation didn't get worse. Exalted Fire Luminary's actions seemed to be a bit contradictory. Of course, it was not a good start but a bad finish. One of the 2 emperors of the Immortal Court who had severely wounded Mars' halberd had been killed by Sua Mingzhang. One emperor and the other one was a tranquil profound immortal. Even if he was from the Immortal Court, he was a profound immortal expert who had passed through the pure profound tribulation. However, he was killed by Sua Mingzhang. Under the watchful eyes of the public. They had tried to capture Mars' halberd to find out the whereabouts of Sua Mingzhang. Although they didn't succeed, they had laid a trap for Sua Mingzhang to show up. It was an acceptable result for the high-level experts of the Immortal Court. Therefore, the Immortal Court had to protect these 2 profound immortal experts who might become Sua Mingzhang's targets. While protecting them, they had also set up a trap for Sua Mingzhang to walk into it. However, under such circumstances, Emperor Han, the Emperor of the Immortal Court who was worshipped by the 12 immortal realms, was still killed by Exalted Fire Luminary under the protection of Exalted Fire Luminary. After that, Sua Mingzhang rushed all the way out of the encirclement. The experts of the Immortal Court who arranged the encirclement were greatly humiliated, so they immediately contacted more experts to chase and besiege Sua Mingzhang. Sua Mingzhang didn't leave the Immortal Court, but wandered among the immortal realms governed by the Immortal Court, appearing and disappearing from time to time. While leading the pursuers, he was also looking for the other emperor of the Immortal Court who had injured Mars' halberd with Emperor Han. His arrogance and overbearingness made those powerful experts of the Immortal Court furious, which immediately attracted more experts to come out. But at this moment the situation changed. After jumping out of the encirclement and breaking through the interception of the enemies, Exalted Fire Luminary captured an expert of the Immortal Court who had stopped him. Then he left, no longer wandering around the Immortal Court. Instead, he left the Immortal Court's universe and returned to the endless void. How could the experts of the Immortal Court tolerate this? A large number of experts of the Immortal Court continued to chase after Exalted Fire Luminary, heading to the outer space to chase after Exalted Fire Luminary. However, his unusual actions naturally attracted attention. He's not afraid. The problem lies in the heretic Immortal Realm expert captured by Exalted Fire Luminary. Yin Zhaoge very quickly came to a conclusion. He obtained some news from the other party, news that was out of his expectations yet also caused him to be extremely concerned. That was why he suddenly changed his mind and left the Immortal Court. This time it's really interesting. Yin Zhaoge thought. There was no longer a need for him to continue staying in the Immortal Court. Yin Zhaoge concealed his presence further, picked a place to hide his traces and waited patiently. Before long, another group of Immortal Court martial artists appeared. After interrogating the captives, Yin Zhaoge already knew that the outer space was too big, and it wouldn't be easy to chase after Exalted Fire Luminary. After receiving the news, more experts were dispatched to go there, spread the net, set up more checkpoints and tried to block the target. The group of experts of the Immortal Court in front of him was one of the new reinforcements. After Exalted Fire Luminary left, his location changed all the time. These reinforcements of the immortal court couldn't effectively grasp the latest information at any time. Yan Zhaoge couldn't get anything out of them even if he wanted to interrogate them. It was better to follow them secretly, and change the direction at any time when he received new orders. Because their main purpose was to spread the net to search for the target, and not to directly chase after the target and fight head-on, these experts of the immortal court who were dispatched as reinforcements didn't have the highest cultivation. That was why Yan Zhaoge secretly followed them and wanted to use them to guide him. Although they didn't know where Exalted Fire Luminary was, they could at least point him to a general direction and the range of his activity. However, even so, they didn't lack experts who had already pushed open the immortal door. While Yan Zhaoge had a better understanding of the strength of the immortal court, he also had to be extra careful not to be discovered by them. He wasn't afraid of them. But if he wanted to get the road sign, he had to be careful and not expose himself. With the peerless heavenly scripture as the foundation, and the hidden shadow art of the dim radiant 12 arts as the exterior, combined with the prime clear immortal trapping sword scripture and other supreme martial arts, Yan Zhaoge was like an invisible shadow, following behind those experts of the immortal court. After leaving the universe described by the immortal court and entering the vast outer space, the direction and distance were even harder to grasp. Yan Zhaoge followed behind those experts of the immortal court patiently, passing through layers of the void. In the outer space there were spacetime vortexes everywhere. It was hard to figure out the time and space, which made it hard for people to remember the route. The experts of the immortal court in front of him also relied on the information sent back by the people who had passed here earlier, so that they didn't deviate from the direction. Even so, they might deviate from the fixed route from time to time due to the influence of the spacetime turbulence. They needed to notice it in time and redirect the route. After walking like this for a long time, Yan Zhaoge suddenly became spirited. Because he felt that the experts of the immortal court that he was following had stopped. Near these experts of the immortal court, there were other powerful auras gathering with them, as if they were gathering together. Have we arrived at the place? Yan Zhaoge thought in his heart. The reason why we can stop is that the exalted fire in front of us might also stop. He has arrived at the destination. Yan Zhaoge also stopped and didn't continue to approach. Since the exalted fire had stopped, the experts of the immortal court who were following him would definitely start to gather here, forming layers of encirclement and searching for the specific location of Sua Mingzhang. After locking his location, another round of war would break out. Yan Zhaoge believed that there were already a lot of experts of the immortal court gathered here, and there might be many top experts among them. The density might be even higher than in the universe of the immortal court. Now that he was here, he had to be extra careful. He calmed down and still hid his trace. But the peerless heavenly scripture was circulating, and the profound art was running. His aura was restrained and he didn't move. However, his senses had been greatly enhanced and he could sense everything around him. As expected, there seemed to be a voice ringing in the bottom of his heart, like the reflection on the water surface. In this area. The specific location is unknown. The area is very large. I need to narrow down the area further to find him. As Yan Zhaoge was listening, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful aura coming over. It was an expert of the immortal court with a higher cultivation. He suddenly came here. All the experts of the immortal court on the spot hurried to greet him. However, before they could say anything, a roar resounded in the cosmic void. Who's sneaking around? Come out. Chapter 12-13. That roar spread far and wide. The sound waves spread out, and the entire empty space seemed to take on a specific shape. It was covered with cracks, as if it were a piece of porcelain that had shattered. Yan Zhaoge frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, he calmed his mind and didn't make any move. Almost at the same time, a light suddenly shone from another direction. Under the flickering golden light, it flew far away. Feeling the aura of the enlightened wisdom, Yan Zhaoge suddenly understood. The people of the blessed land of Buddhism are equivalent to the Taoist who had pushed open the immortal door. Judging from his appearance, he should be a venerable revealing truth? The division of Buddhist cultivation was quite different from that of Taoism. Titles like Buddha, Bodhisattva, and Arhat were actually honorifics instead of referring to realms. It was hard to judge their cultivation based on their names. Therefore, since ancient times, the powerhouses of the Taoism inheritance had simply used these titles to refer to the level of the Buddhist powerhouses, and corresponded with the realm of the Taoism. The so-called Venerable Revealing Truth referred to the Buddhist experts who were equivalent to the Taoist true immortal emperors. At this moment, the venerable revealing truth's whereabouts were exposed. He immediately turned into a Buddhist light and flew far away. However, a fiery light instantly lit up and flew across the void, chasing after him. The concept contained within it belonged to the person who had spoken just now. Yin Zhaoge fixed his eyes on it and saw a sparrow flying high in the fiery light. The secret inheritance of the hill light flying immortal scripture. After careful observation, Yin Zhaoge understood. The former vermilion bird was named Hill Light. The Hill Light Lord was another title for the vermilion bird in Taoism. Before the Great Calamity, there was a supreme art named Hill Light flying immortal scripture. It inherited the concept of the Hill Light Lord's orthodoxy and was extraordinary. The supreme art that the immortal court expert in front of him cultivated was the Hill Light flying immortal scripture. The tyrannical aura showed that he was a profound immortal sovereign who had already cultivated the immortal aura. Even if he came from the immortal court, his strength couldn't be underestimated. Tranquil and worry-free, undisturbed by the human world. The Hill Light flying immortal scripture was good at moving space. It was one of the supreme arts that had a deep understanding of time and space. This celestial court emperor's cultivation was suppressing others. At this moment he was chasing after Buddhism sect's unveiling truth. He continued to run without looking back. However, the emperor of the immortal court who had transformed into a vermilion bird had already arrived ahead of him and intercepted him. Then a palm stretched out from the flames. It looked ordinary, but it seemed to be able to capture the sky and the moon. It was about to grab the Buddhist light in the palm. The Buddhist light twisted and turned, trying to escape, but the world in front of it had already turned into a ball of fiery red. Where was the way out? At this moment, in another direction in the distant void, a Buddhist chant rang out, "Namo shall come and give birth to Maitreya Buddha." The Buddha's name resounded, and the dark void suddenly shone with Buddha's light. At the same time, a golden palm reached out from the void and grabbed toward the fiery vermilion bird. It's just as I expected. Aside from the one scouting ahead, Big Head is at the back. The vermilion bird's shadow shrouded the figure of a man. He sneered. The man looked to be in his 30s. He had an aquiline nose and deep wrinkles on both sides of his nose. His eyes were extremely sharp. Facing the golden Buddhist light palm, he was not afraid at all. His 5 fingers formed a claw and went up to it. The Buddhist light palm changed its hand seal, which transformed into the image of a furious Vajra. It collided with the flying vermilion bird formed by the opponent's immortal aura. On one side there was the sturdy and unbreakable Vajra, and on the other side, there was the flying vermilion bird that could travel through space and burn the sky. One was vigorous and fierce, while the other was agile and fierce. Neither of them gave way to the other. Neither of them had the intention to defend. They just attacked each other and exchanged thousands of rounds in an instant. In the entire void of the universe, the Buddhist Vajra and the Taoist divine bird were constantly flying and intertwining. Rays of Buddhist light scattered, and streams of fire exploded. The whole world was turned upside down. A Buddhist Banti at the Arhat level. Yin Zhaoge was enjoying the battle. He didn't move his body and his aura was disdainful. He was watching everything calmly. At this moment he seemed to have integrated with the universe. He didn't have a physical body, and even the thoughts in his mind couldn't cause any fluctuations. The surrounding void of the universe seemed to have turned into a river, and Yin Zhaoge himself was like a drop of water. After falling into the river, he became one with the river water. The aftermath of the battle between the two experts even affected the void of the universe. Fortunately, Yin Zhaoge was far away from them. When the aftermath reached him, it was already weak and didn't make him show himself. However, the battle between the two sides was gradually becoming more and more intense. On one side there was a sovereign of the immortal court, and on the other side there was an arhat of the blessed land. The two sides were mortal enemies who fought against each other for countless years. Now that they met each other, there was no reason for them to hold back. Compared to them, the sovereign of the immortal court who cultivated the hill light flying immortal scripture was more active and fearless. In this void, in order to chase after exalted fire luminary Sua Mingzhang, the immortal court had gathered countless experts and magnates. Now they were at the outermost edge of the encirclement. However, the battle here would alert other experts of the immortal court nearby soon. Although the main purpose was to surround Sua Mingzhang, since the bald donkey of the blessed land was involved, the experts of the immortal court wouldn't hesitate to take action together. Therefore, not only this sovereign of the immortal court took action, but other experts of the immortal court who had led the way for Yin Zhaoge before, one of whom was at the true immortal emperor level, also took action against the Buddhist revelation, and wouldn't let the Buddhist revelation get away. The two sides immediately got into a fight. Yan Zhaoge watched with great interest. His understanding of the Buddhist martial arts was relatively limited. He could only recognize the origin of the martial arts of the Buddhist revelation, but didn't know much about the details. However, most of them had a rough idea of the secret arts displayed by the Immortal Court's martial practitioners after seeing it. Most of them are supreme martial arts that had been lost in the three clear lineages Dao universe after the Great Calamity. Yan Zhaoge pondered, however, I haven't seen the three clear lineage until now. They were all supreme martial arts that were born after the Great Calamity reached the flourishing age of martial arts after years of development in the Great Thousand Worlds before the Great Calamity. The three clear lineage was always the root and main branch of the Taoism martial arts. However, in the flourishing age of martial arts before the Great Calamity, many experts and geniuses had emerged after years of accumulation and polishing. They had created their own way and opened up their own path. Although their roots were more or less related to the three clear lineage, they had opened up a new path after years of development. Or it could be said that the later generations had unearthed treasures from the rich treasures of the three clear lineage, and then polished them carefully, which made them look different. Of course, for the world after the Great Calamity, these were all history. However, Yan Zhaoge now felt that such supreme martial arts might be preserved and restored to a certain extent in the Immortal Court. And they seemed to be avoiding the supreme martial arts of the three clear lineage? Huh? As Yan Zhaoge was thinking, his mind suddenly trembled. He looked far away and there seemed to be someone else approaching the battlefield. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge clearly felt that a treasure that he carried with him suddenly moved. The dim radiant wheel. Chapter 12-14. The sudden movement of the dim radiant wheel made Yan Zhaoge slightly shocked. Fortunately, his control of the dim radiant wheel was improving day by day. As his mind moved, the peerless universe appeared, and a piece of chaos covered the restless dim radiant wheel, so that the sudden power fluctuation wouldn't spread to the outside world. There were 12 holes on the black iron wheel. At this moment, 11 of them had become dim. Only the last hole was emitting misty light. It wasn't dim, but it wasn't dazzling either. It looked blurry and chaotic. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge suddenly felt that his mind and the dim radiant wheel were more closely connected than ever. Then, as the power of chaos and peerless universe touched each other, many pictures appeared in his mind. For a moment, Yan Zhaoge felt that his mind was going to sink into the long river of time shown by those pictures. He forcefully stabilized his mind, and in a relatively detached state, he jumped out of the fray and watched the scene from the sidelines. Because of this, Yan Zhaoge still had the energy to pay attention to what was happening in the outside world. Because of exalted fire, a large number of experts of the Immortal Court gathered in this area. The conflict between the Buddhism martial artists and the Immortal Court martial artists here attracted other experts of the Immortal Court to come over as soon as the time was delayed. The one coming from afar was another emperor of the Immortal Court who had already reached the profound immortal realm. His majestic and lofty aura seemed to be even more powerful than that of the emperor of the Immortal Court who had cultivated the hill light-flying immortal book. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Seeing that, the Buddhist arhat immediately chanted the name of Buddha again. Then he pushed away the opponent in front of him with all his strength, and called the other Buddhist martial artists to leave the battlefield together. If the battle continued, more and more experts of the Immortal Court would come. However, even if they wanted to leave, the experts of the Immortal Court on the spot wouldn't let them go. The hill light-flying immortal book had a unique understanding and profundity on the movement of time and space. The emperor of the Immortal Court had an advantage over his opponent in terms of speed, so he immediately rushed forward. However, a tiny golden light suddenly flashed in the distance. The golden light was as small as a speck of dust. But it instantly turned into a towering mountain, which was so huge and tall that it seemed to fill the universe. The mustard seed turned into Mount Meru, suppressing the vermilion bird. The sparrow that stirred up the sea of flames, carrying Mount Meru on its back, immediately sank and slowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Buddhist arhat that had transformed into an angry Vajra immediately fled far away. The other emperor of the Immortal Court who came later was a step late, and couldn't stop him in time. There's another expert from the Pure Land of Buddhism. Yan Zhaoge could see it clearly, however that's all. It's impossible for them to turn around and counterattack. After all, there are many people of the Immortal Court in this area. If these monks get entangled, they will inevitably be besieged. By then it would be too late for them to run away. He withdrew his gaze from the faraway Buddhist light and focused his attention on the other side. A woman in her 30s or 40s appeared in the air. Her face was expressionless and her eyes were cold. "Shumi Jian Jinggang Duan, since you dared to come, why did you leave so quickly?" the woman asked indifferently. In the distant void, a Buddhist voice came, "Snow Sovereign, we heard that you and the others gathered here to plan something big, so we naturally came to take a look. Since we are not welcome, we can only leave first. Two thieving baldies, you're really quick to act." As the woman spoke, she came to the side of the other martial artists of the Immortal Court. Yan Zhaoge looked at the woman who was respectfully called Snow Sovereign, and his mind didn't fluctuate. However, he could clearly feel that the restlessness of the dim radiant wheel became more intense. And the scenes transmitted from the dim radiant wheel to his mind became more urgent. In those scenes, Yan Zhaoge clearly saw the figure of Snow Sovereign. Her face was as calm as water, and her eyes were full of killing intent. However, compared with her in front of Yan Zhaoge, she was more flustered and exasperated. Because as a profound immortal, she couldn't deal with a true immortal. Not only could she not deal with this true immortal, but she might even be at a disadvantage if her immortal chi was not able to hurt her, who had passed the pure profound tribulation. It was only because she wasn't afraid of her opponent's attack that she managed to maintain a tie. The figure of Snow Sovereign appeared in Yan Zhaoge's mind. He had a feeling that his sight now belonged to another person. It was that person's memory. And the person who the Emperor of the Immortal Court couldn't deal with was the former owner of the Dim Radiant Wheel. Dim Radiant Emperor Yin Qianxia. This is the last battle of the Dim Radiant Emperor's life. Yan Zhaoge realized. The woman who scared away the two Buddhist arhats was one of the opponents of the Dim Radiant Emperor Yin Qianxia in the last battle. Part of the materials of the Dim Radiant Wheel were the remains of Yin Qianxia after his death, which contained fragments of Yin Qianxia's memories. Because he felt the familiar aura of his opponent, he reacted and made a move. Scenes flashed in Yan Zhaoge's mind. Many enemies rushed towards his direction. 6 emperors of the Immortal Court joined hands and displayed all kinds of supreme arts, which shocked the sky and earth. But as a palm stretched out, a palm covered in a layer of dim radiance, a palm that was neither bright nor dark, everything vanished into thin air. The seemingly majestic and domineering attacks of the 6 Immortal Court emperors crumbled the moment they came into contact with the palm. Later, one after another emperors of the Immortal Court died under this illusory palm. Then the opponent became the Snow Sovereign. The whole sky was covered with ice and snow, which froze the universe but couldn't freeze the dim light. The light wasn't hot, but it was like the rolling snow and the scorching sun, which completely melted the ice and snow. Then another opponent appeared. Another tranquil profound immortal, the Emperor of the Immortal Court, held a sword in his hand. Wherever the sword light went, the whole world was cut apart like a painting. The dim light was flickering, sometimes it was like boundless darkness, sometimes it was like infinite light, sometimes it was like a blur, and sometimes it was neither bright nor dark. This light battled the heavens and fought the earth with a fearless momentum, fighting the 2 emperors to a stalemate. Then, the 3rd and the 4th Emperor of the Immortal Court appeared. More and more experts rushed over, surrounding and obstructing the path of that dim radiance. Yin Qianxia, I've heard of your name. You're the most outstanding figure in this generation of heretics. It's a pity that you're seeking your own death. Someone said coldly, convert to the immeasurable heavenly Lord, and find the heavenly essence stone fragment that was lost because of you. This is your last chance of survival. Don't make a mistake. Yan Zhaoge heard a familiar yet strange voice resounding in the depth of his mind. Since fate has brought us together, I've already put my personal gains and losses out of consideration. As the successor of the 3 clear lineages, I'll give up my life today and protect our orthodox Taoism. Yin Qianxia, your death won't be regretted. An emperor of the Immortal Court roared angrily, I'll let you know what it means to die without a burial place. The dim light didn't retreat. Instead, it rushed up to the sky and confronted the emperor. My home is at peace. So what if I die without a burial place? Chapter 12:15. In the end, Yin Qianxia did not die without a burial. This dim radiant emperor who had reigned supreme for many years had forcibly rushed out of the cosmos of the Immortal Court and returned to the world beyond worlds despite being besieged by 4 sovereigns of the Immortal Court. However, when Yan Zhaoge saw the 4th Emperor of the Immortal Court taking action, he knew that the result was already determined. Even though he was from the Immortal Court, The immortal energy refined by that mysterious immortal realm expert wasn't just the combination of two types of immortal energy. But even then Yin Qianxia still killed his way out of the encirclement in the end. Yan Zhaoge believed that if he possessed a tranquil-level immortal artifact, he might be able to drag one or two more opponents down with him. Not long ago, through his conversation with his mother, Xue Chuqing, Yan Zhaoge had gradually come to know the truth of many things that had happened that year. Yin Qianxia had indeed led the many experts of the dim radiant sect into outer space with the intention of merely exploring outer space and suppressing and subduing a powerful local demon race. However, during this process, Xue Chuqing's grandmaster, the Bright Connection Emperor, Hu Yuexin, contacted Yin Qianxia and informed him about the heavenly essence stone fragments. Because Hu Yuexin received the news late, time was running out. As a result, she did not have the time to contact many other Taoist experts. Those who could be contacted were mostly dubious. But Yin Qianxia believed it. Thus, in the end, the dim radiant sect's expedition changed course. Other than Yin Qianxia, there were other experts in the cult. Most of them were martial artists who had yet to reach the supremacy stage. When they stepped into the immortal court together, perhaps they already had the thought of sacrificing themselves for a righteous cause. This time he did not think about how he would return. Yan Zhaoge did not know whether it was because the disciples of the dim radiant sect had all possessed such great resolve or whether it was because Yin Qianxia's personal prestige had been so high. But the final result was so tragic. As a descendant, Yan Zhaoge was unable to calm his emotions for a long time. The only consolation for the heroic spirits was that they had succeeded in the end. Yin Qianxia and Hu Yuexin made use of the gap between the battle between the immortal court heretics and the blessed land of Buddhism to successfully snatch back a heavenly essence stone fragment. Yan Zhaoge felt that there might be the shadows of other major figures of orthodox Taoism behind this. For example, the legendary Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Otherwise, Hu Yuexin might not have been able to obtain such crucial and valuable information. Moreover, the experts of the immortal court who besieged them at the end were probably not at the profound immortal realm. The information that Yan Zhaoge currently had on hand was still relatively limited. He could only guess, unable to verify it. However, there was no doubt that after the Great Calamity, the path of the three clear lineages revival was filled with twists and turns. Who knew how many battles had taken place in the dark? However, the incident related to the heavenly origin stone fragments all those years ago was especially eye-catching, and it caused enormous waves that hadn't subsided even until today. Instead, it had even become intense once more. And he, Yan Zhaoge, was the one who stood at the head of the great waves of the current era. Immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Heavenly Essence Stone Fragment. Yan Zhaoge pondered silently. While he was thinking, the aura around his body was still locked, not leaking out at all. Even though the dim radiant wheel had acted strangely due to the Snow Sovereign's appearance, with Yan Zhaoge's concealment, it had not been detected by the other party. Back in the 9 underworlds, with the encompassing Emperor and the Brocade Emperor by his side, Yan Zhaoge had not fully unleashed the profundities of the peerless heavenly scripture. Therefore, as soon as those two sovereigns of the immortal court had approached, they had sensed the existence of the dim radiant wheel. Now, not only had Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base risen, he had also fully unleashed the profundities of the peerless heavenly scripture, seemingly having merged as one with the infinite space itself. Not only had he concealed himself, but he had also concealed the dim radiant wheel. However, if the other party started to search everywhere, Yan Zhaoge would inevitably be exposed. Fortunately, those Buddhist experts had already retreated, and the battle had already calmed down. Damn, Baldy's nose is really sharp. He has detected it so quickly. The Snow Sovereign stood in the void with her hands behind her back. She coldly stared at the direction where the Buddhist experts had left. Let's not care about them for now. Let's deal with the matter in front of us first. Otherwise, we will be a laughing stock in front of those damn Baldy. The man who cultivated the Hill Light Flying Immortal Scripture and was known as the Hill Sovereign said, "We should also report to the Immortal Court about the movements of the Blessed Land's evil devils. Then, we should send people to pay close attention to prevent those damn Baldy from sending more experts to interfere in our affairs. At the same time, we should also prevent them from taking advantage of the situation and offending our Immortal Court." That's right. The Snow Sovereign nodded. Then she turned around and looked at the other Immortal Court martial artists beside her. Don't worry about the matter here. Divide into several groups and report to the Immortal Court as soon as possible. Except for the Emperor of the Immortal Court in the true Immortal Realm, the other Immortal Court martial artists all bowed to her, as you command, Snow Sovereign and Hill Sovereign." After they all left, the three Immortal Realm experts of the Immortal Court walked towards the direction where the Snow Sovereign had come from. In the distance there was clearly a strong fluctuation of aura. However, as the Buddhist experts had retreated, the fluctuation had already calmed down. After a long time, Yen Zhaoge showed up again. He stared at the void in front of him silently. After pondering for a while, he moved again. The enemy had spread an inescapable net again and gathered countless experts. Although it was to block the exalted fire luminary, Yen Zhaoge also had a lot of difficulties if he wanted to enter from the periphery. Just now, the reason why he had avoided the enemy's perception was that the Buddhist experts had drawn their attention. However, no matter whether the Buddhist experts would come back again or not, he knew that the deeper he went, the tighter the encirclement would be, and the more experts of the Immortal Court there would be. How to go deeper had become the most important problem. "Senior apprentice uncle, you might have also come." Yen Zhaoge was cautiously wandering in the void, trying to find the Sword Sovereign, Yu Zhenbei. Although he had already left the Immortal Court, the exalted fire luminary had caused such a huge commotion this time. Before the matter was settled, the Earthly Sovereign and the Sword Sovereign might still pay attention to it till the end. Because of Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di, Yu Zhenbei was definitely not trusted and might even be monitored. However, if he could find Yu Zhenbei in this vast void, Yen Zhaoge would be able to move much more freely under his protection and concealment. Along the way, Yen Zhaoge had been ruthless and didn't leave anyone alive. Until now, no one should have noticed that he had already circled around the Immortal Court, and even arrived at this void. As such, it was impossible for them to ambush Yu Zhenbei and wait for him to fall into the trap. As a result, the more dangerous the place was, the safer it would be. Instead, it might be the darkest place under the light. Yen Zhaoge did the opposite and tried to find out the whereabouts of the Sword Sovereign. "Oh, that's..." Yen Zhaoge fixed his eyes on that direction. In the dark void far away, there was a flickering mirror light, which shone upon the surroundings. This mirror light. Yen Zhaoge pondered, could it be that the Candle Sunlight Emperor is here? The Candle Sunlight Emperor, also known as the Sunlight Emperor, was on the same level as the Female Emperor, the Brocade Emperor, the Encompassing Emperor, and the Heaven Emperor. One of the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds. Chapter 12:16. Yen Zhaoge had already met 4 of the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds. Sunlight Emperor was the only one he hadn't met yet. Like Earthly Sovereign and Sword Sovereign, this emperor had always been in the outer space and hadn't returned to the world beyond worlds. It should be a joyous thing to meet an old friend in a foreign place. However, Yen Zhaoge didn't blindly greet him. As far as he knew, among the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds, Sunlight Emperor supported the Qilin Cliff and had a good relationship with Heaven Emperor. Not to mention Qin Qianhua, who had pushed open the Immortal Door. Female Emperor and Heaven Emperor had reached the Tao a little later among the true immortal emperors of the world beyond worlds. Sunlight Emperor and Brocade Emperor were in the same generation. They had pushed open the Immortal Door thousands of years ago. Back then, they had all interacted with the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia as one of the 5 emperors. Myriad Emperor had pushed open the Immortal Door earlier. He was the oldest among the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds. It was said that Sunlight Emperor's foundation originated from the lineage of the Clear Illusory Virtue Lord of the Jade Clear lineage. He was proficient in the Yin-Yang Heavenly Scripture and the Myriad Phenomena Heavenly Scripture. Later, it was said that Earthly Sovereign had imparted the Cyclic Heavenly Scripture to him. In the Royal Reed Sea of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, when the Great Xian dynasty had just established itself, it had imitated the 5 Fire 7 Foul Fan of the Clear Illusory Virtue Lord. Therefore, it was said that the one behind the Great Xian dynasty was the Candle Sunlight Emperor. After that, the disciples of the Candle Sunlight Great Emperor denied it, and the matter was left unsettled. However, it didn't seem so surprising considering that Sunlight Emperor and Heaven Emperor had always been on good terms. After all, according to the conversation between Wang Pu and Yen Zhaoge in the Jade Capital Crag, Sunlight Emperor had helped Heaven Emperor a little when he pushed open the Immortal Door. Although they are both from the 3 Clear lineage, but... Yen Zhaoge looked at it from afar and stopped. In the mirror light far away, he could vaguely see the flickering candlelight. Yen Zhaoge thought, is that the legendary mirror light? Among the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds, Female Emperor Jie Mingkong and Heaven Emperor Qian Yuanzi hadn't refined their own immortal weapons yet because they didn't have enough time and materials. Although the Water Empress was Astro Sovereign's disciple, the leakless level celestial weapon that Astro Sovereign had made when he was a true immortal had been destroyed in a battle. Besides the female emperor and the heaven emperor, the encompassing emperor, the brocade emperor and the sunlight emperor all had leakless immortal artifacts. The lamp in the mirror was the legendary leakless fairy weapon that illuminated the world in the hands of Yang Di. It had been with him for many years and was very famous. That is. Yan Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly as he saw the light within the mirror abruptly brighten. A scarlet glow suddenly appeared in the originally pale golden flames. Then a scarlet flame flew out from the light in the mirror and drew a red line in the void. Yan Zhaoge only felt that the crimson fiery light looked extremely familiar. Mars halberd? His eyes flashed. From the looks of it, when exalted fire luminary wreaked havoc in the immortal court, Mars halberd did not follow him. Later he noticed that the situation had changed, or perhaps Sua Mingzhang had informed him, so he came to this area. However, there were too many experts of the immortal court gathered here, so it was not convenient for Mars halberd to go deeper. He could only stay at the periphery and try to find an opportunity. However, he didn't know how he met Candle Sunlight Emperor. I don't know what they talked about, Yan Zhaoge thought, but from the looks of it, it seems that they didn't go the same way. While thinking, Yan Zhaoge observed the surrounding environment and chased after Mars halberd. Mars halberd's attacks were sharp, but he was not good at hiding himself. It was more difficult for him to wander in this area than Yan Zhaoge. He might be discovered by the experts of the immortal court at any time. Obviously he also knew this problem, so he was very alert. When Yan Zhaoge just wanted to let out some aura for him, he immediately noticed it. However, when he saw it was Yan Zhaoge, Mars halberd immediately relaxed a lot. Of course he was also a little embarrassed. Now he already knew that his attack had sent Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting to the universe controlled by the immortal court by mistake. Should I call you Senior Yi? Yan Zhaoge smiled and cupped his hands as if nothing had happened. Hearing that, the flame giant that Mars halberd incarnated shook his head after a short silence and said, Yi Yang is already dead. Now there is only the leakless fairy weapon Mars halberd in the world. It's not suitable to talk here. How about we talk somewhere else? Yan Zhaoge waved his hand and said, People of the immortal court are all around. I don't get along with them. Mars halberd immediately nodded and said, That's exactly what I want. The two fled to the void together and temporarily kept a distance from the encirclement of the immortal court. After they stood still, Mars halberd said first, Although I didn't mean to do it that day, I was quite regretful when I knew it. I'm sorry to you and that little friend Fu. Although I have a grudge against the successor of Taoist Xuanzhong, I don't want to see the successor of Orthodox Taoism being harmed by the evil heretics. Yan Zhaoge looked at him and said with a little playfulness, Even if the brocade emperor made use of the heretics of the immortal court in the 9 underworlds and almost killed you, I won't vent my anger on you juniors. If I have a grudge against them, I'll settle it with Fu Jinxiu. Mars halberd answered without hesitation. Besides, even if I have a grudge against Fu Jinxiu, I don't want to involve the evil heretics. Yan Zhaoge smiled and said, So, you didn't have a good talk with the Sunlight Emperor? The face of the flame giant was covered by the raging fire, so people couldn't see his expression clearly. However, his tone was full of admiration. When I met with Candle Sunlight just now, you were beside me? I didn't notice it at all. So, it seems that the reason why I could notice your trace was also the result of you deliberately hinting to me? Senior, you flatter me. I just saw you leave. Yan Zhaoge answered with a smile. The flame giant nodded slowly and then shook his head. Candle Sunlight and I separated. That's the result of our discussion. It's easy to be discovered by the evil heretics if we travel together. So we agreed that he would inquire about the news first and then contact me. Then we'll make further plans. Yan Zhaoge was well aware that Mars halberd didn't completely trust the Sunlight Emperor. The Sunlight Emperor had always been the supporter of the earthly sovereign. This time, exalted fire luminary made a mess in the immortal court, and the world beyond worlds was stuck in the middle, which was quite embarrassing. It was hard to predict what would happen in the end. By the way, little friend Yan, what's your purpose of coming here? Mars halberd in the form of a flame giant asked. Coincidentally, or did you come here specifically to find Mingzhang? Yan Zhaoge said, When the matter of the dim radiant sect happened, you were in the ancient cold abyss. Now that you've come out, how much do you know about it? I've heard someone mention it. Mars halberd said, But I don't know the details. Yan Zhaoge picked out some important things and told him. In the end, he said, Because of the dim radiant wheel and my mother, I became a thorn in the eyes of the heretics of the immortal court. In the end, I killed Wang Jingqing. Chapter 12-17. Mars Halberd hadn't returned to the world beyond worlds for a long time. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's words, the flames around the giant's body kept shaking and jumping. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Mars Halberd shook his head and didn't doubt Yin Zhaoge's words. Although he wasn't good at sensing, he was still a leakless immortal weapon, which was almost equal to a true immortal emperor of Taoism. How many martial saints could hide from his senses? Not to mention that Yin Zhaoge was not even a human immortal, but a martial saint in the 9th level, the late immortal bridge realm. Based on this, it was enough to prove that the young man in front of him wasn't simple. They were totally different from the first time they met in the minor no-hatred Dao field. He and Wang Jingqing were old acquaintances. Wang Jingqing was the witness of the battle against the Brocade Emperor. Although they didn't know each other well and they had different opinions on many things, Mars Halberd still sighed when he heard that Wang Jingqing had died. "I've heard that you are the descendant of Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian." He sighed, "But I didn't expect that your mother was the descendant of Hu Yuexin and did such a great thing." Wang Jingqing was the disciple of the exalted earth luminary Yu Jiangshen. Hu Yuexin was the disciple of the exalted wood luminary Ishao Junhuang. Mars Halberd knew them before he was sealed in the ancient cold abyss. "No wonder you came to find Mingzhang," Mars Halberd said with a complicated tone. "He may not be in the mood to care about other things now. But since you and your mother are the descendants of Shao Junhuang, something might happen." Hearing that, Yin Zhaoge became spirited. "You mean, I'm also an outsider? It's hard to say what happened between Mingzhang and Shao Junhuang. Maybe even they can't explain it clearly." The fiery giant transformed by Mars Halberd turned around and looked into the distance. "Mingzhang didn't listen to my advice and insisted on going to the land of the heretics to kill the 2 profound immortals. I was grateful for that but also worried about him. Later, I heard that he suddenly retreated after killing 1 person. Although I was relieved, I was also confused. Because the Suo Mingzhang I knew wouldn't give up easily." The face of the flame giant was hidden behind the firelight, looking somewhat ethereal. Something else must have happened that made him change his mind. "So, you also followed the trail here?" After pausing for a while, Yin Zhaoge asked, "Forgive me for being presumptuous. Do you know why Exalted Fire Luminary came here?" "There is only one thing that can make him put everything aside." Mars Halberd replied softly, "It's about Shao Junhuang." Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath. Previously he had a similar guess as well. It was just an intuition. After all, Exalted Fire Luminary had been searching for Exalted Wood Luminary for more than 2,000 years. Now Mars Halberd, who knew the Exalted Fire Luminary very well, also made the same guess. Therefore, the probability of his guess being correct was more than 80%. "Senior, are Exalted Fire and Exalted Wood Dao companions?" Yin Zhaoge asked tentatively. "Taoist companion?" Mars Halberd's voice sounded a little hesitant. After thinking for a while, he said, "Once was." Yin Zhaoge's heart instantly thumped as an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or to cry appeared on his face. "Once? Anyway, it's a long story." The flame giant shook his head. His eyes were still looking into the distance. "Mingzhang came here regardless of everything. Shao Junhuang might be here." Yin Zhaoge rubbed his temples gently. Exalted Fire Luminary might have learned this place from the expert of the Immortal Court who had been captured by him. Then there was a question. Since they knew or suspected that Shao Junhuang was here, why didn't the Immortal Court take any action before? Compared to Suo Mingzhang who had a neutral attitude, Shao Junhuang who was on the side of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was much more against the Immortal Court. Her disciple, Hu Yuexin, who was the successor of the Bright Connection Emperor, could tell what kind of person Exalted Wood Luminary was in the past. If her position could be located, the experts of the Immortal Court would have already besieged her. Therefore this void was probably not the place where Shao Junhuang was hiding, but the place where she was buried. After being reminded by Astro Sovereign, Yin Zhaoge had been mentally prepared. But he still couldn't help feeling pity. Just at this moment, the flames surrounding Mars Halberd swayed slightly. The other side didn't hide anything from Yin Zhaoge. He said, "I got a message from the communication channel left by Candle Sunlight." He meant that he would try to lead me to the inside of the circle. Yin Zhaoge asked, "I wonder if Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu and Earthly Sovereign have also arrived here." "They should be," Mars Halberd answered, "but Candle Sunlight couldn't get in touch with them. I don't know where they are either." It was said that a lot of experts had gathered in this void to surround Exalted Fire Luminary. It seemed that they were going to catch a turtle in a jar. Still, this region of space was actually extremely vast, much larger than even the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds. The immortal court could only block this area for the time being, and then slowly compress it inwards to find the specific location of Sua Mingzhang. Senior, what are you going to do now? Yin Zhaoge looked at Mars Halberd. Mars Halberd said, it's unlikely that it's a trap. Otherwise, Sunlight Emperor could have tried to entangle Mars Halberd just now. He didn't want to win, but just entangle Mars Halberd in a short time. At that time, the people of the Immortal Court would be alerted, and someone would come to help soon. If so, can you allow me to go with you? Yin Zhaoge said after thinking for a while. As time passed, he still couldn't find Sword Sovereign Ye Jinbei. The longer he delayed, the more variables there would be. If Sword Sovereign Yu Jinbei had already reached the inside of the circle, Yin Zhaoge would just be wasting time by wandering outside. Although the current method was risky, it was still feasible. Yin Zhaoge liked the feeling of having everything under control. But he never lacked the courage and decisiveness to take risks when it was necessary. However, if possible, I can't meet Sunlight Emperor face to face now. Otherwise it might be embarrassing. If Sunlight Emperor really wanted to take Mars Halberd inside, he could hide it from the people of the Immortal Court. If Mars Halberd helped Yin Zhaoge to hide it from Sunlight Emperor, it would be another layer of cover. In this way, Yin Zhaoge didn't need to use the profound of the peerless heavenly scripture too much. He only needed to display the peerless arts of the dim radiant 12 arts, and Mars Halberd wouldn't find anything strange about it. There are so many experts in this area. You might die if you go inside. Have you thought about it? Mars Halberd asked. Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, I don't need to think about it. I'm just worried that you won't help me. Mars Halberd said, previously I failed and caused you to wander in the outer Dao's territory. I should repay you. Since you have made up your mind, I will do it for you. Chapter 12:18. Don't mention what happened before. Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands and said, today I have to rely on you, senior. Please take care of me. After saying that, he turned into a flowing light and flew up. On the surface of the light, light and darkness intertwined, and finally turned into a dim light that was neither bright nor dark. I heard that the dim radiant sect broke the old and established the new, and touched the secret of peerless infinity. Today I see it with my own eyes. It's really unique. Mars Halberd reached out his hand and held up the dim radiant light that Yin Zhaoge had turned into. Then layers of flames wrapped it up. Then he turned into a firelight and flew to the faraway space. Yin Zhaoge was immersed in the dim radiant 12 arts, and his mind was clear and sharp. Mars Halberd didn't mean to cover his perception. So, with the help of Mars Halberd, Yin Zhaoge could receive the information from the outside world without being affected. Mars Halberd stopped after avoiding the attention of some martial artists of the Immortal Court along the way. The red firelight was extinguished, and the universe returned to darkness. Mars Halberd also concealed his aura and hid his trace. Although he wasn't good at this as a leakless immortal weapon, if he really wanted to hide, it would be hard to find his trace unless it was an expert who had pushed open the door to immortality. Time passed quietly. Yin Zhaoge and Mars Halberd didn't say anything or communicate with each other. They just waited patiently. After a long time, a golden light suddenly flashed in the void on the other side. When it was near, Yin Zhaoge could see a figure in the golden light. It was a Taoist who looked about 50 years old. He wore a red robe on which patterns of yin and yang were intertwined. The Taoist's face was like a jujube, and he had a 3-foot-long beard. He looked majestic and his eyes were threatening. His eyes were like a hanging mirror in the middle of the sky, which could illuminate the whole world. They were majestic and seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, which made people's good and evil thoughts, bright and dark thoughts have no place to hide. Yin Zhaoge had already seen his portrait, so he could recognize his identity at first glance. He was one of the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds, the lord of the Purple Sun Cave of the Twin Hearts Peak of the Kunlun Mountain, Candle Sunlight Emperor, also known as the Sunlight Emperor. It was said that he had reappeared and inherited the lineage of the clear illusory Tao Lord's lineage before the Great Calamity. Perfected Lord Qing Su's legendary cave abode was Qingfeng Mountain's Purple Yang Cave. Therefore, when Yang Di achieved the Tao and ascended to immortality, he used the name of Purple Yang Cave when he opened up a dojo on Kunlun Mountain's Twin Heart Peak. Sunlight Emperor looked solemn and looked straight ahead. He came from the void in the distance. A mirror of eminence hung high above his head, emitting a bright mirror light that illuminated all directions. The reflection in the mirror vaguely showed the shape of a lamp, gently swaying. Sunlight Emperor passed by the place where Yen Zhaoge and Mars Halberd were hiding. He didn't slow down or stop. But Mars Halberd had already taken this opportunity to turn into a flame and fly into the mirror, merging with the candle in the mirror. The light swayed even more violently, flashed, and then returned to its original state. Then this mirror light turned into a stream of light, disappearing without a trace, put away. Sunlight Emperor acted as if nothing had happened, as if he hadn't noticed anything, and continued to walk forward. However, a voice rang in Mars Halberd's ears. "Sorry, fellow Taoist. Please stay in my lamp for the time being." "It's not a big deal to avoid the eyes and ears of the heretics." Mars Halberd answered, "I should thank fellow Taoist Candle Sunlight for helping me and taking this risk." Sunlight Emperor said, "Fellow Taoist, you are too polite. Exalted Fire Luminary has not been in the world beyond worlds for a long time. Due to some special reasons, his name has not been spread in the world beyond worlds. But for me, he has been famous for a long time, and I have always been looking forward to seeing him. However, there are some unpleasant words that I still have to speak frankly." Sunlight Emperor paused for a while and then said seriously, "Our Orthodox Taoism has encountered a great tribulation, and there are a lot of things waiting to be done. Now we have just seen some progress, so we need to act cautiously." Exalted Fire Luminary was too impulsive to make such a mess in the Immortal Court this time. A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. So I will say these words first. But it doesn't affect our agreement. Sunlight Emperor said frankly, "We might have different opinions on some things. But after all, we are all from the Three Clear lineage. I don't want to see such an outstanding hero of our Haotian Taoism fall into the hands of the outsiders. I only hope that fellow Taoist can persuade Exalted Fire Luminary if you can meet him." Except when facing the dragon race, Mars Halberd's temperament was not tyrannical. He said calmly, "Fellow Taoist has the same opinion as Exalted Earth Luminary, so it's not strange for you to have such an opinion. But you should also understand that it's very easy for you to lose control of yourself if you just stay in a corner. It's precisely because of who Yuexin, Yin Tianxia, and other people who have the same opinion as them exist outside that the world beyond worlds has become more stable. As far as I know, Mingzhang doesn't have any obvious inclination towards the differences between you two. This time he just did it casually. But Mingzhang's existence is the same as Hu Yuexin's." Mars Halberd said, "Although you two have opposite opinions and even have conflicts, I believe fellow Taoist Candle Sunlight can understand it. Fellow Taoist's words are not unreasonable." Sunlight Emperor said slowly, "However, the trouble caused by Exalted Fire Luminary this time is too big, and it's very hard to clean it up." Mars Halberd asked, "Is this what fellow Taoist Jianghu wants?" "I'm not sure what Earthly Sovereign thinks." Sunlight Emperor shook his head, "I haven't met him before, but I've heard people of the Immortal Court mention that Earthly Sovereign and Sword Sovereign have come to this area, hoping to solve the problem. But it's very difficult. The best result is to find a way to help Exalted Fire Luminary escape secretly, so that he won't be besieged by those heretics. But as far as I know, the number and strength of the experts of the Immortal Court gathered here is not optimistic." Sunlight Emperor sighed slightly. Mars Halberd answered after a short silence, "Let's talk about it when we meet Mingzhang. If we can get in touch with each other and cooperate with each other, we'll have a better chance. That's the only thing we can do now." Sunlight Emperor nodded. While they were talking, Sunlight Emperor was shuttling in the void. Soon, a flowing light appeared in the distance, and a strong wave of aura shook the void without any concealment. There was no doubt that it was the experts of the Immortal Court. Sunlight Emperor and Mars Halberd stopped talking when they saw that. Mars Halberd hid his aura, and Sunlight Emperor helped him to hide. Facing the martial artists of the Immortal Court, even if they were tranquil profound immortals, Sunlight Emperor and his own immortal weapon, light in the mirror, could still hide them. However, when they were close they found that they were all true immortals and there was no risk anymore. Sunlight Emperor could even let Mars Halberd receive the messages from the outside world without being affected, just like how Mars Halberd treated Yen Zhaoge. However, after seeing those people clearly, Sunlight Emperor's eyes flashed with a bit of surprise. Mars Halberd had mixed feelings in his heart. Among the people opposite them, there was one that they were all very familiar with. It was Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi, who was also one of the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds. Chapter 12-19. He was still as handsome as ever, as elegant as ever, and as powerful as ever. Standing with the emperors of the immortal court, Brocade Emperor was still the most attractive one. However, Sunlight Emperor's sight and Mars Halberd's perception both turned to look at him. Black-clothed, the man and the weapon both murmured in their hearts. Although Mars Halberd was not in the world beyond worlds, he didn't get the news about what happened in the world beyond worlds. However, he could still get the news about some things that had a great impact. But the news might be delayed. Of course, the situation of Brocade Emperor was one of the things that Mars Halberd cared about most. In the past few years, he already knew that Brocade Emperor was divided into two, and he also knew the situation of black-clothed Brocade Emperor and white-clothed Brocade Emperor. Sunlight Emperor stayed in the outer space all these years and never returned to the world beyond worlds. Although the news was delayed, the disciples of the Purple Sun Cave would try to report the big things in the world beyond worlds. He also knew clearly what was going on with black-clothed Brocade Emperor in front of him. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Sunlight Emperor stopped in front of the people in front of him. Besides black-clothed Brocade Emperor, there were 3 true immortal emperors of the immortal court. Seeing Sunlight Emperor, they didn't show a good face. But they didn't lose their manners either. They reluctantly cupped their hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Candle Sunlight, what are you doing here? I want to see if I can help you." Sunlight Emperor said calmly without changing his expression. One of the emperors of the immortal court snorted, "You heretics." He glanced at Sunlight Emperor and black-clothed Brocade Emperor with an unfriendly look. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor's expression didn't change at all. He just stood there indifferently. When he saw Sunlight Emperor coming, he cupped his hands and greeted. Another emperor of the immortal court stared at Sunlight Emperor and said in a deep voice, "Sua Mingzhang is extremely audacious and reckless. His crime is unforgivable. This time, the immortal court has mobilized troops to kill him. You better not. You'd better not have any improper thoughts. Fellow Taoist, you misunderstood me. I came here because I felt uneasy. So I came to see if I can help you." Sunlight Emperor didn't get angry, although Exalted Fire Luminary is a senior of the Taoism in the world beyond worlds. But we have already parted ways. I was also surprised by his sudden attack. The third emperor of the immortal court tried to smooth things over. If Taoist Candle Sunlight really wants to do so, that would be great. However, this place has been sealed. Don't move around recklessly, lest there be any misunderstanding. Thank you for your reminder. I will be careful. Sunlight Emperor nodded and then looked at the black-clothed Brocade Emperor. Fellow Taoist Fu, it has been many years since we last met. This humble Taoist had not thought that something like this would actually happen to you. After hearing about it in extra-dimensional space, I was preoccupied with many matters and was unable to return to the world beyond worlds. I didn't expect to meet you here today. The black-clothed Brocade Emperor said calmly, "I had never thought that I would end up like this. Fellow Taoists, where are you going now?" Sunlight Emperor looked at the 3 emperors of the immortal court. Then he said to Fang Yen, "We've received orders to go and await further orders. Since fellow Taoist Candle Sunlight doesn't want to stay out of this, then come with us." They were naturally unwilling to see a true immortal of the world beyond worlds roaming freely in this region. "That's my wish." Sunlight Emperor nodded and went on the road with him. The black-clothed Brocade Emperor accompanied them as well. The Sunlight Emperor looked at him and wanted to say something. After a long journey, they passed through layers of void. After a long time, they stopped. In the distance, many powerful auras emerged, which made people's heart palpitate. However, what attracted people's attention was a huge nebula, which was like a whirlpool. The size of this nebula was far bigger than the space of the world beyond worlds and the immortal court. Inside the nebula, there were infinite space folds, which were complicated. If it was unfolded, it would be even bigger and immeasurable. Original Nebula. Seeing it, Yin Zhaoge gradually understood, there might be a space-time whirlpool inside this nebula, which leads to an unknown place far away. If Exalted Fire Luminary entered it, it would be really difficult for the people of the immortal court to find him. For a moment, Yin Zhaoge even suspected that Sua Mingzhang came here just to get rid of the pursuers, and this place was actually not his destination. However, if that was the case, the immortal court wouldn't be so stupid to invest such a huge amount of manpower and resources. They must have judged that Sua Mingzhang wouldn't leave easily through some factors. Thinking of the expert of the immortal court who was captured by Sua Mingzhang, Yin Zhaoge guessed that he might not be the only one who knew the information from him. Through others, the immortal court judged the purpose of Sua Mingzhang's great effort. What is hidden in this original nebula? Yin Zhaoge thought, exalted with luminary. No matter whether she is alive or dead, this may be the last place where she disappeared. Therefore, before searching this original nebula thoroughly and confirming the whereabouts of Xiao Junhuang, exalted fire luminary, Sua Mingzhang wouldn't leave even if he had a way to go. And this time, the immortal court might have made up their mind to search this original nebula. They must stop Sua Mingzhang before he left, and also confirm Xiao Junhuang's life or death. This time they had sent enough experts here and spent a lot of manpower and resources. They wouldn't give up until they reached their goal. When he was thinking, the universe in front of him suddenly changed. That immeasurably huge original nebula suddenly began to expand outwards. Layers of void folds unfolded in the expanding nebula, which devoured and occupied the surrounding space. That whirlpool seemed to become a giant beast that devoured the universe in an instant, sweeping all the spacetime. What happened inside? Is there a war? Yin Zhaoge was thinking, and then he saw the surging tide had already swept towards them outside. Mars Halberd contacted Sunlight Emperor secretly. Our chance. That's right. Sunlight Emperor agreed deeply. He pretended to retreat to avoid the spacetime tide, but he still couldn't avoid it and was involved in it. However, even if he really wanted to avoid it, he was afraid that he couldn't. The spacetime tide was so fierce that even those true immortal emperors who had already pushed open the immortal door couldn't avoid it. Although they weren't injured, they were still swept away. Not only Sunlight Emperor, but also Brocade Emperor and those emperors of the immortal court beside him were also swallowed by the spacetime tide. Not knowing how long it had been, when the spacetime tide was relatively calm, Sunlight Emperor could finally stabilize his body. Mars Halberd and Yin Zhaoge also had the time to look at the situation in front of them. Everything within his field of vision was covered in a layer of fog. Generally speaking, when the space folds overlapped and compressed to a certain extent, it would be like a tangible solid, like a sparkling crystal. But in front of them, in the original nebula, everything was like a thin mist. However, with Sunlight Emperor's cultivation, he didn't dare to touch that thin mist easily. Otherwise, he might be directly squeezed into dregs. Walking through it, he could only try his best to avoid it. It was also very difficult to distinguish the way. However, after walking for a while, Sunlight Emperor's expression suddenly changed slightly. Then he saw a man in black appear in his sight. It was black-clothed Brocade Emperor. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor also raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw Sunlight Emperor. He didn't feel surprised, but it could be seen that meeting again was also beyond his expectation. However, this time Sunlight Emperor was not as casual as before. He asked slowly, "Fellow Taoist Fu, why do you also come to this area of the void?" Chapter 12:20. I got the news about Exalted Fire Luminary. That's why I came here. Sunlight Emperor stared at black-clothed Brocade Emperor. Why did you come here? In the boundless outer space, the time and space were chaotic. One could be teleported to another world at any time. But it would be too much of a coincidence to say that he came here by accident. I came here specifically. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor said calmly, not for Exalted Fire Luminary. I'm looking for someone else. Sunlight Emperor frowned. Someone else? Mars Halberd and Yin Zhaoge, who were hidden by Mars Halberd, were both slightly moved after hearing that. Fellow Taoist Fu, forgive me for being so bold. Are you going to join the immortal court? Sunlight Emperor's expression was unprecedentedly serious. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor shook his head. Not yet. Not yet. The meaning behind these three words was truly profound. On the other hand, I do have such a plan. But I haven't put it into practice yet. Yin Zhaoge thought, did we give him too much pressure? Not necessarily. Sunlight Emperor stared at black-clothed Brocade Emperor. Forgive me for being so bold. Fellow Taoist Fu, what you did was a little inappropriate. I don't want to be killed by my other self. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor said calmly. He could get the 4 Grands earlier heaven flag with the help of others. So I had to find other helpers. Sunlight Emperor continued, the other fellow Taoist Fu in white, is he also looking for the helpers of the immortal court? Or has he found the blessed land of Buddhism? He attacked secretly and retreated after one attack. But he chose the most critical moment. So I failed to get the 4 Grands earlier heaven flag, and the immortal weapon fell into the hands of the white-clothed man. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor didn't hide anything. He said frankly, it happened so suddenly that I'm not sure about his identity. But since I couldn't see through him, he should be above the true immortal realm and not a heretic. Sunlight Emperor said in a deep voice, if so, why did you come to ask for help from the heretics? I'm already aware of the conflict between you and the other Taoist Fu, as well as the conflict between you and the descendant of the exalted gold luminary. However, all of these are conflicts between our Taoism's three clear lineage. We shouldn't allow the heretics to get involved in it. The black-clothed brocade emperor said calmly, fellow Taoist Candle Sunlight, aren't you also working with the immortal court heretics now? It's just a temporary expedient. Sunlight Emperor said frankly. He didn't care whether the other party would lie to him or not. The same goes for me, the black-clothed brocade emperor said indifferently. Sunlight Emperor looked at him as if he was thinking about how credible his words were. Yen Zhaoge felt that this was indeed the true thoughts of the black-clothed brocade emperor. However, that was only for now. Joining the immortal court meant accepting the immortal court's purification, giving birth to the treasured light imbued with faith power and worshipping the immeasurable heavenly Lord. In this way, it was very likely that the black-clothed brocade emperor wouldn't have to scheme for the grand simplicity splendor cloud and the Tai fist, he wouldn't have to kill Meng Wan and Fu Ting, and he wouldn't even have to fight with the white-clothed brocade emperor. He would have the hope of advancing a step further and ascending to the profound immortal realm. It didn't take much effort, it wasn't dangerous, and it looked perfect. It seemed to fit the black-clothed brocade emperor's usual style. However, it might not be the best for him. Being purified by the immortal court meant that his life and death would be in the hands of the immortal court in the future. The black-clothed brocade emperor wouldn't take this step unless he had no other choice. The best result would be to tangle with the immortal court and try to borrow their strength to help him defeat the white-clothed brocade emperor and even obtain the grand simplicity splendor cloud. Yen Zhaoge and his son were also the thorn in the side of the immortal court. It was still hard to say which one would be more beneficial to the immortal court, one more emperor who was purified, and one more emperor who was inclined to the immortal court and had the hope of ascending to the profound immortal realm and becoming one of the dominators of the world beyond worlds. This was the black-clothed brocade emperor's bargaining chip. Of course, it wasn't enough to make the situation develop as he planned. The immortal court wouldn't work for him for free. How to weigh the pros and cons and how to compromise were still entangled. Taoist Fu listened to my advice. Sunlight Emperor looked at the black-clothed brocade emperor and said, I've already known about your affairs. It's not impossible for you to defeat the white-clothed Taoist Fu and obtain the grand simplicity splendor cloud of the exalted gold luminary's descendant. The descendant of the exalted gold luminary had messed with Yin Dim Radiance and the bright connection who. They shouldn't be tolerated in the world beyond worlds. They killed Taoist Wang Zhengqing and the earthly sovereign wouldn't ignore it. After the matter of the exalted fire luminary is settled, the earthly sovereign will return to the world beyond worlds. With him and the concealed sovereign working together, nothing will go wrong. I haven't had any dealings with the white-robed fellow Taoist Fu, but I've heard others mention that it's difficult for fellow Taoist Fu to make progress. He's lost and his path isn't as clear as yours. Although it's a little cruel, I support you more. Sunlight Emperor said in a deep voice, however, it's like asking a tiger for its skin to cooperate with the immortal court. The affairs of the world beyond worlds should be settled by the three clear lineage. Don't involve the heretics. However, the reason why I ended up like this is that I'm also a member of the three clear lineage. Black-clothed brocade emperor said lightly. Sunlight Emperor frowned, you mean the former southern exalt Zhuangxin? Black-clothed brocade emperor shook his head, Zhuangxin is nothing. He just took advantage of the situation at the end. The source is one of the three sovereigns of the world beyond worlds, or the missing astro sovereign. If the profound immortal didn't take action, how could I be affected? Sunlight Emperor looked surprised and said, you mean, if it's the sword sovereign it's fine. Black-clothed brocade emperor said indifferently, if it's not the sword sovereign but the others, how can I count on them? At that time Yen Zhaoge and his son didn't come out, and the grand simplicity splendor cloud was also missing. After what happened today, the white-clothed brocade emperor would definitely take care of the aftermath, not me. Sunlight Emperor was silent. If the person who caused all this really had a way to help the white-clothed brocade emperor to make progress, it would be a bargaining chip to rope in the white-clothed brocade emperor. The white-clothed brocade emperor was on the side of the Broad Creed Mountain, while the black-clothed brocade emperor had conflicts with the Broad Creed Mountain. It was self-evident which one was more necessary to rope in and fight for. Black-clothed brocade emperor had already lost the upper hand in the fight between the white-clothed brocade emperor and the black-clothed brocade emperor. White-clothed brocade emperor had the 4 grands earlier heaven flag and the Tai fist. Facing the black-clothed brocade emperor, he had an overwhelming advantage. Earthly sovereign and concealed sovereign naturally had conflicts with the Broad Creed Mountain. Earthly sovereign had to go back to the world beyond worlds to settle things. However, it didn't mean that they would definitely stand on the side of the black-clothed brocade emperor who also had conflicts with the Broad Creed Mountain. Those were 2 different things. It's related to life and death. I can't say anything. Sunlight Emperor said seriously while looking at the black-clothed brocade emperor after being silent for a while. But fellow Taoist Fu, please reconsider. It's definitely not a good choice for life and death, destiny and the Tao if you join the immortal court. Chapter 12:21. Joining the immortal court is indeed not a good choice, the black-clothed brocade emperor said mildly, but at least it is not the worst choice. Although it's only slightly better than the worst, it's still better than the worst. Hearing the words of the black-clothed brocade emperor, Sunlight Emperor slightly frowned. Mars Halberd just listened quietly. Between the black-clothed and white-clothed brocade emperors, Mars Halberd undoubtedly hated the black-clothed brocade emperor more. After learning about the brocade emperor's situation, Mars Halberd could easily figure out that the brocade emperor, who had not been divided at that time, had used the emperors of the immortal court to kill him in the 9 underworlds, mainly because the brocade emperor was heartless at that time. It was precisely this heartless side that had transformed into the black-clothed brocade emperor after splitting apart. Even so, Mars Halberd still felt complicated when he saw the black-clothed brocade emperor being forced to join the immortal court. Be it black or white, be it emotional or unfeeling, these were the most outstanding figures of the world beyond world's grand clear lineage to the legacies of Taoism's 3 clear lineage. As one of the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds, he had once been a bigwig with the greatest authority in the world beyond worlds. Now, he actually vaguely had no place to stay in the world beyond worlds. Due to the matters of Yin Tianxia and Hu Yuexin that year and Yan Zhaoge's recent slaying of the earth exalt Wang Zhengqing, the world beyond worlds now vaguely seemed to be in a stalemate between the 2 sides. A huge conflict was bound to break out between the 2 sides. The ironic thing was that no matter who won, it seemed to be disadvantageous to the black-clothed brocade emperor. Even if the 2 sides were in a deadlock, there was no room for him to take advantage of the situation. Mars Halberd was not his friend, so he sighed inwardly at the moment. Yan Zhaoge, however, felt nothing at all. His understanding of the black-clothed brocade emperor was deeper than that of Mars Halberd. As Yan Zhaoge saw it, the most likely thing that the black-clothed brocade emperor would do was to force the earthly sovereign and concealed sovereign of the world beyond worlds to choose him over the white-clothed brocade emperor in the name of joining the immortal court. While he had been split into 2, both the black-clothed and white-clothed brocade emperor's memories had been completely inherited. As a peak expert of the world beyond worlds, the brocade emperor knew many things about the world beyond worlds. Perhaps this information was what the immortal court valued. In secretly assisting the brocade emperor to ascend to immortality that year, it was not without the thought of planting a spy within. Did the black-clothed brocade emperor want to join the immortal court? Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to. Therefore, the black-clothed brocade emperor's true intentions were to wait for a good price. This was something that black-clothed brocade emperor would do, even if he had already noticed the shadow of the immortal court behind him when he pushed open the immortal door. However, this did not affect him from taking the most beneficial approach to the current situation. If he really had no other way out in the end and it was a matter of life and death, he might just convert to the immortal court. On the contrary, these were things that the white-clothed brocade emperor would never have done. In fact, the white-clothed brocade emperor hated the immortal court even more than before. Because of his style, the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign did not have to worry about the white-clothed brocade emperor joining the immortal court. As Yan Zhaoge saw it, this was the most ironic part. Fellow Taoist Fu, please reconsider. After a while, Sunlight Emperor said slowly, there is no turning back for some choices. Please be careful. Fellow Taoist Candle Sunlight wants to kill me? The black-clothed brocade emperor had a calm expression on his face. This king's current strength cannot be compared to before. You also have the mirror light with you. If you make a move, it is not impossible for you to succeed. Sunlight Emperor looked at him. Fellow Taoist Fu, do you want to convert to the immortal court this time? I'm just looking for an old acquaintance to have a chat. The black-clothed brocade emperor shook his head. If I want to convert to the heretics immediately, I can go to the immortal court directly. There is no need for me to come here. Then I still say the same thing. Sunlight Emperor nodded, and his eyes were not so sharp and threatening anymore. Fellow Taoist Fu, please reconsider. The black-clothed brocade emperor didn't say anything. He passed by Sunlight Emperor and said, since fellow Taoist Candle Sunlight doesn't want to make a move, I will leave first. The environment here is complicated, and there are many experts of the immortal court. Why don't we go together? Sunlight Emperor said. My purpose here is different from yours. Let's say goodbye here. The black-clothed brocade emperor didn't look back. He just walked in the hazy nebula space and gradually went away. Sunlight Emperor looked at the back of the black-clothed brocade emperor and remained silent. After a long time, Sunlight Emperor opened his mouth again and said, now the situation in the world beyond worlds is delicate. The heretics of the immortal court are eyeing us covetously. Fellow Taoist, please don't make trouble for fellow Taoist Fu for the time being. You can make a decision after everything is settled in case the heretics take advantage of you. That depends on what he will do. Mars Halberd answered slowly. Sunlight Emperor nodded. That's good to hear. After saying that, he continued his journey. However, in the original nebula, the space was not only vast, but also complicated and unpredictable. Even if one was proficient in the Tao of time and space and had a high cultivation, it was more difficult to move freely here and find another person. It's not a good way to go on like this. Sunlight Emperor stopped and sighed. The bright mirror above his head was hanging in the air. The reflection of lights in the mirror was shaking slightly. Then the voice of Mars Halberd came out. Indeed. Fellow Taoist Candle Sunlight, can you contact other people in the world beyond worlds? Sunlight Emperor answered, I don't know whether the Earthly Sovereign and the Sword Sovereign have entered the original nebula. I just tried to contact them but I haven't received any reply yet. After a moment of silence, Mars Halberd said, if so, I'll try to contact Mingzhang. Exalted fire luminary Sua Mingzhang had been moving in the boundless outer space for thousands of years, looking for the whereabouts of exalted wood luminary Xiao Junhuang. His whereabouts were also hard to be found. However, he still kept in touch with Mars Halberd. Because of the long distance between them, it was hard to maintain the timeliness of the contact, and there would inevitably be lag and delay. However, Mars Halberd had never contacted Sua Mingzhang in these years. He didn't contact him when he was suppressed by the dragon race and the Grand Clear lineage. He didn't contact him when he broke the seal and took revenge on the dragon race and the Grand Clear lineage. He also didn't contact him when he was seriously injured by the experts of the immortal court. This time, Sua Mingzhang happened to return to the Tao universe by accident, so he got to know about it by chance. Then he went to the immortal court. However, being in such an environment, I'm not sure. I can only try my best. Mars Halberd said. Sunlight Emperor looked serious. After observing the surroundings carefully, he said, there should be no activity of the heretics in this area. Fellow Taoist, don't worry about it. I'll protect you. But you need to act as soon as possible so as not to attract the attention of the heretics. The experts of the heretics gathered here are not only profound immortals. After the light in the mirror shook for a while, a red flame flew out of the golden candle and landed in the void, turning into a flame giant. Mars Halberd stood still for a while and tried to feel the chaotic space in front of him. Chapter 12:22. In the original nebula, the time and space were unpredictable, which was quite different from the outside world. Mars Halberd also needed to put himself in the shoes of others for a while to fine-tune his ritual. When he had a plan in mind and everything was well calculated, he could take action. Flames intertwined and burned in the void and turned into formation patterns. The flame giant that Mars Halberd incarnated also flew up. The fire storm swept over, and then a double crescent halberd appeared in the fire. Mars Halberd showed his real body and waved in the air. It was as if a vast energy concept that could split the heavens and earth apart broke through the chaotic time and space to write another seal. It was a pale golden seal. The golden seal fell in the formation patterns formed by the intertwining flames. The two combined, and suddenly there were circles of brilliance spreading around. Sunlight Emperor stood aside and guarded Mars Halberd, vigilantly paying attention to the surrounding environment. However, when he saw the circles of brilliance spread out, which seemed to fix the whole chaotic time and space, Sunlight Emperor also showed a look of admiration in his eyes, exquisite and extraordinary. Mars Halberd showed the appearance of the flame giant again, standing in the void, and began to wait patiently. It was difficult to measure the time here. After a long time, the frozen time and space suddenly fluctuated violently. A strange flame appeared out of nowhere, instantly penetrated the void, and condensed into a seal in front of Mars Halberd. Mars Halberd stared at it attentively, and the flame disappeared in a flash. But Mars Halberd already had a plan, so he said to Sunlight Emperor, "Let's go." In the original nebula, the time and space are unpredictable. It may take a long time. Sunlight Emperor nodded. It is expected. It is already a surprise that we can contact Exalted Fire Luminary. It is a pity that Earthly Sovereign and Sword Sovereign still haven't replied. While talking, the two continued their journey together. They needed to hurry up, otherwise the previous clues would be less and less helpful when the time and space of the original nebula changed too fast. However, they needed to be more careful to avoid running into the people of the Immortal Court. Because Mars Halberd needed to identify the way, it was not suitable for him to continue hiding in the candle light of Sunlight Emperor's mirror light. In this way, if they walked in the original nebula openly and met the people of the Immortal Court, things would immediately get complicated. Not only did they have to hurry on with their journey, but they also had to conceal their tracks. The difficulty was self-evident. Moreover, the changes of time and space in the original nebula were dangerous. The slightest bit of carelessness could cause even an immortal realm expert to be crushed to death by the disordered space. Fortunately, the two of them were traveling together so they could work together and help each other. Suddenly, Mars Halberd stopped and said, "Here we are." Hearing that, Sunlight Emperor became spirited. Mars Halberd reappeared in the original form of a crimson halberd, and then once again waved it in the void. The scarlet flames left traces in the void, lingering for a long time. They condensed into a huge talisman that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, like a sea of fire. Then rays of golden light rose from the fiery red talisman and gathered at a single point. In the space-time, a spire seemed to appear, but it also looked like a path. At the top, the void began to crack open. Then streaks of fire gushed out from the crack in the wall. The heat, which far exceeded that of Mars Halberd, was exuding from it, which was shocking. Even Sunlight Emperor, who was a true immortal of Taoism, felt that his internal organs were burning and the heat was unbearable when the fire gushed out from the crack before he got close to it. His own perception ability seemed to have completely disappeared at this moment. After the initial heat, everything seemed to become numb. He didn't feel the heat, but he also lost all other senses. Exalted Fire Luminary. Sunlight Emperor realized it and murmured to himself. Mars Halberd nodded, yes. Before he finished his words, a strange wave suddenly appeared in the original nebula where the two of them were, from far to near. It seemed that some powerful beings were approaching quickly. That was a speed that was far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. In such a complicated space-time environment like the original nebula, it could travel quickly. If it was in the normal void, Mars Halberd wouldn't have time to react, and the other party would have already arrived in front of him. People of the Immortal Court. Mars Halberd understood it immediately. He waved the double crescent halberd in the air, intending to cut off the passage paved with golden light and seal the crack again. But at this moment, an ancient mirror appeared in front of him and blocked the sharp light of the red halberd. The reflection of the candlelight in the mirror changed its appearance after shaking for a while. A red sky halberd, which was exactly the same as the red sky halberd, seemed to break out of the mirror and rush to Mars Halberd. The two halberds collided with each other. Candle sunlight. A low voice came from Mars Halberd, who was suppressing his anger. In that moment of delay, streams of light streaked across the sky, shuttling through time and space to arrive in front of him. Every one of them was extremely powerful. When they gathered together, it was even more suffocating. It seemed that people couldn't even move their soul thoughts at all. These flowing lights didn't stop for a moment. They all rushed to the crack where the golden light passed and the flowing fire scattered in all directions at the first moment. The powerful force tore the crack apart and enlarged it in an instant, and then rushed into it together. Mars Halberd was blocked by the light in the mirror. Behind the ancient mirror, Sunlight Emperor reached out his hand to hold the mirror with a calm look. Everything was planned by you. Mars Halberd said angrily, you colluded with the Immortal Court from the very beginning. What you said to the black-robed Fujinshio was just a lie that you used to deceive me. Sunlight Emperor said calmly, it was not a lie. What I said was from the bottom of my heart. Everything I did now was for our orthodox Taoism. Fellow Taoist, I understand that you are angry now. But you will understand my painstaking efforts in the future. Now you'd better not make a mistake. If you leave this place with me, you still have a chance to save yourself. Good, good, good. Mars Halberd was so angry that he laughed and then suddenly shouted. Then, the red halberd suddenly changed its direction and waved to the other side of the void. Sunlight Emperor followed up with a calm look. But soon his face suddenly changed. He had thought that Mars Halberd was going to turn around and try to escape. But he didn't expect that after the red halberd passed through the void, another crack appeared in the space. In the new crack there were even more intense flames gushing out. The aura coming out of it was even more powerful than that of the first crack where Exalted Fire Luminary was suspected to be opposite. I've been fooled. Sunlight Emperor reacted immediately and sped up to catch up with Mars Halberd. He wanted to entangle Mars Halberd so that he couldn't hide in the second crack. At the same time, angry roars came out of the first crack in the void in another direction. Then, streaks of light turned around and flew out again, chasing after the second fissure. Chapter 12:23. Fellow Taoist, don't make the same mistake again. Sunlight Emperor showed a painful expression on his face and tried his best to catch up with Mars Halberd. As long as he could stop Mars Halberd before he entered the second crack, even if it was just for a moment, the lights rushing out from the first crack in the sky could catch up with him. Fellow Taoist, you will only harm others and yourself if you don't come to your senses. Sunlight Emperor also turned into a flowing light and integrated with his immortal weapon Mirror Light. Then a ray of light shot out from the mirror light and chased Mars Halberd. The speed of the light was so fast that it came to the back of Mars Halberd. Sunlight Emperor's figure appeared again and then he waved his hand backward. The mirror light seemed to turn into a rope and pulled the ancient mirror back to his hand quickly. At the same time, Sunlight Emperor's other hand had already grabbed Mars Halberd. Mars Halberd didn't turn around. He just swung the tail of the halberd in the air and whipped on Sunlight Emperor's palm with raging flames. Both of them were shocked. Sunlight Emperor's figure stopped and Mars Halberd's speed also slowed down a little. After a while, Mars Halberd sped up again. But Sunlight Emperor was already close at this moment. He took back the mirror light and shone it at Mars Halberd. As the candlelight reflected in the mirror flickered, light golden flowing lights flew out from it and turned into ropes to bind Mars Halberd. Mars Halberd, who wanted to speed up, became even slower. Even if they could win, it would take more than one or two moves. Sunlight Emperor only wanted to stop Mars Halberd for a moment, which was not difficult for him. At this moment, in the void on the other side, the flowing lights rushed out of the first crack in an instant and then rushed to Sunlight Emperor and Mars Halberd. The vast space was so close to them as if there was no distance at all. In an instant they were right in front of them. The horrible aura almost paralyzed them and made them unable to move. Although there were some twists and turns, they could still act according to the plan. Sunlight Emperor finally felt relieved. But suddenly, a ray of light flew out from Mars Halberd. The light was dim, hazy, not bright, not dazzling, and just blurry. But when Sunlight Emperor saw the light, he suddenly trembled. Dim radiant 12 arts? A figure surfaced amidst the fusion of dim and radiant light. It was precisely Yen Zhaoge. Sunlight Emperor's heart is really cold and bitter. While laughing, Yen Zhaoge reached out his hand and held the Mars Halberd. Then he shook his hand. The essence of the heaven-opening scripture that Yen Zhaoge had just comprehended was displayed by Yen Zhaoge, which immediately merged with the concept of power of Mars Halberd. Although there was a big difference between them, there was still an instant similarity. The power of both sides merged together, and a tyrannical yet bright heaven-opening flame appeared. The Mars Halberd suddenly turned into a shape that looked like a banner and an axe, and then cut off all the golden lights wrapped around the halberd. As soon as the restraint was gone, Yen Zhaoge and Mars Halberd immediately sped up and turned into a streak of fiery light, rushing into the second crack instantly. Almost at the same time they rushed in, streams of light with extremely powerful auras had already chased them to the outside of the crack. However, after Yen Zhaoge and Mars Halberd rushed in, an extremely tyrannical flame immediately burst out from the second crack, which swept through the space and blocked those light streams. As the flames rose into the air, the second crack closed up and disappeared without a trace. The anger was fluctuating in the void, which made the space collapse. However, no matter how angry they were, they could only accept the reality. They had to start all over again to chase after Exalted Fire Luminary. Although there were some experts of the Immortal Court who were good at changing time and space, They still had to give up after trying for a long time and exploring the void in this area. The environment of the original nebula was too much of a hindrance for the pursuers. Candle Sunlight Emperor retreated to the side and looked at the scene in front of him with a serious expression. As the void shook, a middle-aged man in black appeared beside him saying, "It's a waste of effort." It was Brocade Emperor in black. Even if I was discovered, I could still hold him for a while. But I didn't notice that there was another person with him. Sunlight Emperor said in a deep voice, "It's my fault. Yin Zhaoge, I didn't expect that he was also here. Is he everywhere?" The red-faced Taoist looked at the void in front of him and said, "It's still too early to say whether we can catch them all or fail. Don't worry about it for now." Passing through the crack, Yin Zhaoge looked back and saw the crack closed and disappeared again. While the flowing fire was flying in front of them, there was a strong pulling force coming from afar, which pulled them forward quickly. If Fallen Deity didn't warn me, I might have made a big mistake. Mars Halberd changed into the appearance of the flame giant again. "Senior, you are too polite," Yin Zhaoge said with a smile. "Didn't you also have doubts?" Led by Sunlight Emperor, they just passed through the periphery of the Immortal Court and came to the inner part of the original nebula. When they were close to the edge of the original nebula suddenly changed. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed too coincidental. If the original nebula didn't change, which swallowed all the people around and made them separated because of the change of time and space, how could they get rid of the surveillance of the experts of the Immortal Court and act independently? That was the first problem they had to face. However, this problem soon disappeared. It seemed to be a coincidence, but it was actually the experts of the higher level of the Immortal Court who entered the original nebula and caused the change. In this way, Mars Halberd could be fooled. The original nebula might let Sua Mingzhang jump out of the encirclement of the Immortal Court. As long as he didn't find the target he was looking for, he might leave. If the Immortal Court wanted to encircle him, they had to hurry. He might not trust the experts of the world beyond worlds like Earthly Sovereign, but he trusted Mars Halberd. Therefore, the Immortal Court tried to let Mars Halberd lead the way and help them find Exalted Fire Luminary as soon as possible. Under the urgency of time, it was inevitable to be a little impatient, which would easily arouse suspicion. However, the words of Candle Sunlight Z and the black-robed Fu Jinxiu made me less suspicious to a certain extent. Mars Halberd said with a complicated tone. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. "Now, the result is always good." Under the guidance of the flowing fire, which was like a big river, the two quickly passed through layers of time and space, and didn't know how far they had gone. Finally, the flowing fire disappeared and the scene in front of them changed. Before Yin Zhaoge stabilized his body, his eyes suddenly flashed. He could feel that his myriad dragon palace slightly shook. Or it should be said that the beams and doors of the Heavenly Court's divine palace in the past were slightly shaking. Yin Zhaoge fixed his eyes on it, and found that there was something in the void in front of him, which was not empty like other places. There were actually some broken stones and soil here. It looked like the broken walls of some buildings that had collapsed. Under one of the broken walls, a man was sitting there. Chapter 12:24. Under the broken wall, a young man was sitting there. One of his legs was straight forward and the other one was bent in front of him. His arm was resting on the bent knee. The man was leaning against the wall, looking at Yin Zhaoge and Mars Halberd. "Old buddy, here you are." While saying that, the young man stood up from the ground. "I almost fell into someone's trap and brought you trouble," the flame giant that Mars Halberd transformed into said, while his body was descending. Yin Zhaoge descended with him and observed the young man in front of him at the same time. The young man had short hair, which was very rare. Yin Zhaoge's hair had been getting shorter and shorter under his own insistence, which was totally different from other men's hair in this ancient world. However, the hair of the man in front of him was even shorter than Yin Zhaoge's. It was exactly the short hair in Yin Zhaoge's memory. Although his hair was thick, it gave people a feeling of prickling when they stood up. He was very tall but well-proportioned and perfect. He didn't look clumsy or fat. His short hair accentuated his masculine and firm facial features. When he opened and closed his eyes, there seemed to be the vast starry sky in his eyes. Not at all. Hearing Mars Halberd's words, the man shook his head, "But I don't have the mood to pay attention to them now." He looked at Yin Zhaoge. "What's the background of this young friend?" Although it was the first time for Yin Zhaoge to see him in person, he could already confirm his identity. He was one of the new 9 luminaries of Kunlun together with his grandfather Yin Xintong, Astro Sovereign Qin Xuanzong, Earthly Sovereign Jiang Xin and Exalted Solar Luminary Gao Han. Exalted Fire Luminary Sua Mingzhang. Compared with the image of Sua Mingzhang that Yan Zhaoge saw through the fan drawn by Exalted Wood Luminary in the Fire Dragon world, the real person in front of him was much more restrained. He was like a peerless divine weapon that was temporarily put into the sheath. However, Yan Zhaoge could still faintly feel the terrifying momentum that was roaring in the universe. For some unknown reason at some unknown time, that overbearing flame dragon had become so quiet. However, no one would really think that the short-haired man in front of them had become harmless. Not long ago, in the territory of the Immortal Court, he purposely stepped into the trap that the other party had carefully planned. Despite being besieged by many experts, he still killed the bait and left. On the other hand, the bait itself was a profound immortal sovereign who had fused his immortal energy into energy. Yan Zhaoge pays his respects to the exalted fire. Yan Zhaoge was neither servile nor overbearing. He cupped his hands towards Sua Mingzhang in front of him. Last time we met, I told you that I'm the descendant of fellow Taoist Yan Xintong and fellow Taoist Di Qinglian, Mars Halberd said. After glancing at Yan Zhaoge, Sua Mingzhang slowly said, "Should I say that he is the descendant of a famous clan, or should I say that the pupil has surpassed the master? No need for formalities." He first nodded to Yan Zhaoge and then turned to Mars Halberd and said, "Let's talk about it later. I won't entertain you for now and I'll continue with my previous business." Mars Halberd said, "There's one more thing that I've just learned. His mother is Hu Yuexin's grand disciple, that is, Xiao Juanwang's third-generation disciple." What? Sua Mingzhang suddenly turned his head. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands towards Sua Mingzhang and said, "Did Senior Mars Halberd tell you what the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia and the bright connection Emperor Hu Yuexin had done? The karma of that day hasn't been completely cut off. Now my mother and I have inherited that karma, and we're trying to solve it." He didn't hide anything and said frankly, "The reason why I left the world beyond worlds to travel in the void is to find my mother's great-grand master, the Exalted Wood Luminary. At the same time, because I heard that you and the Exalted Wood Luminary were old friends, I also hope to find you." After hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Sua Mingzhang simply said, "I'm looking for Jun Huang now. You come with me." Yan Zhaoge nodded and then followed up with Mars Halberd. Sua Mingzhang walked in the front and walked through the ruins in front of him. While walking, Yan Zhaoge felt the aura contained in the broken walls and ruins, and also contacted his myriad dragon palace. It's completely ruined. Its spirituality is almost gone. It's not as good as the pillars and beams of the divine palace, or the white jade door. Yan Zhaoge sighed in his heart. After the great calamity, the continuous erosion of time, and the brilliance of the original nebula, this place had become a real ruin. Not even a piece of good tile could be left. There was no need to absorb it into the myriad dragon palace. However, when Yan Zhaoge was feeling pity, he suddenly felt something in his heart. He felt that the treasure that he had never really controlled before seemed to have a slight reaction at this moment. The profound sky purple golden furnace. This place has something to do with the pill hall. Or is there a spacetime tunnel in the original nebula that leads to the void where the pill hall is now? Yan Zhaoge was slightly shocked, but then he didn't feel so surprised. Xiao Junhuang, the Exalted Wood Luminary, was famous for her alchemy skills. She was recognized as the #1 alchemist among the experts of Taoism after the Great Calamity. It was reasonable that she devoted herself to finding the pill hall of the Heavenly Court's divine palace, and even found some clues. But he didn't know what she had found. When Yan Zhaoge was thinking, he suddenly saw Exalted Fire Luminary Sua Mingzhang stop in front of him. The three of them were in a ruin. The surrounding environment didn't seem to be special. After looking around, Sua Mingzhang raised his hand and stretched out his finger to write something in the air. The faint light left traces in the void and quickly condensed into a unique talisman. Yan Zhaoge looked at the talisman and his eyes flashed slightly. He had seen it before. It was the private seal of Xiao Junhuang, the Exalted Wood Luminary. "Have you seen it before?" Sua Mingzhang asked casually without looking back. "Before, I went to the Fire Dragon world to look for your former residence, and saw a folding fan in the cottage." Yan Zhaoge knew that he was not asking Mars Halberd, so he didn't hide it and admitted it frankly. While saying that, Yan Zhaoge looked at Mars Halberd. Hearing the name of the Fire Dragon world, Mars Halberd nodded silently and said nothing. As expected, Sua Mingzhang didn't feel dissatisfied. "I haven't been back for 1,000 years. How is it?" The local six-legged fae takes care of the mausoleum very carefully. Yin Zhaoge answered. While asking and answering, along with the flash of that talisman, the void in front of them suddenly opened. The three of them stepped into it together and came to an independent world. The first thing that entered his sight was a tall spirit tree. It was tall and straight, exuding a heroic aura. Songhua tree. Seeing that big tree, Yin Zhaoge's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. If you see that Songhua tree, then I'm afraid it's transformed by the remains of the great Grand Master, which means that she has already died. His mother's words sounded in his memory, which made Yin Zhaoge fall into silence. He came back to himself and looked at exalted fire luminary Sua Mingzhang. He saw the short-haired man standing there silently for a long time. After a while, Sua Mingzhang stepped forward again and came to the spirit tree silently. With his arrival, the luxuriant branches and leaves moved without any wind. Then, without any sign, white flowers bloomed all over the Songhua tree. As the branches swayed, there seemed to be the sound of wind bells, which disappeared in a flash. Chapter 12:25. In this space, there was a huge spirit tree with luxuriant branches and leaves. Its trunk covered the sky and filled up the entire void. The tall tree had been standing there silently for many years. When exalted fire luminary came to the tree, the spirit tree with a faint green luster suddenly blossomed with pure white flowers. The branches swayed without wind, and the petals fell like white snow. Sua Mingzhang looked up and didn't say anything for a long time. From Yin Zhaoge's point of view, Sua Mingzhang's clear face became blurred and couldn't be seen clearly. However, the huge pressure became clear at this moment. It was like the sharpness that had been suppressed in the sheath was going to burst out at this moment. For a moment, Yin Zhaoge even faintly felt that this vast original nebula was going to be destroyed. However, it was only for a moment. Then everything seemed to disappear, which made people think that it was just an illusion. But both Yin Zhaoge and Mars Halberd knew that it was not an illusion. Even with Yin Zhaoge's willpower, he also felt a strong sadness at this moment. Although exalted Wood Luminary was Xue Chuqing's great Grand Master, even Xue Chuqing didn't really have contact with her. It was impossible for Yin Zhaoge to feel so sad because of the death of this senior. What he felt in his heart was more of pity. But at this moment he truly felt a deep sense of sorrow. It didn't come from himself, but his emotion was aroused by exalted fire luminary in front of him. It was not Sua Mingzhang's intention, but the silent sadness infected the whole world at this moment. Everything in the world moved according to Sua Mingzhang's will, and the whole world felt sad. The whole time and space had a feeling of withering. Yin Zhaoge closed his eyes and operated his magic skill to stabilize his mind. Then his mind returned to normal. Looking at Sua Mingzhang under the tree in front of him, he didn't avoid it too much. He asked Mars Halberd beside him in a low voice, "Senior, why did exalted fire luminary and exalted wood luminary separate?" Mingzhang had been keen on martial arts since he was a child. He hoped that he could keep climbing the peak in his life and appreciate the endless great Tao in this world. In his eyes, those were the most beautiful scenery. Mars Halberd said slowly after a moment of silence. Perhaps it was also because of this reason that Sua Mingzhang was less concerned about other things. As a mixed-race child, his childhood might not be as happy as Yi Yang, who grew up with him. However, none of that mattered to Sua Mingzhang. With his fiery temper, he might have gotten into a conflict with someone at that time and ended up bleeding, but after that, he didn't really take it to heart. What truly made him put his mind and energy into it was still the advancement of the martial path. Not to prove to others, not to have the strength to take revenge in the future, not to use this opportunity to obtain something. Instead, it was because of their desire and zeal. It was because of their yearning and love for the great Tao itself, and their curiosity towards the unknown. Mars Halberd didn't go into details, but Yin Zhaoge could roughly understand what he meant. And fellow Taoist Xiao Junhuang is also a sincere person. For the faith in her heart, she would die 100 times without regret. Mars Halberd said in a low voice, "Although I don't know fellow Taoist Xiao well, I know that her greatest wish in life is to revive the three clear Taoism, set things right, cleanse the evil atmosphere of the heretics and purify the world." Hearing that, Yin Zhaoge closed his eyes gently. He had roughly guessed why a pair of people who loved each other couldn't stay together in the end. Although exalted fire luminary had a fiery temper and always did things his own way, he was essentially a person who liked quietness. Or it should be said that he was a person who was passive. The experience of his youth still had an influence on him. He preferred to immerse himself in his own world, studying the martial path and exploring the unknown. In the process of studying, he, who was unsociable and irascible, could indeed calm down his mind. It seemed contradictory, but it was actually quite natural. In Yan Zhaoge's opinion, Sua Mingzhang was more like an eccentric and irascible scholar. No wonder exalted fire luminary Sua Mingzhang was neutral among the Kunlun 9 luminaries. He neither sided with the North Star Emperor nor the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Unfortunately, although exalted wood luminary was a woman, she was more like a revolutionary with a strong sense of responsibility and mission. Fellow Taoist Xiao hoped that Mingzhang could fight side by side with her, while Mingzhang hoped that they could concentrate on pursuing the Tao, or at least spend most of their energy on pursuing the Tao instead of running around. Mars Halberd tried his best to describe the differences between them in a neutral and objective way. They had gone through many hardships together. But in the end, they couldn't stay together and chose to separate. Yan Zhaoge frowned. It's not contradictory, is it? Not to mention that the martial path is inseparable from actual combat. Even if exalted fire luminary wholeheartedly pursues the Tao, they could still benefit from each other. People like Xiao Junhuang ran around to create a more stable environment for people like Sua Mingzhang to concentrate on cultivating. On the other hand, Xiao Junhuang bought time for people like Sua Mingzhang. If Sua Mingzhang and his companions succeeded in learning, it would mean the revival of the orthodox Taoism. If that's the case, of course. Mars Halberd turned his head and looked at Yan Zhaoge deeply, but the problem is that fellow Taoist Xiao is willing to sacrifice her life for the revival of the orthodox Taoism without any hesitation. And Mingzhang doesn't care about any danger in order to pursue the Tao. Hearing that, Yan Zhaoge sighed, but it's not the same the other way around, right? Mars Halberd nodded silently. Both Sua Mingzhang and Xiao Junhuang were willing to sacrifice their lives for each other's safety. But they might not be willing to sacrifice their lives for each other's ideals and wishes. Both of them were proud people. They didn't want to threaten each other with their own safety and fight for their own goals. They might have had a lot of cooperation and compromises, but in the end they still let each other go. Yan Zhaoge recalled what his mother Xue Chuqing had mentioned about Xiao Junhuang before he left the mountain. Xue Chuqing had never met Xiao Junhuang. What she knew about Xiao Junhuang came from her own master, her grand master, Hu Yuexin, the Bright Connection Emperor. Stubborn. Even 8 dragons can't pull her back once she has made up her mind, let alone 8 bulls. She likes good wine, but she can't hold her liquor well. She gets drunk as soon as she drinks. Besides, she has a bad behavior when she is drunk. She acts like a drunkard when she is drunk. She likes to sleep, especially to take a nap at noon. She can't be disturbed by anything. She has to take a nap in the afternoon. She would rather have no wine than sleep. Once she is woken up, the consequences will be unimaginable. Thinking of this, the corner of Yan Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly. The Bright Connection Emperor really doesn't have any intention of being a venerable. If it was any other disciple who criticized their master like this, their master would have expelled them long ago. However, Hu Yuexin also had such a comment about Xiao Junhuang. She's strong and domineering. She has a sharp tongue and a soft heart. Chapter 12:26. Yan Zhaoge fell into deep thought. Maybe it was because Xiao Junhuang was a person who didn't care about trifles, so her disciple Hu Yuexin could mention her master so easily. But it was also because of her master's inspiration that Hu Yuexin could follow her master's teaching and aspiration unswervingly. She had no regrets even if she had to die 100 times. Perhaps the most important thing that she had learned from Xiao Junhuang was her indomitable and consistent belief and style. Adhering to one's beliefs and persevering without wavering was a common characteristic of many outstanding heroes. But it was also because of this that when their different beliefs collided with each other, it was extremely tragic and made people sigh. Exalted Earth luminary Jiang Shen and Xiao Junhuang, who used to be both master and friend, gradually became strangers. Then they fought against each other. Even Sua Mingzhang and Xiao Junhuang, who still loved each other deeply after separation, chose to let go of each other in the end. Yan Zhaoge looked at the short-haired man under the Tsanghua tree in the distance. Although Exalted Fire Luminary had separated from Xiao Junhuang, he started to look for her wholeheartedly when the news of her disappearance came. He had been looking for her for more than 2,400 years. Today he finally found her. But when he saw her again, she had already passed away. Yan Zhaoge sensed the circulation of spiritual qi and the degree of decay in this void world. He could roughly judge that this place had existed for more than 2,000 years. It was very likely that it didn't exist before Xiao Junhuang came. Instead, it appeared because of Xiao Junhuang's arrival. Based on the spiritual qi and vitality of the Tsanghua tree, he could get a conclusion by calculating its lifespan. Xiao Junhuang's death might be at the moment when she disappeared more than 2,400 years ago. Only her decayed body turned into the Tsanghua tree. But I can't feel the spirituality of the tree. It means that when Exalted Wood Luminary died, her spirit dispersed, and only her decayed body was left. Yen Zhaoge let out a long sigh. She was proficient in the River Luo pre-celestial divination. I'm afraid that she had exhausted all her efforts to find the pill hall. But with her cultivation and strength, it shouldn't be like this. Right? Exalted Fire Luminary only knew the location of the original nebula by capturing the people of the Immortal Court. I'm afraid that he was besieged by the people of the Immortal Court and suffered severe injuries. Coupled with the excessive deduction, he finally exhausted his essence, qi, and spirit. Due to these two factors he died. However, the people of the Immortal Court obviously didn't know that Xiao Junhuang was looking for the pill hall of the Heavenly Court's divine palace before the Great Calamity. In the end, Xiao Junhuang entered the original nebula. Thinking that the original nebula might lead to different spaces, she finally gave up. But they didn't know that what Xiao Junhuang was looking for was right here. For the people of the Immortal Court at that time, this was the last place where Xiao Junhuang disappeared. They couldn't tell whether she was dead or alive. But since Xiao Junhuang never showed up again, they suspected that she had died in this original nebula. The original nebula was too complicated and dangerous. If it was not necessary, the people of the Immortal Court would not come here to investigate Xiao Junhuang's whereabouts. Therefore, it was not until one of the people who participated in the siege fell into Sua Mingzhang's hands and revealed the news that the incident happened today. As Yen Zhaoge speculated on what had happened, he too felt a sense of loss. Xiao Junhuang, the Exalted Wood Luminary, might not be the most powerful among the profound immortals who came from the orthodox Taoism after the Great Calamity, but she was one of the most precious ones. It was a pity that she didn't achieve her ambition. Otherwise, if she really found the pill hall, it would be of great help to the revival of the Three Clear lineage. After all, the clues in the past showed that the pill hall might be well preserved. However, Yen Zhaoge always felt that there was something strange about it. I wonder how far Exalted Wood Luminary has reached in finding the pill hall. Yen Zhaoge's intuition told him that Xiao Junhuang might be very close to success. Under the Tsanghua tree in the distance, Sua Mingzhang walked close to her without any expression and put his hand on the trunk. The branches and leaves of the Tsanghua tree all started to shake. He wrote Xiao Junhuang's private seal again. When the talisman was lit up, the Tsanghua tree in front of him suddenly shone brightly. In the light, a woman's figure was partly hidden and partly hidden. Yen Zhaoge looked from afar and found that the woman was about 20 years old. She was dressed in green clothes, tall and beautiful. Besides her elegant temperament, she also revealed a bit of indolence as if she was born to be so. Yen Zhaoge, who had seen her image and knew her appearance, naturally recognized that this woman was Exalted Wood Luminary Xiao Junhuang. At this moment, in the traces of light and shadow, her expression was peaceful and tranquil. She didn't show the rumored power and dominance. Those who are able to see the final radiance of the setting sun before my death are those who possess my personal seal. You should be fated to hear my last words. The woman in green clothes smiled calmly and said, "Today I will die here. I have no regrets in my life, but I have 3 regrets. The third regret is that I failed on the verge of success. I couldn't find the legendary pill hall of the Heavenly Court's divine palace before the Great Calamity. I couldn't see its true appearance. The second regret is that I couldn't see the day when the Three Clear lineage was revived and cleared the world. The first regret is, the most regretful thing." Her voice gradually lowered and she closed her eyes. "There's nothing more sorrowful than a heart that doesn't give up. Mingzhang, how good it would be if we were born before the Great Calamity." Sua Mingzhang stood under the ancient splendid tree motionlessly like a stone statue, watching the light and shadow gradually disappearing. The tall short-haired man stood there for a long time and then reached out his hand. The pure white flower fell from the branch and fell on his palm. "Junhuang, I still haven't fulfilled my promise to you," he said softly as if he was sleep-talking. Yen Zhaoge turned his head and looked at Mars Halberd. Years ago when they first met, before they even got together, Mingzhang promised to do 3 things for fellow Taoist Xiao, to the best of his ability. Mars Halberd said in a low voice, as far as I know, he did 2 of the 3 things. Later they got together and supported each other. Naturally, they didn't promise to do anything for each other. Although they had different opinions on many things as far as I know, she never mentioned the old promise again. She just asked Mingzhang to listen to her in the name of fulfilling the promise to do the 3rd thing. Mars Halberd sighed slightly. As for the 3rd promise, he still owed it to her. After Daoist Xiao disappeared, Mingzhang kept looking for her. Then he mentioned it again. While saying that, Mars Halberd shook his head. He said that he owed Daoist Xiao a promise. If he didn't finish it, he would never feel at ease. Now it seems that he can never finish it. But Yan Zhaoge fell into silence and looked at the tall figure under the tree. Both he and Mars Halberd knew that the 3rd promise was just an excuse for someone to give himself a way out of this embarrassing situation. Chapter 12:27. Who knew it would be forever after we parted that year? Suo Mingzhang gradually recovered from the dreamlike state, and his eyes regained their vigor. But the oppressive atmosphere was still there, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Junhuang, I've been waiting for you to mention the 3rd thing. Suo Mingzhang's palm gently stroked the trunk of the Tsanghua tree. After a while, he stopped and said softly, others don't know you, but I know you very well. I believe you have found the pill hall, but you didn't have time to enter it. Suo Mingzhang said softly, the pill hall will belong to our 3 clear lineage. I will take you there for sure. His palm didn't move, but the huge Tsanghua tree in front of him began to rise along with his body. The towering tree was uprooted, and the whole land below was also lifted up. As the Tsanghua tree left the earth, there seemed to be a huge hole in the world below. The land disappeared, and only a huge black hole was left in the middle of the void. Suo Mingzhang moved his palm, and the huge Tsanghua tree shrunk and disappeared in his palm at last. However, on the ground rays of 7-colored light began to gush out of the huge black hole. Yan Zhaoge and Mars Halberd were standing aside. When they came in contact with the colorful lights, they were both confused. After calming down, Yan Zhaoge stabilized himself, and then he felt the faint fragrance of medicine filling the air. The fragrance wasn't strong, but it seemed to be everywhere. It wasn't Yan Zhaoge's sense of smell that smelled the medicine. Instead, the fragrance entered his body from all the pores all over his body. After smelling the medicine fragrance, Yan Zhaoge was sure that it was not only harmless, but also beneficial to his body. He didn't close his pores but guided the medicine fragrance into his body with his own true essence, and then cleansed his whole body. All of a sudden Yan Zhaoge felt warm all over his body. Being bathed in the colorful lights, Yan Zhaoge felt that his essence, qi and spirit were all improving and becoming fuller. Although Mars Halberd was a weapon, he also felt that he had benefited a lot from it. Yan Zhaoge looked at the depth of the black hole carefully, and saw the colorful lights gradually formed a long river, which was spreading far away in the void, as if it was connected to something. As expected, the exalted wood luminary is only a step away from finding the heavenly court's divine palace's pill hall. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge nodded secretly. This mystical original nebula was connected to countless spacetime. As expected, it could lead to the mysterious pill hall. Currently enveloped by the 7-colored radiance, Yan Zhaoge could feel his myriad dragon palace currently trembling intensely. Meanwhile, the profound sky-purple gold furnace hidden within the myriad dragon palace was shaking incessantly as well. I'll help you complete the last step, Suo Mingzhang, who was above the black hole, said slowly. He pressed his palm down and Xiao Juanwang's private seal appeared in his palm again. As the light circulated, rays of pale green light suddenly appeared in the chaotic space and time inside the black hole. The dark green light gathered together and intertwined with each other, wrapping around the 7-colored stream of light. Then the jade green light began to pull the 7-colored light with great force. I have no request for the pill hall, Suo Mingzhang said calmly, but after everything is done, I'm going to take Jun Huang to the Dan Palace that she has been looking for. You're the descendant of Yan Xintong, the direct disciple of our 3 clear lineage, and also related to Juan Huang's lineage. How much you can get from the pill hall depends on your capability. If it's really a chance that belongs to you, it's also a kind of fortune. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands to Suo Mingzhang. Then he closed his eyes, calmed down his mind and concentrated his attention. At this moment, he felt like his spirit had left his body, and was following the river-like 7-colored light all the way down, passing through the endless spacetime and reaching the far end. After a long time he felt that his speed of moving forward slowed down at this moment. The surrounding seven-colored light seemed to be fading slowly. In his field of vision, there seemed to be a huge black shadow approaching him, and it was becoming clearer and clearer gradually. As the black shadow got closer, the black shadow in the void became clearer and clearer. Yin Zhaoge became spirited. The existence that appeared in his sight was the legendary Pill Hall of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. However, compared with the Pill Hall in his memory, the appearance of the building in front of him was a little different. The hall that was supposed to be flickering with a faint golden radiance, as if it was made up of flawless white jade, was now dim and even looked a little gray. At this moment, an ice-cold aura suddenly came out from the hall in front of him. The aura was cold and dry, as if it didn't have any fluctuation of emotions. However, it also seemed to contain strong emotions, conveying the fluctuation of anger and hatred. The two contradictory feelings intertwined together, and were transmitted to Yin Zhaoge at the same time. This ice-cold aura almost froze Yin Zhaoge's spirit in an instant. It's so familiar but not completely the same. Yin Zhaoge immediately recalled that when he had obtained the profound sky-purple golden furnace, he had come in contact with a similar aura. The difference was that this time the emotions were more obvious and more active. Moreover, the other party was like a person who bore grudges. He clearly remembered that Yin Zhaoge was the one who took away the profound sky-purple golden furnace. As a result, other than anger, the emotions that were transmitted to Yin Zhaoge this time also included surprise and hatred. As if it came from the faraway sky, Sua Mingzhang's voice suddenly came. After the strange and ice-cold aura fluctuated for a while, it disappeared. Yin Zhaoge retracted his consciousness and opened his eyes. Sua Mingzhang took a look at the black hole. There seems to be something mysterious over there. After I finish my work, I will go there and have a look. Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly. After that, most of the experts of the Immortal Court here would be lured away by Sua Mingzhang. If Sua Mingzhang's matter wasn't settled, the earthly sovereign wouldn't have the mood to return to the world beyond worlds. Now it was the chance for him in the Broad Creed Mountain. Yin Zhaoge stared at the black hole. After thinking for a while, he said to Mars Halberd, "Senior, can you help me to go to the world beyond worlds and contact my father? There seems to be something mysterious about this pill hall. In order to be prepared, I have a plan. But it needs 5 people. Besides you and me, 3 more people are needed." Mars Halberd nodded slowly, "Okay." Then he turned his head to look at Sua Mingzhang. "What you are busy with now?" Mars Halberd obviously knew Sua Mingzhang well. "Are you going to take revenge for Xiao Junhuang?" "That's right. In order to surround you in the original nebula, the Immortal Court will definitely send experts who are familiar with the environment here. Those who chased Xiao Junhuang here will definitely be sent here if they are still alive. On the one hand, they would be familiar with the environment here, and on the other hand they would keep Sua Mingzhang from escaping. However, Sua Mingzhang didn't intend to escape at all. You have made a scene in the Immortal Court. They are prepared this time," Mars Halberd said. "The Immortal Court?" Sua Mingzhang said lightly, "Those who are below the Heavenly Lord are all ants." Chapter 12:28. After saying that, Sua Mingzhang did not say anything else and his figure rose up. A gap appeared in the sky and his figure disappeared into the gap. The next moment, the gap in the sky was closed, and the void world where Yin Zhaoge and Mars Halberd were in returned to its original state. Not long after, the two of them felt the world in front of them begin to tremble. At this moment, the illusory spatial domain rippled like water, like the surface of the sea being blown by a gale. Although the void was relatively stable, it was still in the original nebula. Since the original nebula was fluctuating, this part of the void would inevitably be affected as well. Apparently, exalted fire luminary Sua Mingzhang had already fought against the experts of the Immortal Court who were also in the original nebula. The waves caused by the battle between the two parties had caused a change in the original nebula. Since Sua Mingzhang had shown up, he had attracted the attention of most of the experts of the Immortal Court. Sua Mingzhang left and took the initiative to look for the people of the Immortal Court. He had the initiative. Therefore, he could conceal his previous actions and prevent them from finding Yin Zhaoge and the others by following his path. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge was completely immersed within the 7-colored light, bathing in its radiance. He was immersed in the radiance, and his fingers drew seal after seal in the air, engraving them in the 7-colored light. Although the radiance flowed ceaselessly, the runes remained in their fixed positions. A total of 5 talismans landed, one at the center and the other at the 4 corners. Yin Zhaoge sat within the air, a rune right below him. After looking around, he flicked his finger and 4 streams of light flew out. They landed in 4 different directions and hovered above the 4 seals. There was a large golden seal, a long sword with a blade as clear as autumn water, a strange seal that was shaped like a short sword, and a huge black sword box. The cloud-circulating heavenly light sword is still a little lacking compared to the light Yin sword seal. Still, I can temporarily make do with it. Yin Zhaoge nodded satisfactorily. The 4 high-grade sacred artifacts, the extreme Yang seal, the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword, the light Yin sword seal and the evil sword Tao Tai, stood around Yin Zhaoge. 1 person and 4 treasures, suppressing the 5 talismans, hovered in midair. A faint golden glow appeared and fused with the 7-colored light that enveloped them. The 7-colored light swayed for a moment before gradually stabilizing. Yin Zhaoge continued to stay within the stream of light. The medicinal fragrance did not weaken in the slightest, instead growing denser as it unceasingly nourished Yin Zhaoge's body. Yin Zhaoge, whose accumulations had originally already been deep and vigorous, could only feel his essence, qi and spirit gradually reaching the point of overflowing. Looking inwardly at one's body was like looking at the real starry sky of the universe. The stars flowed ceaselessly and were born and extinguished without end. They had their own rules. Not only that, but Yin Zhaoge could even see that the universe within his body seemed to be experiencing the vicissitudes of fortune, from birth to destruction, and then to rebirth. He still had a few hidden acupoints that he had yet to cultivate to the point where he could break through the void and see the true gods. For many experts of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm, the late immortal Bridge Martial Saint realm, the tempering of these final few obscure acupoints would be incomparably difficult, possibly even more difficult than what they had previously experienced. It could be said that taking a step forward was always the most difficult, but it could also be said that the qualitative change from imperfection to perfection was especially difficult. There were many experts of the world beyond worlds who had been stuck at this bottleneck for decades, centuries or even centuries, their potential drying up as they slowly aged. However, Yin Zhaoge could clearly feel that as long as he was willing, he could complete the cultivation of these final few acupoints, crossing that bottleneck and achieving the human immortal body. From the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm to the 10th level of the Martial Saint realm, Yin Zhaoge would need a brand new martial art of the 3 clear lineage. However, the martial arts of the 3 clear lineage that he currently grasped were already very abundant. One treasure trove after another was waiting for him to excavate, supporting his progress. It was also because of the numerous supreme martial arts that Yin Zhaoge felt that some of the profundities of the martial arts still needed to be analyzed. Especially since he cultivated in the 3 clear lineage simultaneously, he had to think of a way to integrate all that he had learned. The newly obtained Heaven-Opening Scripture and the Immortal Exterminating Sword Scripture were the supreme martial arts of the Jade Clear and Prime Clear lineages. While their might was limitless, their profundities were boundless as well, causing him to forget about returning home. Ever since Yin Zhaoge transcended mortality and entered sainthood, if he wanted to improve himself wholeheartedly, he would be able to save a lot of time compared to now. However, that wasn't what he wanted in the first place. It was like that in the past and it was still the same now. Therefore, although Yin Zhaoge already had the confidence to achieve the human immortal body in the colorful lights, he didn't take that step blindly. Instead, he calmed his mind and started to analyze the principles of all kinds of supreme martial arts. Being bathed in the colorful lights, Yin Zhaoge's spirit, qi and spirit were overflowing. His mind was also the cleverest, and he could get twice the result with half the effort in analyzing the principles. Mars Halberd looked at Yin Zhaoge by the side and nodded secretly. It's really not a fluke that I can have today. He was entrusted by Yin Zhaoge to go back to the world beyond worlds to send a message. However, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. He had to wait until Exalted Fire, Sua Mingzhang led the people of the Immortal Court away, and the encirclement outside was gone. Then he could take action. What Mars Halberd cared more about was the 5 seals that Yin Zhaoge had set up. For the sake of safety, Yin Zhaoge planned to explore the pill hall after making some more preparations. However, if he delayed for too long, he might also lose his way to the pill hall under the change of time and space. The reason why Yin Zhaoge asked Mars Halberd to go back to look for people and Yin Zhaoge stayed behind was that he had a way to temporarily control the way to the pill hall. This method is very unique. It looks a little familiar, but it's hard to understand the deeper meaning. Mars Halberd said in his heart, he's really not simple. Besides martial arts, he also has a high attainment in formations. During the waiting process, the turbulence in the original nebula gradually subsided. The two parties who were fighting seemed to be gradually leaving the original nebula and going far away. However, because of the impact of the battle, this part of the void was gradually twisted and broken, and cracks appeared. This was something that no one could avoid. Suo Mingzhang wouldn't leave his own power restriction to protect it. Otherwise, it would lead the way for the enemy. Seeing the colorful lights flashing, Yan Zhaoge's expression changed slightly, and the dim radiant wheel appeared. As the black iron wheel was rotating, 11 of the 12 holes on the wheel were dim, and only one was flashing lights. In that light, there were many dark shadows, which covered the void and wrapped the colorful lights so that they wouldn't leak out. Let's go. Seeing that, Mars Halberd nodded, and then his body also rose up. After getting out of that part of the void, the ruins of the divine palace of the heavenly court appeared in front of Mars Halberd's eyes again. He fled to the faraway void, and was ready to leave the original nebula. However, at this moment he suddenly saw many figures flashing in the void. A light fell from the head of one of them, and shone on the ruins of the ruins, forming attraction force. That is. Mars Halberd's eyes suddenly turned cold. Finally, someone came to find them. It wasn't because of Suo Mingzhang, nor was it because of the colorful lights that were restrained by Yan Zhaoge, but because of the ruins of the divine palace. Chapter 1229. Mars Halberd was not unfamiliar with the light that fell on the ruins. He was even quite familiar with it. He had just dealt with it not long ago. It was the light in the mirror of the Candle Sunlight Emperor, one of the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds. At this moment, the light in the mirror was like a rope, leading Sunlight Emperor and others to the ruins of the Heavenly Court's divine palace. The reason why the people of the Immortal Court gathered in the original nebula was to besiege exalted fire luminary Suo Mingzhang. At the same time, they were trying to figure out the exact whereabouts of exalted wood luminary. Suo Mingzhang, who was furious, took the initiative to search the original nebula to find the experts of the Immortal Court who had participated in the hunting of Xiao Junhuang. In this way the Immortal Court would know the answer. Exalted Wood Luminary didn't escape through the original nebula. She had indeed died in the original nebula. In this way the people of the Immortal Court naturally focused all their attention on Suo Mingzhang. Although they knew that Yan Zhaoge was also here, they didn't know the existence of the Pill Hall. Therefore they guessed that Yan Zhaoge had been taken by Suo Mingzhang to break out of the encirclement. No matter the experts of the Immortal Court in the original nebula or those who were guarding outside the original nebula, they all surrounded Suo Mingzhang with the momentum of a thunderbolt. On the contrary, the original nebula became calm. However, some people were also interested in other things. For example, did Exalted Wood Luminary leave anything behind after her death? Although she might have been taken away by Suo Mingzhang, there might still be some valuable things left in this place since it was her burial place. With this idea, Candle Sunlight Emperor stayed in the original nebula and continued to search. Anyway, with his cultivation, although he was stronger than the true immortal emperors of the heretical path, he was still far from being able to deal with Exalted Fire Luminary. Because of what had happened to Mars Halberd, if he bumped into Suo Mingzhang would not hesitate to vent his anger on him regardless of his background. Therefore, Sunlight Emperor didn't go with the group, but stayed to search for Xiao Junhuang's burial place. Beside him, a handsome but indifferent man in black was standing with his hands behind his back. He was Brocade Emperor in black. On the other side, there were several true immortal emperors of the Immortal Court with Sunlight Emperor and Brocade Emperor in black. Apart from them, there were also a few experts of the Immortal Court who stayed behind to continue searching for the original nebula. Since Xiao Junhuang was dead, the Immortal Court no longer paid so much attention to her. However, considering how Hu Yuexin and Yin Tianxia had caused a huge commotion regarding the heavenly essence stone fragments, as well as the relationship between Xue Chuqing and Yan Zhaoge, the Immortal Court had diverted some of its attention to search around this area. What is this place? The black-clothed Brocade Emperor sized it up. Sunlight Emperor replied, if I'm not wrong, it should be the remains of the legendary Heavenly Court's divine palace before the Great Calamity. The Heavenly Court's divine palace? The black-clothed Brocade Emperor's gaze remained calm. How can you be certain, fellow Taoist? I got a treasure years ago and refined it into my mirror light. Sunlight Emperor explained, it was the mirror light that guided me to this place. However, this place is already in ruins. There isn't any spiritual qi left. Their strength was superior to the Immortal Court's martial practitioners, so they were not afraid of being heard by the Immortal Court martial practitioners. However, those emperors of the Immortal Court could vaguely sense that the two were talking in secret, so they all looked at them with dissatisfaction. Sunlight Emperor and the black-clothed Brocade Emperor looked calm. They just looked at the ruins below. Their arrival immediately made Mars Halberd frown secretly. Fortunately, he had seen the light of the mirror light at the first time, so he immediately restrained his breath and hid himself. Although Mars Halberd was not good at hiding, with the cover of the ruins of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, Sunlight Emperor and others didn't find his trace for a while. However, some other traces fell into their eyes. The boundary of the void world where Yen Zhaoge was already broken and full of desolation because of the space change of the original nebula. Although Yen Zhaoge had covered the colorful light and his own breath so that Sunlight Emperor and others couldn't find him for the time being, it was clear that the void where the ruins were located was closely connected to another independent space world. They hadn't found anything inside yet, but it didn't affect Sunlight Emperor and others to go in and have a look. They came here to try to find the traces that Xiao Junhuang might have left, so they naturally didn't hesitate to spend time to check every place. Sunlight Emperor and others stopped in the ruins for a while, and then began to approach the crack of the void, ready to enter the void world where Yen Zhaoge was. Mars Halberd's heart sank. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and stopped hiding. His body turned into a red fire and rushed out resolutely. Sunlight Emperor and the black-clothed Brocade Emperor immediately noticed his movement. Although Mars Halberd was relatively straightforward, he was also experienced, so he didn't make his movement too obvious. He still restrained his breath, as if he wanted to hide from Sunlight Emperor and others, and then look for a chance to escape secretly. However, it seemed that he was discovered by Sunlight Emperor and others because of a careless move. Stop him. Sunlight Emperor frowned. The light in the mirror above his head turned and immediately shone on Mars Halberd. The others all had the same idea as Sunlight Emperor. There might be something left by Exalted Wood Luminary here. Sua Mingzhang didn't take it away by himself, but asked Mars Halberd to secretly take it and escort it away. Thinking of this, everyone immediately turned into streams of flowing light and chased after that fire light together. Seeing that the enemy had already discovered his whereabouts, Mars Halberd raised his speed to the highest, as if he didn't care about anything and wanted to escape far away. Although it seemed to be more advantageous to fight with Yen Zhaoge. Firstly, he didn't want the people of the Immortal Court to know the secret of the Pill Hall. Secondly, Yen Zhaoge seemed to be cultivating in seclusion. So Mars Halberd decided to lead the enemy away by himself. He had planned to leave the original nebula and return to the world beyond worlds. Now it was reasonable for him to escape. However, it was much more difficult and dangerous. Fellow Taoist, please wait. Sunlight Emperor shouted from behind. Candle Sunlight, now that things have come to this, just put away your fake face. Mars Halberd said coldly. Candle Sunlight Emperor's expression was calm. I can understand that fellow Taoist has a grudge against me. But please listen to what I have to say. Exalted Fire Luminary always does things in his own way and is lawless. He has always neglected others. Just because of his impulsiveness, he caused a great disaster, and implicated all the disciples of the Three Clear lineage. In order to protect the world beyond worlds, I had no choice but to do this. He is not the only one who has crossed the boundary. However, he has crossed too many boundaries, and it has already reached the point of no return. Now the only thing I can do is not to cause more losses. I'm also very sad about this. Chapter 1230. Many years later, time will prove what I said today. Sunlight Emperor said seriously, it doesn't matter if you don't understand it now. But don't sink deeper and deeper. Otherwise it will be too late for you to turn back. Leave this place with me. Don't get involved in the affairs of Exalted Fire Luminary and Exalted Wood Luminary anymore. Mars Halberd was surprised. Will you have the face to see your ancestors after many years? He didn't want to talk more with Sunlight Emperor. He kept running away. He is so stubborn. Why waste your breath? If he wants to die with Sua Mingzhang, let's fulfill his wish. A woman beside Sunlight Emperor said coldly. While chasing after Mars Halberd, this female emperor of the Immortal Court suddenly raised her hand. In her palm, a silver light flew out. The silver light broke out at an amazing speed, like a meteor crossing the void and caught up with Mars' halberd. Mars' halberd shook his body and hit the silver light like a fire dragon swinging its tail. The silver light suddenly exploded. It seemed that except for its fast speed, it didn't have any outstanding power. But the silver light didn't disperse. It expanded and formed an inescapable net, surrounding Mars' halberd. Mars' halberd felt the coldness and it was aimed at him. He didn't slow down at all. He still rushed forward, showed the real appearance of the red halberd and cut in the void. The large net formed by the interweaving silver lights was instantly torn apart. The surface of Mars' halberd's body seemed to be covered with a layer of silver frost, which was shining like ice crystals. The red halberd shook in the air, and the frost on the surface of his body was broken into dust, and then the raging fire appeared again. But because of this, Sunlight Emperor and others had already caught up with him. Especially when Sunlight Emperor's mirror light shone on him, Mars' halberd's movement became a bit stiff. The magnificent conception of the creation of heaven and earth appeared again, and the red halberd broke the barrier of the mirror light again. But as the void flashed in front of him, a black figure floated by. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor had already performed the grand beginning bright emptiness body. The two were enemies on a narrow road. Now Mars' halberd was trying his best to break out of the encirclement, so he wouldn't be polite to him. As the air currents intertwined, the crimson halberd seemed to change shape. It looked like an axe but not an axe and a banner but not a banner. Seeing this, black-clothed Brocade Emperor's expression remained unchanged. Then he attacked Mars' halberd with his left palm and his right fist. Yin and Yang energy circulated in his left palm, containing the will of Taiji. His right fist seemed to be everywhere, indestructible and capable of striking the heavens. Streams of clear chi also intermingled on the black-clothed Brocade Emperor's right hand, transforming into the shape of a scepter. The Grand Clear Direct Lineage's pre-celestial supreme martial art, the Taiji Yin Yang palm, and the post-celestial supreme martial art, the planar crutch technique, merged together at this moment. It was perfect and flawless, as if it was the profundities of creation. Mars' halberd's technique originated from the evolution of the heaven-opening scripture, which had once suppressed the Brocade Emperor's Taiji Yin Yang palm to the point of being unable to speak. At this moment, however, the suppression of martial principles no longer existed, as the black-clothed Brocade Emperor was no longer at such a disadvantage. Both sides clashed head-on with a head-on clash. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor fell backward, while Mars' halberd's forward momentum was blocked and stopped for a moment. As a result, Mars' halberd was still the winner. Even though he was no longer at a disadvantage in terms of martial arts, black-clothed Brocade Emperor's strength was not as good as the unique Brocade Emperor before he split into two. However, he didn't intend to fight with Mars' halberd by himself. After blocking Mars' halberd's attack, it was enough for the others to catch up and surround Mars' halberd. Mars' halberd was not afraid at all. He didn't continue to talk. Instead, he suddenly changed his direction and directly attacked an emperor of the immortal court. Although he was angry with Sunlight Emperor and had old grudges with black-clothed Brocade Emperor, Mars' halberd didn't lose his calmness in the battle. He didn't choose Sunlight Emperor and black-clothed Brocade Emperor as his targets, not because he didn't want to fight with them because they were all from the orthodox Taoism, but because the other opponents were weaker. He was besieged at this moment. If he wanted to break out of the encirclement, of course he had to choose the enemy's weak point to attack. The heaven-opening fire, which was bright and cold, tyrannical and warm at the same time, lit up in front of the opponent, making the opponent feel trapped in a sea of fire. For an existence like Mars' halberd, who was good at attacking, facing an opponent weaker than himself, it was very easy for him to form a destructive momentum and quickly defeat the opponent. When the opponent was forced to retreat, there would be a gap in the encirclement. If the opponent didn't retreat, it was very likely that he would die within 2 or 3 moves. The Emperor of the Immortal Court, who was targeted by Mars' halberd, looked like a middle-aged scholar, who looked gentle and elegant. But facing Mars' halberd, his reaction was not gentle at all. Under the scholar's robe, he stretched out his hands and held them in a circle. Then he raised them high and smashed them down heavily, as if he was waving a giant hammer. Streams of immortal chi instantly formed a giant hammer as big as an ancient divine mountain, which smashed towards Mars' halberd fiercely. It was like 2 generals on an ancient battlefield who were charging at each other. One was waving a giant hammer, and the other was waving a heavenly halberd. They were fighting in the air. Mars' halberd could even feel that the true immortal from the immortal court in front of him was cultivating the righteous chi, one of the 5 immortal chi, which was the most stubborn and persistent one. But he didn't care about it. The outer Dao was still the outer Dao after all. Mars Halberd waved his hand, and the fierce and invincible heaven-opening light instantly split the opponent's giant hammer into two halves. The red halberd didn't stop, and continued to hack towards the opponent. The light of Yang mirror shone on Mars Halberd again, but Mars Halberd turned a blind eye to it. Even if he was blocked by the light of the mirror and couldn't kill the opponent in front of him, he was confident that he could severely injure the opponent and force him to withdraw from the battle and make way for him so that he could tear a gap in the encirclement. But at this moment, a small khaki umbrella suddenly floated above the head of the middle-aged scholar. In the void, the patterns of the formation were lit up. A large formation showed its true appearance. The middle-aged scholar exhaled and shouted, and then immediately attacked Mars Halberd with his hammer again. Mars Halberd was shocked in his heart. Judging from the situation of the exchange just now, the opponent in front of him should not be able to reorganize his attack so quickly after suffering a setback, so that he could get out of danger. But the problem was the formation. Mars Halberd saw that in addition to the opponent in front of him, there were 4 emperors of the immortal court around, and each of them also had a small umbrella in the air above their heads. The 4 small umbrellas were white, red, black and cyan respectively. Battle formation. 5 elements. Mars Halberd, who was experienced, immediately understood. Actually, he didn't care about the battle formation of the emperors of the immortal court. But it would take more effort and time and it wouldn't be so easy. But the problem was that there were also Candle Sunlight Emperor and Black-Clothed Brocade Emperor. As expected, Mars Halberd couldn't break out of the encirclement in a short time. The light of the mirror light became more and more intense, making Mars Halberd feel as if he was carrying an infinite burden. At the same time, Sunlight Emperor himself also approached him at this moment. Chapter 1231. Fellow Taoist, don't make the same mistake again. Sunlight Emperor sighed. Meanwhile, he held up the mirror light with one hand and grabbed Mars Halberd with the other hand. Mars Halberd didn't want to talk with him anymore. He swung the end of the halberd and hit Sunlight Emperor's palm. Sunlight Emperor's palm changed. As the light and shadow intertwined, a fiery long pole rushed out of his palm. That long pole looked exactly the same as Mars Halberd's pole. Even the power and conception were similar. When the collision happened, both of their bodies shook at the same time. Sunlight Emperor withdrew his palm. The fiery long pole and the light in his hand disappeared at the same time. After the light disappeared, there was a faint burn mark on his palm. Mars Halberd had been cultivating for thousands of years. Although he had been suppressed in the Dragon Tomb for a long time, he was still much more experienced than Sunlight Emperor. Sunlight Emperor was not discouraged. He held the mirror light with the other hand, and the candle reflected in the ancient mirror shook violently. Then many milky white flames flew out and fell on Mars Halberd. Mars Halberd turned around and chopped. The red flames broke the milky white fire rain. But at this moment, the candle in the ancient mirror shook and reflected the red halberd. Then it broke out of the mirror and collided with Mars Halberd again. Sunlight Emperor looked solemn. His immortal aura came down and combined with the mirror light. He had cultivated the lineage of Lord Qing Su Dao. At the same time he had mastered the Pill Book of Qing Su Dao, Cyclic Heavenly Book, Yin-Yang Heavenly Book, Myriad Heavenly Book and many other supreme arts. Therefore he had cultivated a technique called Myriad Mirror and Candle Flame Universe, which had endless changes and was extremely graceful. The power and conception of his immortal weapon Mirror Light was of the same origin. Now he used this supreme art himself. Under the combination of the two arts, the power of the reflection in the mirror was not inferior to that of the real Mars Halberd. When they collided, Mars Halberd didn't gain any advantage. On the contrary, many milky white flames flew out and floated towards the real Mars Halberd. The flames seemed to be light and harmless. But Mars Halberd clearly knew its destructive power. He didn't dodge it. Even a true immortal of the 3 clear lineage would suffer if he got hit by it. What was more, a finger suddenly appeared on the side of Mars Halberd, as if it had crossed the boundary of time and space. Grand Primordial Divine Finger. Black-Clothed Brocade Emperor. On the surface of Mars Halberd, the flames suddenly converged. In the void, there was only a crimson halberd engraved with dragon patterns. A faint light flashed on the surface of the halberd. This dot of light finally landed on the tip of the great halberd. Then Mars Halberd drew a graceful arc in the air. At this moment he was no longer as ferocious and violent as before. His movements could no longer be defined as firm or gentle, nor was it simply a combination of strength and gentleness. Instead, it surpassed it, drawing a fiery red curve as it first repelled the entanglement of the mirror light and then avoided the white rain of candlelight before finally accurately tapping the tip of the black-clothed brocade emperor's index finger. Both of them shook at the same time and bounced back. After bouncing off, Mars halberd moved gracefully again and narrowly dodged the following mirror light of sunlight emperor. With the help of this burst, Mars halberd quickly traveled through time and space and escaped to the other side. His target was another true immortal emperor from the immortal court. There were 6 experts of the immortal court who came here. 5 of them joined hands and set up a battle formation to exchange each other's strength and coordinate with each other. The last one was left alone. It was the woman who first made a move and released the silver summer light to block Mars halberd's way. Seeing Mars halberd rushing towards her, the woman sneered, "Do you take me as a soft persimmon? You heretics are always proud of the small prophets in front of you. You are complacent and look down on everyone, but you must know that nothing is absolute." She suddenly lowered her body to avoid the sharp edge of Mars halberd and then punched the body of Mars halberd from the side. The silver light on her fist was shining like a bright silver long spear. She used the fist skill to display the spear skill and intercepted horizontally to hit the middle of Mars halberd's waist, hitting the fulcrum of his strength. Her eyes were really sharp. Mars halberd's sharp edge flashed and the crimson flames inside burst out, forming rolling waves, which slowed down the woman's fist. But Mars halberd's steps were also slightly slowed down. He turned his sharp edge and slashed towards the woman. "You think I'm afraid of you?" The woman didn't dodge this time. She used her fist as a spear and directly collided with Mars halberd's move. When the two collided, they both trembled and retreated. The woman lowered her head and looked at her hand. There was a red mark on it, but no blood could be seen. Mars halberd was a pure killing weapon. Regardless of the other characteristics, the materials used to refine it were definitely better than the mirror light and the 4 Grand's earlier heaven flag in terms of hardness and sharpness. The woman used her own fist to collide with Mars halberd, which was no different than a mortal using his flesh and blood to resist the cold swords, spears and halberds. "Just a so-so," she sneered. Mars halberd had just fought with the candle sunlight emperor and the black-clothed brocade emperor who had the mirror light in his hand. He hadn't had time to relax and was already an arrow at the end of its flight. But he didn't care about this issue with the other party. He just asked calmly, "How should I address you?" The woman said indifferently, "Immortal Court Ruan Mingyan, Emperor title Han Lei. I enjoy the incense of Yuan Gong, Fangqi, Ziyuan, Yuban and Gaoxian." Mars halberd nodded, "You really can't be mentioned in the same breath as other heretic martial artists. For so many years I have also seen geniuses like you or even more outstanding than you, who ended up being delayed. It's really a pity for your talents." The Sunlight Emperor and black-clothed brocade emperor's expressions didn't change. They didn't comment on the conversation between Mars halberd and the woman. Ruan Mingyan said coldly, "You're boasting shamelessly. There's no need to enlighten and refine someone like you who doesn't know when to stop or when to retreat. Being destroyed is your only end. I've long heard that you've died once in the past. You struggled at death's door and used the body of a weapon to survive until now. Today shall be your second death anniversary." As she spoke, the other 5 emperors of the immortal court attacked together. The 5 true immortals didn't come from the same sect, and each of them cultivated different martial arts. But at this moment, under the impetus of the battle formation, their martial arts concepts were divided into 5 elements. The momentum was connected and flowed endlessly. In this way, the immortal chi of the various sects, which were originally unrelated, faintly united as if they had become one. The terrifying power attacked Mars halberd from 5 directions at the same time. Mars halberd responded calmly and made a series of attacks. Each attack was faster than the previous one. He specifically looked for the tiny gaps when the opponent's formation was operating to break the opponent's killing move. But the Sunlight Emperor and black-clothed brocade emperor had already attacked again. "Fellow Taoist, you have no chance to win. Leave with me." Sunlight Emperor still wanted to persuade. But halfway through his words he suddenly stopped. Because he felt that in the distant void, there was a sudden wave coming from the ruins of the Heavenly Court's divine palace. Chapter 1232. In the void where the ruins of the Heavenly Court's divine palace were located, because of the previous effect of the original nebula, a crack appeared. The void crack was not stable and it was constantly shaking. However, this kind of shaking was disorderly, but relatively stable, which was a normal phenomenon of the change of space in the original nebula. However, as time went by, the changes here became more and more obvious, more and more intense, and more chaotic. It seemed that there was an extremely powerful existence that was originally sleeping inside, and at this moment, it finally gradually woke up. As it woke up, the void crack began to expand. The independent void world inside seemed to be collapsing and shattering. Under the cover of the dark shadows, Yan Zhaoge sat cross-legged, with one index finger pointing between his eyebrows, and the other hand in front of his lower abdomen, pressing on his dantian. Then he closed his hands from top to bottom towards the center. With this action, light spots lit up one after another all over Yan Zhaoge's body, like little stars. The starlight was bright and it was getting brighter and brighter. In the end, the hidden acupoints that had been silent finally lit up one by one. The acupoints lit up the starlight and then moved like other starlight, and then produced their own unique trajectory and rules, operating unceasingly. With the operation, the starlight became more and more prosperous. After reaching the peak, it declined to the extreme and finally died. However, after the complete death, there was a new star corresponding to this acupoint lit up, from the beginning to the peak again. In this way, life and death never stopped and the operation never stopped. Until the last acupoint also completed this process, Yan Zhaoge's whole momentum changed. His internal universe was finally complete, as if there was no difference from the real universe, and it was completely a small real universe. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge's spirit seemed to have reached a new height. In fact, during this process, his flesh and blood were undergoing unprecedented changes. Every part of his body was full of martial arts' true essence. Even the most subtle blood, flesh, bones and meridians were everywhere. If Yan Zhaoge was willing, he could even let himself be separated from the flesh and blood, and let a part of the flesh and blood of his body be replaced by the true essence. It was not a change in the shape of the flesh and blood stretching, shrinking and twisting, but a qualitative change. With this step, the martial artist had already begun to bid farewell to the human world. To some extent, he had really entered the inhuman level. Transcending the mortal and entering the saint, transcending the mortal and becoming a martial arts saint, but he was still a human after all. At this moment, the word immortal could already be added behind the word human. Human immortal. Martial Saint 10th level perfection, human exalt peak, human immortal body. Above mortals, below immortals. Only one step away from the immortal realm was the human immortal realm. Yan Zhaoge becoming a human immortal was different from other martial practitioners becoming human immortals. Yan Zhaoge was currently looking within his own body. Not only could he see the universe within his body that was no different from the real universe outside, he could also see this universe moving from its creation to its end. Within the limitless, an indescribable, unfathomable, supreme point was born. Then this point began to expand. The primal chaos was split open, and the primordial chaos was born. Earth, water, fire, and wind rushed in all directions before stabilizing again. Heaven and earth opened up, clear air floated up, turbid air sank down, and a world finally appeared. Following that, time changed and the seas turned into mulberry fields. The world of creation moved towards prosperity, and all living beings grew. However, it slowly moved towards destruction and decay. The common people were plunged into misery and suffering, the grand Tao collapsed and all things withered. Time and space disintegrated along with it until everything returned to the void in the end. However, in the void, the creation of the primordial world opened up once again. Thus, everything began again, life and death ceaselessly. Yan Zhaoge opened his eyes and smiled. Martial Saint 10th level human exalt, achieved. Bathed in the colorful brilliance, Yan Zhaoge's perception had reached a peak level that surpassed his own level at this moment. Mars Halberd is still nearby. He couldn't leave and is fighting with someone? Yan Zhaoge's eyes narrowed. Many people are besieging him and I'm familiar with this feeling. Black-clothed brocade emperor and candle sunlight emperor are also here? As time passed, Yan Zhaoge's perception sensitivity began to drop. However, what he had sensed just now was definitely not an illusion. Yan Zhaoge looked at the seals that were suppressed by the 4 high-grade sacred weapons in the surrounding 4 directions, and then looked at the seal that was suppressed by himself. He waved his hand lightly, and the dim radiant will fell down, replacing the seal that was suppressed in the center. The dark shadow that was spread out from the dim radiant wheel still shrouded the surrounding and covered the colorful lights. Then Yin Zhaoge's figure rushed upwards. He directly broke through the spatial boundaries that were already full of cracks, and arrived at the ruins of the Heavenly Court's divine palace outside. In the distant void, Sunlight Emperor and others also noticed that there was a strange change in the space of the ruins. Is Exalted Wood Luminary still alive? Everyone was shocked at first, but then they felt that something was wrong. It shouldn't be Exalted Wood Luminary. Then is it that Yin Zhaoge? He didn't leave with Exalted Fire Luminary? Sunlight Emperor was thinking, and many thoughts instantly appeared in his mind. We can't let him join forces with Mars Halberd, Black-Clothed Brocade Emperor said quietly, otherwise he has the ability to kill true immortals. Even Wang Jingqing couldn't escape with the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram. As soon as he said that, Mars Halberd suddenly changed the direction of breaking out. He turned around and rushed to the ruins ready to return there. Since Yin Zhaoge was ready to take the initiative to come out, he would certainly strive to join forces to fight against the enemy. As Black-Clothed Brocade Emperor said, if they joined forces, Yin Zhaoge would use him as a weapon, which would be like adding wings to a tiger. However, Sunlight Emperor didn't slow down at all as he was thinking. Although he only fought with Yin Zhaoge for one round, he already knew that Yin Zhaoge was extraordinary. Naturally, he couldn't let Mars Halberd fall into Yin Zhaoge's hands. Without Black-Clothed Brocade Emperor's reminder, Sunlight Emperor rushed forward with all his strength to stop Mars Halberd. Immortal Court Frigid Thunder Emperor Ruan Mingyan's expression was cold. Yin Zhaoge? It doesn't take any effort at all. Suan Mingzhang had already left. The Immortal Court didn't want to capture or destroy Mars Halberd at all costs. However, for Yin Zhaoge, who had inherited the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia's mantle, the Immortal Court experts wanted to get rid of him quickly. Seeing Suan Mingzhang who was blocking Mars Halberd, Ruan Mingyan and the others didn't say anything. They rushed towards the ruins and rushed towards Yin Zhaoge who was flying out of the ruins. Black-Clothed Brocade Emperor did the same. It would be best for him to kill Yin Zhaoge. It didn't matter if he couldn't do it. With so many people besieging him, it was very likely to force Yin Zhaoge to use Tai Fist. That was his goal. He didn't believe that Yin Zhaoge brought the origin opening sword out of the world beyond worlds. Other than Candle Sunlight Emperor who was blocking Mars Halberd, Black-Clothed Brocade Emperor and the other 6 people quickly spread out and surrounded Yin Zhaoge. However, when they got closer, Black-Clothed Brocade Emperor and Ruan Mingyan's heart moved at the same time. They felt that the Yin Zhaoge in front of them seemed to be a little different from what they remembered. Yin Zhaoge looked at Black-Clothed Brocade Emperor and the people of the Immortal Court in front of him and raised his eyebrows. A true immortal? Actually, I was so tired that I couldn't stand it anymore. One must keep his promise, so I still tried my best to write it out. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.